confident, competent, and the last man Victor should want seeking her head. There's no vainglory in his eye, no hubris. He is here for me as I was there for him when the storm raged in the Ledon. Hope flickers. I glance at Roan. If he took golds only, he could get there, I say. He'd have to travel fast, Roan says. Speed, initiative, shock, you said. Ajax steps toward me. You did not spend Glerastes, your ship, and your men for a second rat war. We are not just fighting the Republic, Lysander. If Atalantia comes... He looks afraid. This is our only shot. I will go too, then, I say. He grins. We have always had different skills, you and I. This is what I do. Press the attack. Take the moon. I will guard your back. Gratitude swells in my heart. We bump heads and waste no more time. He rushes out. Roan watches him go. Octavia would have sent Aja, he says, approving. And he is better. That is little consolation. Victory balances on the edge of Ajax's razor. Tell Apollonius and Cicero to expect him. Let Horatia and Diomedes know what's happening. I raise my helmet and head out with my Praetorians to press the attack into Sector 7. A roar from my house infantry signals Ajax's departure down the cargo tunnel. 50 gold knights trail after him. Chapter 29. Virginia. Pity them. Salvation flies past over the tangerine trees of the hydroponic farms. A counterattack up from the hollows. Armoured reds with greens in mechs flow past to either side, saluting and cheering us. The water around the roots of the rows and rows of trees ripples in the wake of the mechs. Harnassus thunders past in a towering machine that salutes and trundles toward the fertilization plants in the distance. We thought we were dead when my lions and obsidians shot our way out of the waste collector and emerged covered in shit. We heard our pursuers in the distance, and we ran. They were gaining on us even after we reached the fertilization facility and threaded our way through the huge haulers that ferry the fertilizer to the farm level. We were running out of options. The levels closer to the hollow center of Phobos are vast, a far cry from the tight confines of the bastions. In open ground, we would not have made it. But the vast levels also don't block signals so onerously as those near the surface. I was able to call for help. Still, Votum and Wrath bailed before they reached us at the fertilization plants, before they even saw Harnassus and the counterattack that's still surging past us. What spooked our pursuers so badly they lost interest in a prize as juicy as me? I suppose I'll find out soon. My lions and Valdir's obsidians stumble on toward the safety of our lines in the hollows, covered in feces and urine. The obsidians are quite talkative, and seem to think they're on a grand adventure. Some even splash along with Sophocles in the water to clean themselves. "I smell like blues," an obsidian mutters. "Shut up. There are worse things than shit," Valdir says. "Imprisonment," another obsidian growls. Valdir nods. "Yes, that is worse than shit." "The Blood Eagle," the same one growls. "That too. Long battles in armor where you have to shit but can't because of the crust that—" Valdir turns on the man. "Aimless babble." The growling one growls. "Eggplant." Valdir looks over at me. "He was hit very hard." The growling one has a pug face and is quite stout. He jumps and grabs an orange. He doesn't even peel it before taking a bite with chrome teeth. "Oranges!" He throws it over his shoulder. "That's a tangerine, you idiot," Holiday says. "Do they not mourn their brothers?" I ask Valdir. "Do not yours?" He nods at Glaucus, who shares a joke with another lion. My lions are exhausted and somber about their dead, but they share smiles and private words as they help each other walk. Seffi once told me fruit is never sweeter than after you've eaten shit. He peels a tangerine and eats it before spitting it out. Not ripe yet. He considers his braves. They will mourn later. For now it is enough they know their brothers would smile to see them living. So they smile for their brothers, for they had a good death. Later they will miss them. Later they will mourn. I feel strangely comforted by his words. An armoured man with a wolf cloak lands in front of me as we exit the tangerine grove. It's Screwface. Fresh lion guards set down behind him. Medici upload from a skiff. I laugh seeing Screw. I put him in the Hollow's fallback command centre to keep him from the front. It takes time to get used to bionic limbs. He limps toward me with a huge smile that inverts when he sees the state of us all. My sovereign, we thought you were trapped. When the nucleus didn't arrive, Wrath and Votum had us. Why did they— Victra. She dropped Pegasus behind their lines. I stare at him. How? She couldn't have known where I was. She was already on the way. She knew she needed to stop their momentum, to save the moon, he says. I relayed your message to her personally, told her you needed help. If they doubled back, the counterattack won't reach her in time, I say. No. She's on her own and advised we recall the counterattack as soon as possible. She told me to tell you something. He smiles. Do not worry for her. Pity them. It is impossible not to grin at Victra's bravado. The fleet? I ask. It's not good. But Niobe and Char are putting up one hell of a fight. I'll take you to the command centre. He looks warily at Valdir. Hello, sky bastard. Long time. Valdir the Shorn these days, eh? Who are you? Screwface. He points at his face. Deep up. Ah. Screw looks questioningly at me. I look at Valdir. There's no way off the moon. You can either fight or— Valdir stares hard at me. I'll take him and the rest, please, Screw says, like he's at an auction. Howler Den is empty these days. I will not be ashamed to fight under that standard, Valdir says to me. Screw sniffs him. Probably go to the Medici first. If anything kills you, it'll be an infection. I look back at my lions before I go. They are swarmed with Medici. Thank you. We stayed too long to manage the retreat, but every life we lost in our escape saved 10,000, I say to them, and touch my chest. Hic sunt leones indeed. My fresh lines salute the ragged survivors. I find it oddly stirring when Holiday, Glaucus, and the survivors salute back. Then the fresh lions fall in behind me, and I head for the command centre with Screw. Chapter 30. Lysander. Edge of Glory. I told them you'd be here before I finished, Diomedes says as I approach. Diomedes sits on a fallen advertisement in the broken cityscape of Sector 6, eating an apple. His dustwalkers lounge around him drinking honey and combing their long hair like Spartans. We agreed on a time, did we not? We did. Our compliments. He nods to the Praetorians behind me. Marcus, Drusilla, and Demetrius do not nod back. Exhausted from our push through Sector 7 and then the brutal assault on the bulwarks of Sector 6, they're in no mood for pleasantries, especially not with the Ra. Diomedes tosses me the apple. Almost half of it is eaten. The territory we've taken, but can we hold it down? He asks. He stands up. They're worried about the worm in Sector 1. I look up to see dustwalkers lounging all the way up to the dome of the bazaar. There must be several hundred. His greys are regrouping nearby for our joint push west. I don't see any obsidians. Victra is being dealt with by Ajax, I say, and take the next bite of the apple. Horatia is continuing her push. Voter men are still flowing in. Bologna will come behind them. The fleet battle could be going better, but our job was the moon. We are on the edge of glory. If we can take 2 more sectors in the next hour, the cascade will be irreversible, and we'll have the hollows surrounded. He nods. If. She watches me without emotion for a few long moments. Roan pings my comm. Dominus, we have a report from Ajax. I smile at Diomedes and take another bite of the apple. Go. Roan pauses. You'll want to hear this in person. The apple sticks in my throat and I cough. Excuse me? Diomedes stands and ties up his hair. I will come with. We bit the apple too. The forward command tank's interior fades away as I watch the fight unfold in the gloomy theatre of industrial plants where Victra met Cicero's vanguard. At a distance, nothing of note can be deciphered. The plants are vast, the knights and riflemen small. If anyone started the day with shining armor, it is either black or grey now. The fighting swirls through tank yards, smelters, Drachenjäger plants, up to the air, and even within the netherworld of pipes and shafts that comprise the top of the level. 1,000 tiny battles, each with their own little story. I only care about one. It was a trap, Roan says. Cicero chose to stand and fight instead of being picked apart trying to escape. He was holding his own, doing a fine job considering the quality he was facing. He thought Victra was with her main force. Her armor was, at least. Ajax was coordinating with Cicero for a strike on Victra. He came down a hauler shaft about 1 kilometre from the battle. The enemy must have had scouts out, or drones. Either way, they knew he was coming and how. Long enough for Victra and the other knights to be waiting for him when he exited the shaft. They had obsidians with them. From what we understand, Ajax's party gave a good acquitting of themselves, but they were outnumbered, 3-1. My mouth is dry. And Ajax? How did he die? Roan hesitates and spares Diomedes a look. I sent him. I should see. Show me. Roan shifts to a grainy visual. This footage we have isn't much. It came from one of Cicero's drones. He was wondering where Ajax was. An assembly area for a Drachenjäger rolls past. Bodies come into view. They are hardly recognizable as men. Others hunch over them. I tell Roan to zoom in. The image degrades a little. The bodies are the new golds Ajax took with him. The obsidians are scalping them. The drone carries on. Obsidian corpses litter the ground now. 3 figures stagger. At first it seems like they are drunk. I zoom in further. Ajax is hunched between Victra and another assailant. I force myself to watch. There's something dispassionate about the way they whittle Ajax down, like watching animals kill each other in nature when the predator has their teeth in and both animals are just laying on the ground. There may be bouts of struggle yet to come, but they both know it's only a matter of time. And they have time. When it ends, it is sudden. Ajax manages to defend himself from the male assailant, but not Victra. He goes down, and she hacks him apart. Then she cuts off his head, stands on his body, beats her chest, and roars. There is no audio, but I hear her anyway. Roan kills the videotape and waits in respect for me to break the silence. Did Cicero escape? I ask. We don't know. Where was Apollonius? He used Cicero as a diversion and chose retreat. He told me he followed your plan, but he would not throw away his men because of the folly of a Mercurian amateur, which is very fair if you ask me. He is now ensconced in prime real estate, Juliai's Dockyards Citadel. I boil inside. The man with Victra. Who? I ask. We don't know. But if you ask me, the cloak, the style, it could be a man, but... But what? Thraxa Autelemanos, Diomedes says. Windsweeper. Her style. Not common. Roan watches him a little more closely. You've never met Thraxa? I study. Diomedes' eyes narrow. I thought the Republic Obsidians defected, that they were sacking Republic cities in the belt. Not all of them want to be pirates, apparently, Roan says. Diomedes processes that and sighs. A pity. This was a good plan. He looks at me. We are overextended, Loon. I will prepare my phalanx to pull back. We will do this the slow way, now. As he leaves, he sets a hand on my shoulder and looks out the tank door. The edge of glory cuts both ways. Condolences. He was gifted. Loss. It is never easy. He walks out and tosses the apple away. Roan watches me as I turn to stare at the last image the drone captured. Victra stands on Ajax's chest, howling upward. It was an ambitious plan, Roan says. We can hold, probably, sectors 1 and 8, but we should eliminate Victra and Pegasus Legion, or at least contain them before we proceed further. I nod, numb. It will be a grind, but I've done grinds before. We'll have the numbers when your allies land their men. It's not a loss, Dominus. Not yet. Not a loss, I say, and look up at his stony face. This was supposed to be our staging ground for an Iron Rain next month. The ships, the money, the lives, that moment in Rome. Ajax choosing me, dying for me. I shudder in horror. Clearastes, all that for a slice of moon and a grind? If that's not a loss, what do you call it? The old soldier frowns. War, Dominus. Chapter 31. Virginia. Détente. The battle for Phobos is turning into the type of battle students of history shake their heads at. It is pugilism without any other recourse, as uncomplicated as it is brutal, measured less by the inventiveness of clever commanders and more by their willingness to sacrifice men and the willingness of those men to be sacrificed. While tactics can be used nearer the surface of Phobos, with either side daring the guns of opposing warships to launch canyon attacks to flank the enemy, the battle for the interior is an affair of will. How many men will Lysander or Julia or Cicero or Apollonius sacrifice to gain another level, another 100 meters of tunnel, another sector to fill? How many sons and daughters of Mars will I spend to stop them? Victra is still lost behind enemy lines. With no prisoner of equal value to trade, Cavex is still in enemy hands. No word has come from Darrow or Severo. Our battered fleet dares not challenge the enemy away from the surface we still control. We cannot get reinforcements from Mars. As the days progress, and the hours in the command center of the Hollows with Screwface, Harnassus, and Niobe bleed into one long, stale nightmare fueled by coffee, protein injections, and casualty reports, I feel the gulf between my concept of leadership and Lysander's growing. Lysander may promise a new age, but he'll sacrifice a generation to get it. The enemy creeps forward, meter by meter. I see no way to turn the tide. Knowing how easy it is to become alienated by casualty reports and to measure lives in terms of ground lost or gained, I force myself every morning and night to visit the wounded. It was Holiday who told me if I forget to feel the cost, I will grow accustomed to it, like Darrow did. I love my husband, but I know the Republic cannot afford for me to follow in his footsteps. 12 days after Loon's assault on Phobos, the medical wing of Bastion 4 overflows with fresh intakes. I slept poorly, snatching only 4 hours of sleep between assaults against our front and the hollows. Niobe woke me to help rebuff the latest assault. It's all I can do to manage a smile, a kind word, and pretend I don't see the horror in the dying as I move bed to bed. Holiday limps behind me. Her ribs were crushed by Apollonius's boot, and she is not yet fit for frontline duty, but she rivals me in popularity and refuses to stay in her hospital bed. The horrors have not changed since my first visit. Young faces of all colours are peeled back by fire, the bodies riven by metal and energy. We could heal almost any one of them, but not all of them, not all at once. Moving bed to bed, I clutch their hands and let them talk, give each their moment even if it wears me thin. The wounded whisper the big words pushed by our violet and red propagandists. Freedom, hope, Reaper. I find it remarkable that the dying have not lost faith. In fact, they cling to it more fervently than those who still retain their faces or limbs. They do not ask me where Darrow is. They do not beg me to tell them why he has not returned. They clutch my hand till their knuckles go white, and tell me he will return, and with him he will bring dawn for his friends, and judgment and doom to the enemies of freedom. I weep after my visits. I am jealous of their faith, jealous they cannot see the struggle from my seat. Thankful for it, too, because I know the odds better than the young men and women who've given their youth, their lives for our cause. I pity them for their faith in my husband as much as I cherish and admire their conviction. Golds are a faithless breed, founded in the gross sobriety of atheism, but the rest of the colours are willing to believe. When they die, holding my hand, when they whisper Darrow's name, when they say they will find peace in the veil, I break a little more. And each time I find that, in the breaking, I grow stronger, more desperate to protect this beautiful idea my husband has awoken, that I have helped prosper. They do not crave freedom for themselves. They crave freedom for others, for those yet unborn. In that I find a dignity greater than any gold virtue. Theirs is a religion of hope, not doom. But in the face of an enemy that will not stop, that takes every concession as a foothold for further aggression, I know I must find a way out of this fight, or it will drink up more of Mars's strength than we can afford. When I arrive back in my Hollows command center from my nightly inspection, there is a commotion in the assembly area where the troops parade. Flanked by officers, Niobe greets me. Her bird's nest hair is tangled from a long day in the operations room. "What's all this?" I ask of the shouting soldiers. Her eyes are filled with tears. I fear the worst, until she kisses me on the mouth and takes me to see for myself. Soldiers and medici and engineers fill the southern tunnel entrance to the assembly area with cheers so loud I think Darrow has returned. I push with Niobe through the mob to see Victra striding in, looking like hell warmed over. Thraxa is beside her. Behind them lumber the fighters of Pegasus' legions. Victra's eyes are bloodshot and feral, but when she sees me, she calls out, "My sovereign! I bring tidings from Sector 1, also known as the arsehole of the worlds," the Legion shouts. "And gifts. Cicero au votum." She thrusts forward Cicero and the end of a leash and holds up a rotted head. "And Ajax our grimace. The rest of him couldn't make it. Chapter 32. Virginia. Parley. Lysander parallels my walk across the metal wasteland. To my right, the lights of star-scrapers sparkle with promise on the southern horizon. The northern horizon is bleaker, a mountain range of utilitarian mesas strewn with artillery obelisks shattered like trees by lightning. For 2 weeks, war has raged over most of the moon. I hardly recognize it. As our armies grind against one another, the commanders have snuck away for this secret meeting. I clump forward. My welder boots are magnetic and heavy, clumsy, as stipulated. With honor all but dead, the demands from both parties for the meeting were extensive and fraught with suspicion. But in the end, it comes down to trust. Trust that neither of us wants to die, and trust that we both have more to gain from an adversary with some modicum of social comportment. A couple 100 steps from our airlocks brings Lysander and I together under the shadow of a crashed warship. The young loon is more physically intimidating than I expected. Gone is the little boy from Octavia's garden, the one who used to lose to me at chess over and over again, never tiring of it. He is taller than I am by a head and a half now. His pulse armor, riddled with field patches and pressure seals, is that of a man who's faced weeks of corridor fighting and emerged with a reputation for luck and leading from the front. His face is a mirror of mine, haggard from strain and sleeplessness. This is not a spoiled, entitled princeling. This is the last of Silenius's blood, a man who has come to see if he, too, can conquer. Lysander and I fall back on tradition. He touches his heart with an open palm and extends it to me. I repeat the gesture and set my palm on his. His is larger. We draw back and he extends an analog audio cord. The accent of the Palatine fills my helmet. "Sheathed is my blade, held fast by my word," he says. "True are my words, secured by my name," I reply. "Salve, Augustus." "Salve, Loon." He smiles, somehow still a little shy, or perhaps playing at it to set me at ease. "How many of our ancestors have said thus to each other, do you think? The formal rites of parley?" he asks. "On the field of battle? Formally? 4, all told." "Not 5? You're counting Oceanus and Agrippa." He frowns. "I shouldn't." "No. Oceanus may have been a chip off Silenius's block, but Agrippa was adopted into my house after the genetic accords. He had as much Augustan blood in his veins as you do, which is a little over 1.9%, actually." He smiles. "You always did know your history." "You, on the other hand, seem to have embraced theatricality. I remember a more bookish boy, a more prudent boy. You've learned to gamble on shock." "I have. Your husband is a stern teacher." Lysander's face is not classically handsome as Cassius's or Apollonius's. Instead, his is a lean hunting dog ideal, like Roke's face, but intense instead of romantic. And it is a face no longer burned. According to our intelligence, it was fixed just before his speech at the Colosseum, right before his true debut. He's replaced the scar with marks of sorrow. Ajax was close to him. "I doubt you had Darrow's full attention. You must wonder what will happen when you do. Will you measure up?" Lysander meets my tone. "I am here, above this planet, talking to his wife. Where is he?" "Oh, he'll turn up when it's most inconvenient for you, I'm sure." "I'm sure. He'll be wanting this back." He turns bodily so that I can see the 2 razors sheathed on the outside of his left thigh armor. One is familiar. When I gave Darrow his razor after the Institute, I had no idea what a symbol it would become. He was mocked for its curve by Tactus and his fellow Lancers. They were too embarrassed to fence with him. Lorne wasn't. 12 years later, every child knows its shape. Now Lysander pats the hilt. The gesture makes no sound in the vacuum. I did have his full attention, Virginia, for a moment, in a dark street. He was tired, wounded, but so was I. I broke his sword, probably his arm, and put my razor through his chest. Then he fled and left his sword behind. It was not cowardice to run. He'd simply been outmaneuvered, just as you are now. I nod to the statue of Darrow to the north. Have you seen it up close yet? Not yet, he says. But by week's end we'll have pushed you off the pole and I can get a closer look. Pay special attention to what's in his hands. It just looks like a sphere from far away. It's not, at least in its details. It's hundreds of manticores, hydra, skulls, hammers, eagles, a few Poseidons, mermaids, centaurs, and crescents he has taken from the prows of gold warships. No room to include any from ships smaller than a destroyer class. You understand? That is consistency against intense competition, Lysander. For 12 years now. One battle does not make you a lord of war. I have Darrow's blade. I have Darrow's warship. Now I have more than 1/3 of your moon. I also have 70,000 of your best troops encircled in Sector 3. Your men are exhausted. We have legions that haven't even landed yet. By the end of the week, half your army will be cut off and herded toward the hollows, where we will kill them. Fine. By the balls, then, I say. I beg your pardon. You don't have me by the throat. You have me by the balls. You can wrench and twist, and it will cause me terrible agony, but in the end they are just balls. And I am a woman, so I will go on, enduring without my balls, and I will pester you with death by 1,000,000,000 cuts. Except it won't be me. I am not a captain who goes down with his ship. I am a sovereign who will delegate to people more suited for tunnels and darkness and the horrors that happen there. Pegasus' legion is at less than half strength. You'd waste them here. No. Rat Legion. I believe even you know them. By his expression, I see their reputation does precede them. They were on Mercury, he says. Sure, but you know how legions work. Like snakes shedding skin. What we're left with is the old skin between theatres. The tough skin. The veterans who earned their discharge. Ones that went toe-to-toe with Atlas. You know, our worst because they learned from the enemy. Odd, their centurions petitioned me personally to come up here. Something about you impaling their brothers and sisters from Heliopolis to Tyche. He sighs. That was Atlas. Poor man gets blamed for everything. You judge my name, not me. Yes. How unfair to prejudge a man based on something he can't control. I smile. What reflection of you shall I judge, then? Your company? Your politics? Your deeds? Gears move behind his eyes as he squints at me. Bluff. All omens, no figures. You may have snuck in Rat Legion, but if you try to bring real numbers, Helios and Dido will eviscerate them as they come up the Gravwell. We are invested in Phobos. We will take it. Yes, because you have to take it. Atalantia waits, licking her lips for you. You could drag it out for months, but we both know where the battle for Mars will be won. On the ground, in the tunnels. All this is blood down the drain. Yours, mine, all while Atalantia grows stronger. Oddly enough, that is my problem as much as it is his. Yes, I say. I've seen footage of your address to the 200 by now. I knew things were not perfect between you and your fiancée, but I must admit I hadn't counted on you openly rebelling against her. Can you blame me? He asks. Not one bit. Truly, I thought it was an expertly navigated and well-said bit of discourse. He smiles at that, the genuine compliment being received in kind. Virginia, I've known you almost my entire life. You've taught me some of my most cherished lessons, chief among them that we as a people need a language other than violence, or this war will never end. In many ways, you and I are more alike than anyone else in this struggle. We were both raised in the shadows of tyrants and expected to be the same. But you are not Nero any more than I am Octavia. You proved it by sparing my life all those years ago. Allow me to prove it now. At last, a hint of light. How? A solution to this quagmire. If you agree to quit Phobos with all your legions, I will guarantee safe passage to the planet. Including those encircled? Yes. It actually is generous. In return, you will agree to neither sabotage nor scuttle the Julii Sun shipyards. You will leave behind no saboteurs or assassins. You will, where possible, disarm your booby traps and turn over the codes to the defense systems to me. That seems generous of me, I say. It's not. You will suffer a blow to your reputation, as well as lose your seat in orbit and your ability to make ships. But that is already lost. With this, you stop the bleeding, and your republic will live to fight another day. Is that all I get? I ask. The taking of Mars is a complex puzzle of which Phobos is only one piece. Any mistake on my part, and my host will fracture or disappear into the red soil below. I will have the docks, but no fresh helium. Our stores are as low as you seem to think they are. I smile at that. I will have the moon, but a host of allies eager for their cut, and I spent all my ships. Except one. I noticed you're putting part of the dockyards to use on the Lightbringer. I don't think I've ever seen someone doing naval repairs during a battle before. He does not reply. To whom will you bequeath the moon? He looks uncomfortable. Come now, you won't keep it for yourself. You look greedy. Apollonius. Not your chief investor? Bellona won't like that. Of all my allies, if you could choose the loyalty of any, which would you choose? Were you me? He asks. I consider the question. Lysander and I do have similar ways of thinking. I would lock down the one ally my competitors would try to steal. Let me understand, just so we're clear. I'm to aid your war effort because I find you marginally less detestable than Atalantia Augrimus, I say. Only marginally? I would need a little more than a vague notion of your intent against Atalantia, I say. When I charged Phobos, I secured my reputation for valor. It was unsteady. But I lost some of that shine I had in Rome from all this. So now I need you to show I am an investment that pays off. If I do, I'll have the numbers to call a referendum to remove her dictatorial powers. Then, once her immunity is gone, I will call her to the bleeding place, and I will kill her. I watch him carefully through the glass of his helmet. He means it. Or he's an even better liar than I am. She's a fair blade. So am I. You don't have a reputation for that. Good. If you do that without a cause for blood, it will cast you as an immature, power-hungry little man. I have cause for blood. Atalantia killed my mother and my father, which is why I'll ask one last thing from the sovereign of the ill-fated republic as part of this merciful and honourable bargain. What's that? I'll be needing 2 oracles, if you can spare them. I think of my tanks back in Aegea. I can if you spare a Telemanus. He considers. For a votum? Just what I was thinking. He nods. I think it is important for you and me to understand. We are at war, but this war will not end until we can be civilized. He pauses. We recovered Ajax's body, but I would like his head. My friends and commanders roar in outrage when I tell them the deal I've struck with Lune. Sitting with her mother, Thraxa actually turns purple with rage. Screwface shakes his head and lists the casualties we've taken. Only Holiday nods along in agreement with me. Victra says nothing. She reclines in a chair with her legs spread and a whiskey balanced on her chest. Char stands up. We lose the docks, we lose the war. Ships are our only hope. Of course you'd say that, Harnessa says. Because I'm a blue? Because you're a fighter pilot, man. Red, blue, vermilion, you all fight to the last, Harnessa says. His eyes twinkle at me. Are you thinking we turtle the fleet? Play at friction between Lune and Atalantia? I smile. They're their own worst enemy. We give this to Lysander. He's a competitor. He's also our best chance of taking out Atalantia. So we want to empower a Lune to unite the society? Char asks. That's mad. He's weaker. He depends on alliances, on pleasing greedy tyrants who all think they're his most valuable ally, Holiday says. He can unite them because they are afraid of Atalantia. And we should be too. She is raw power, and a realist. Lune is an idealist. When she's gone, his allies will fight to fill her vacuum. There will be division, factions, weakness. Is that not a better plan than ramming our head against a wall up here? Everyone turns and looks at the cinder block of a woman, even Victra. What? The price these people paid for Phobos, you think they want to take on Mars? All the people that died up here just bought Mars a reprieve, unless Atalantia swoops in. So let's give her a problem, yeah? Victra sips her whiskey. Well, that's settled. We need to win so the grunt can run for office. Holiday looks embarrassed. I couldn't be prouder of her. It all comes down to one question in the end, I say. Who will crack first, Mars or the Golds? I bet my life on us a long time ago. Looking at the people in this room, I would do it again. Oh, don't get emotional, Victra says. You're the sovereign. We have to do as you say. I'm glad to hear you say that because I've agreed to not scuttle the dockyards as we depart. No one speaks, but I sense their unease. And you will have to give Ajax's head back, Victra. Victra grimaces. But I was crafting a chalice for Severo. She sighs. Fine, but really, Virginia, the Minotaur is in my house. No word from Severo or Darrow. We've lost Phobos. You said there was good news. I nod to Glaucus. He disappears out the door. Sophocles runs squealing from his pout in the back of the room and runs after Glaucus. Infectious laughter booms from the hall. A moment later, Glaucus returns, pushing Cavax in a wheelchair. Niobe and Thraxa rush him as Sophocles tries to inhale his face. Victra doesn't move, but tears well in her eyes. Shit. I said don't get emotional. Chapter 33. Lysander, Master of the Spoils. The transfer of Phobos is nearly complete, and so far Virginia has honored her word. That is good. It means this war need not end with a genocide on Mars. Yet it is still war. So, to rub salt in their wounds, I host the battle honors as the last Republic ship leaves the moon. Amidst the golds in their shining panoply and the greys under their proud standards, a feeble man walks carrying my once white cape. It is dark with blood and soot now. The man is as ruined as the cape. He is terribly burned, and looks like a wax sculpture that sat too close to a fire. He is not the same man I gave my cloak to. That man is dead. This one was from my own claw-drill. His gnarled hand trembles as he gives me back my cape. I drape it over my arm. It is filthy. His words are so slurred I cannot hear what he says. I bend and pin on his uniform a golden phalera of a torch burning a moon. He looks down at the torch and begins to sob. I rest a hand on his unburned forearm. This pain is temporary. Your glory is forever. Hail Orlo of Gamma! Thousands roar his name. Softly I say, I will make you whole. You are part of my house, and so you are part of me. Come to me when you are healed, and whatever you ask, you will have. Hail, Loon, he whispers out of his lipless mouth. Hail, Loon. Tears well in my eyes. I let them flow as I pin phalera on the few Helldivers who remain before moving up the hierarchy. All who partook in the battle will receive a phalera. Precious few are gold and come with the patron favor, an opportunity to approach me at any time later in life and ask for a boon. When I come to the Greys, I kiss Marcus, Demetrius, Kyber, and Drusilla on their cheeks. Roan doesn't want a medal. He's already at Dux. Fresh honors would be stealing valor from the men, he said. There are many Blues who earned honors, but none as much as Pytha. In addition to her charge on Phobos, when the Lightbringer was no longer fit to fight, she turned it into a refuge. She saved countless lives by using the ship to collect thousands of wounded and escape pods from damaged rimcrafts during the pitch of battle. To her I give the civic crown. Made of common oak leaves, it is the highest decoration a general can give. Unlike lesser phalera, its worth is not enhanced by the precious metals that make it, but rather only by the honor itself of receiving it, because no price can be put on the saving of lives. Later it will be tattooed onto her head to carry with her for life. I feel immense gratitude for her. Only when I saw her again did I cry for Ajax. She knew what he meant to me. I told many stories of our childhood to her when we sailed on the Archimedes. She held me in her arms, and I felt safe not having to be strong. When at last I come to the Golds, I look at with particular affection at the several dozen new men and women who made their marks. In you I see the future the conquerors intended, I tell them. Virtuous knights defending the rights of all colours to live in worlds of peace, order, and prosperity. It is you, new shepherds, who will carry the flame of the society. To you, no honours will be given. To be gold is honour enough. Instead, I levy a burden. Roan brings out custom razors, each with a pearl crescent on the leather grip. I cut the cheek opposite their peerless scars before giving them their blades. They stare at me as if I were Selenius himself. The room bursts into applause. I see Pytha watching the red who brought the cape, Orlo. Though he is burned, he claps and hollers in almost pathetic joy. For a moment she looks sad, Can she not see what I am doing here? She will. They all will, after I finish this blasted war. With the ceremony done, I return to Roan and he attaches my cape. What was white is now stained in blood. I do not turn my back, as is custom, to see if they will give me the highest honor a citizen can receive, an honor higher even than the civic crown, because it can only be given to a general by the acclaim of his troops, the grass crown. Instead, I face them, signaling that I do not deserve honors. They like that. Roan says the ritual words in my ear. Remember, you live for the fallen, for at your word they ran to the grave. Make not their sacrifice be ever in vain. A hologram glows to life to show the great statue of Darrow standing astride Phobos's North Pole. A ship from all my major allies fires on the statue as one. As his monument crumbles, the figureheads Darrow's hands imprisoned are liberated at last. Centaurs, suns, eagles, crescents, skulls, gold all, scatter out to space. We will let them go. And the retreating republic? They watch their idol fall. Per aspera ad astra, we roar. Pink acrobats twirl over the couches arrayed in Victra's garden. I pluck a grape from a passing servant's tray and plop it in my mouth. I worried I'd be seen as weak for reaching a compromise with Virginia. Far from it. My allies are elated. They could care less that we let the enemy retreat. Phobos itself is the prize, and not even Apollonius liked the style of war it was taking to claim it, though he was responsible for most of our gains. I saved us a year of blood and treasure, and won us a second dockyards for our faction, and a beachhead for our siege of the planet, and all it took was a little compromise. I am heady with success, but in no mood to celebrate. Is it possible for you to relax? Julia Albellona pours me a glass of wine from the pitcher. Don't I look relaxed? I ask, and sip the wine. Looking and being relaxed are very different things, young man. She sighs. Apollonius swore this party would be tasteful, so as not to offend our dusty guests, but honestly, I expected that to mean the pinks would be edible, Julia says, with a leer at the Dominion couches. She lies on her side next to me, pretending to be drunker than she is. Either humility has curbed his libido, or you have a stronger rein on him than I thought. I come back from my thoughts of Ajax and shift my blood-stained cloak before sipping my wine. I can't vouch for his libido, but I believe your Lancer Pallas is quickly becoming an authority on the subject. I warn you, the southern route is not always the way to Apollonius's heart. Julia laughs. Prostitute my Lancer? Vile. She's special. Like a daughter to me, really. Pallas, far more seriously dressed than she was at my party, is interrogating Helios Aulux, and he seems to be enjoying it. Missing is his shadow, Diomedes. Pallas is curious by nature, especially about powerful, simple men. Julia eyes me. Just not the ones who spit in her patron's eye in public. Me? I ask, mock offended. You? I financed half this endeavour, and you give Apollonius the dockyard. I should have you poisoned for that. Yet here we are, cosy as thieves, I reply. I promised Apollonius the dockyards in exchange for being a military marvel, which he was not. Who knows that better than he? I ask. Cicero, she replies. Still pouting? Still. Good. The little idiot. I will say, at least Apollonius pouts ferociously. I glance at Apollonius. The man reclines on a couch all to his own, drinking wine by the pitcher and having his feet mutilated by a red masseur with hands the size of dinner plates. He's not pouting. He's furious. You can't chastise or put reins on Apollonius. All you can do is consistently deliver until he realizes it's his turn. "Which would be now, I presume," she says. "Or he'd have fixed his face." I nod. Apollonius's gunshot wound to the face is as ugly as he is usually beautiful. "I think he's the only man I've ever met where his exterior always matches his interior. Take Cassius, for instance. Such a strong outer chin." Her eyes dart to me. I have no idea what she actually thinks of Cassius. "Word on that. If they try to sneak into Mars, we'll catch them," I say. "Helios assured me. For Darrow, he's pulled out all the stops." I pause as an acrobat descends on a column of silk. The pink comes to a stop upside down with her eyes very close to mine. Her breath is scented with cloves and roses. "We are talking," I say. "I don't mind," Julia says. "Go on, blow off some steam." I remain looking at the pink until she retreats back up the silk with a sigh. "All my energy is focused on this war, Julia. I literally don't care about anything but our path forward." "That's a little pathological and unhealthy." "They cut off Ajax's head," I say. "People are dying. The man who gave me this cape today, the red, his face was half melted. If you saw the look in his eyes, the faith, he believes we know what we are doing. I will not let him down." She holds my gaze. "Good. I also tire of petty things, but I need honesty." "Fine. I didn't give you the dockyards because I didn't need to, because you can't push the issue or take them back. And if you had them, you'd be too powerful. Mars always needs two families, one with helium, the other with military might." "So that's to be Bellona and I'm to be August?" she asks. "Gross." "Who won that battle? I let him have the yard so I can give you the planet." There is a particular quiet to a powerful person when they realize just how much more powerful they could become. They usually say nothing for quite some time, like Julia right now. "I know we've lost a lot of ships. I know you're worried about Atalantia. But Virginia thinks we are going to settle in here, recover our losses now that we have 2 dockyards. Build up a massive fleet until we attack. Everyone does, even Helios. He's already complaining about it. I say we shock the worlds, hit them in 3 days, a full iron rain with everything we've got." Her mouth falls open. "Lysander." "If you want the planet, you will back me. I'm going to propose it at the end of this party. I know Atalantia. She won't let us become more powerful than her. She will intervene. So let's move while she's tied up with Luna still. Speed is our weapon. Roan says it can be done. Apollonius is a nuke about to explode. Cicero wants redemption. The Rim is impatient to get this over with. We have the momentum. Darrow isn't down there. Let's win this." Horatia is right now working on Dido. If Dido is in, we can protect our flanks from Atalantia. So I'm going to go see if she is in. You think it through. Think fast. Speed is our weapon. Let's make Mars yours. I stand. She stares up at me. "When did you get such balls?" "When my friends started dying for me." She grabs my wrist. "It's your allies here who are taking the risk. The Rim will, of course, agree with this. You're trying to impress them. Unity, I thought that was just rhetoric." "No?" "Julia, it is not the society without the Rim. But before the society was anything else, it was an idea. That idea is what we need to reclaim. We are in this together. I tap my temple and pull my arm away. Dido's companions, a warmer variety of her chilly species, at least compared to Helios's fortress of isolationists, welcome me to join them on their couches next to Horatia. "So, golden boy, you spared us a looming disaster by sweet-talking Augustus. What next?" "That's what I came over to ask you to." "Dido hasn't given me her answer yet," Horatia says. "We already know what Helios will say," I reply. "But Helios won't stick around if Atalantia comes when we're taking the planet. He'll just pass the work off to her. Job done. So, if Atalantia comes and gives you an ultimatum, leave now or protect us, what will you do?" Dido watches me carefully. "What do you want, Lysander?" "I want the morning chair. I want Atalantia to die. She killed my parents because my mother and father were reformers." Dido glances at Horatia. Horatia nods. "With the rim, I want your people to believe you're more than your utility to us. That we take risks together and share the rewards together. I know you have all the food you need from Demeter's garden, but I know your civilization needs a better source of helium. Privation need not be a way of life. I want Martian helium fueling a second age of prosperity in the rim. I want reforms here." I nod up to the pinks. "I want them to be shifted to the arts, not processed for consumption. I want more dignity, less violence, more law. And I want you and I to be able to talk to one another directly without mystery and intrigue. It's the only way we're going to fix these worlds after the war." Dido leans back. "When I first met you, I thought you were a conniving little shit with too much ambition for his own good. You're all those things, but all this isn't for just your own good, is it?" "Only in my weaker moments." She glances at her friends. One by one, they nod. "There it is, then. If Atalantia comes, we won't run. And if Helios tries, he'll have to be the first Rim Imperator in history to abandon his own on a field of battle." She leans forward. He'd rather eat glass than have that after his name in the history books. Horatia touches my hand. I smile at her and stand. "I'll give the speech after dinner. Is Diomedes here?" I ask, looking at flowers and not picking them, as usual. Her companions almost smile. I look up at the pink acrobats. "No, the actual flowers. You know, Lysander, I like Horatia here, but the only reason we are talking like this is because of my son. He's your champion, in private at least." I frown. Could have fooled me. "Don't abuse him, please. He's far more gentle than he appears." I leave to wander Victra's gardens in search of Diomedes. The stars twinkle through the trees as I walk, and I feel a sense of satisfaction. Despite the difficulties, things are coming together. With the help of the Praetorian standing watch, I find the Rim Knight crouched over blue aura flowers near a running spring. "You're a hard man to find," I say. "Not really. I'm the only one in the garden." I had to ask the Praetorians. Didn't even know the garden went back this far. "Did you have to ask the soldiers, or did you want to?" He bends to look at a brilliant crimson flower shaped like a sword. "It's good to have a common touch with the men. I eat with mine. Every meal I hear." He points to the flower. "We don't have these. What are they called?" I pause. "The vanquished foe." His eyes darken, and he examines it for a few moments before standing in disgust. A bad name for a mediocre flower in a meagre garden. Compared to your horticulture, it must be. He turns on me, stone-faced. How is your heart? Your friend. I hear his head was returned today. You gave him a sun death. I frown, about to lie. Hurting. Thank you for asking. You're the only one here who has. Why do you think that is? Ajax was an asshole. No one mourned Tharsis either. I'm not sure even Apollonius has brought him up once. He says nothing. I nod toward the path and we begin to walk. You spoke with your mother about me, I say. He waits for me to go on. Thank you. Why did you? He considers. If the Rim and Kor refuse to be allies, it seems inevitable we will become adversaries. In either case, I think it would be preferable to deal with you than Atalantia. Your father and your mentor are both isolationists, I say. Yes. He nods toward the party. Our ways are older than yours in the Rim. We have older sayings because of it, older biases. Helios thinks we can burn the bridge behind us. He lifts his eyebrows. The core will always be more powerful than the Rim. In a war, we could never win. We could only make it not worth your while. In short, you seem to do what you say. I do what I say always. I think that is important. So do I. I said Mars must fall. I meant it. Tonight I'm going to propose we launch an Iron Rain as soon as possible. I would like to be able to say you and I have agreed to fall in the vanguard. Me with my Praetorians, you with your... Lysander, you are bleeding. I check my wounds. Your eyes. My fingers come away with blood as I wipe my eyes, and the ocular nerves ache with a dull pain. No. No, not now. Not like this. Diomedes is about to call out for help. I stop him. Kyber, I say. A pause. Step away, Aura, Kyber whispers. Diomedes jumps up when Kyber slips from the shadows. Kyber, I am poisoned. It's the lament. Get Roan. Kyber freezes. She knows the lament. Kyber! She's gone, Diomedes says. What can I do? The pain is growing exponentially worse by the second. I can barely keep my eyes open. Was it the wine Julia poured? The grapes? A flower in the garden? Atalantia. It has to be Atalantia. The pain has spread to my spine. I bend like an old man. What can I do? The pain is in my legs now, and my balls now. It's like a pressure made of fire. I sit down and try to stay as still as possible. I can barely breathe. The party in the distance is growing blurry. Keep them together, I whisper. I can't hear him reply, it hurts so bad. Drills burrow into my temples. I reach for the mind's eye. Octavia said the mind's eye could stop poison from spreading through the body, but I don't know how to use it that way. I try to feel my body, to slow my heartbeat, but all I sense is agony and loneliness. I know it's from the lament, but I cannot shake the abyss opening inside me. It swallows me until I feel nothing but pain and sorrow. I am alone in a hole, a boy, sobbing. I want to die. I want to die. Chapter 34. Virginia. Remember Earth. My sovereign, stand by for a tight beam with the Archimedes. If the enemy attempts to intercept the beam, we will have limited warning. My techs inform me. I run my hands through my hair. Sitting in my stateroom in the Deja Thoris, I feel more nervous than when I stood before Valdir the Unshorn. I understand. Cut the beam when you need to. We can't risk compromising their coordinates. My ship waits in the queue down to Mars. The enemy thinks we're merely being cautious, arranging our capital ships over the descending transports to protect them. In fact, they would laugh if they knew our real intentions. They will when they learn. Our best hope is they laugh themselves to death. I took a souvenir from Phobos before I left. A menu from a civilian eatery at the spaceport. I don't know why. Maybe because it felt like the Republic retreating from Phobos was the last moment of a dying age. I wanted a relic for what was and will never be again. I banished defeat from my mind and browsed the menu. One of the entries makes me smile. Ragnar's Vast Hunger, an ice cream dessert slathered with fudge, peanut butter, walnuts, cherries, and bananas that is claimed to be so large only the legend himself could eat it in one sitting. If you can match the famed hero's appetite, the dish is apparently free. Then my husband's face appears on the view screen above the menu, and I stare at him like he is the first man I've ever seen. It doesn't feel that long ago that I sat atop my horse, looking down at two young men by a lock at the Institute. There was Cassius, as distracting a man as has ever been made, but he was so used to drawing all eyes to him that he needed to be witnessed to spark. Then there was the other man, the dark one, not in features, but dark in his energy. There was a man who needed no witnesses to burn. His energy was igneous and parthenogenetic, fire reproduced of itself. At first glance, I knew he was a powerful being with no manners, no airs, no grace, only a direction, one that ran straight through me. It wasn't love that awoke in me. It was fear. But that is a part of love. It took time for me to see the sensitive being hidden behind his iron walls. It takes no time today. I don't even see what his trials have done to him. Those are details. I see his energy. It is not as dark as I remember. His eyes are soft, yearning, and do all but reach out across the void and embrace me. "Hello, Mustang." His masculine voice stirs up the silt of love, and the part of me that's been dormant since he left awakens. "Hello, Reaper," I whisper. Still, a shield lies between us, held by both parties. Either of us could be a program, an enemy ruse. "Our boy," he asks before our prearranged test. I find that touching. He couldn't wait. "Alive," I say. He looks down, overwhelmed with emotion. "When was he made? Confirm." "After your first rain," I answer, along with a numerical code. "What was waiting for us after our fun? Confirm." He gives a code in return and smiles at the memory. "Applause, innuendo, breakfast, bacon, and friends." "Applause? You wish." I force a laugh. It is, Darrow. I feel out of my body, unable to find the words. "Where are you?" I sound so young, so fragile. "With Cassius and Severo on the Archimedes." "Alive. Cavax, too. And your mother, and your friends made it home. Char, Screw, Thraxa, Honessus." Each name is a joy to him. "I'm days out from home at full torch. We can see Phobos on our scopes. How bad is it?" "You're not running full torch, are you?" I ask. "No, we've come this far, but we can if we need to. Virginia." "How bad is it? All we can see are debris. Did they make landfall on the planet?" "No landfall." "Did we lose Phobos?" "Yes. We've only just completed the evacuation." His frown is like one you'd see on a statue outside a military academy, a commander surveying the enemy formation and thinking. But there's no energy wash, no shooting. I was so angry at his departure, I'd nearly forgotten how comforting he is as a confidant. No judgment, no bullshit, just boundless competency. Some people shirk problems. Some fumble them or pull at them like Gordian knots. Darrow asks questions, finds the nerve centre, and then drives a spear into it. His only true strategic fault is that very same unwavering aggression. I don't soften the truth. I surrendered the moon to Loon in exchange for a peaceful transfer. When? 5 days ago. It took time. If only we hadn't taken the ecliptic plane back to Mars. He sags his head. The comment is so flagrantly vain it makes me furious at him. It breaks the spell his appearance cast over me. He'd what? Wave his hands and send a plague of boils on the enemy, a wave of floods to wash them out of the sectors? But I pause before I rebuke him. Just by the tone of voice I can tell he is not the man who left. He is older, his trials etched into his features. His crow's feet and forehead lines are now deep grooves. He is thinner, wearier, and concealing at least 5 injuries. He's encountered radiation, and his hair has only started growing back. He has a beard, a terrible, hairy beard. But the change I sense runs deeper than the physical. His restless anxiety has not gone, but it is muffled by a solemn maturity. Nothing grants wisdom like loss. "Do you think I made a mistake?" I ask. He considers. "I honestly won't know until I better understand the tactical situation. I will need a full report from your praetors when I get back." The more I look at him, the more my doubts compound. "Darrow, they know you're out there. They know you're in a cloaked ship. Lysander lived on the Archimedes for 10 years. The closer you come home, the more their patrols will tighten. They're on their telescopes. They may not sense you, but your ship isn't invisible. They will catch you." "Then come get me," he says, as if it was so easy. "Sally out with the fleet. Victor could run the op easy enough." I sigh at my inability to describe the battle and violence I've witnessed. Finally, I feel like he must have felt for so many years. Words will never do justice to the menace we survived. The intensity of emotions, or the cost of seeing so much destruction. So many things have happened I don't even see the purpose in relating. Apollonius, the shit tube, the nucleus, Valdir. "Darrow, we can't. We have to ground our ships." He flinches. "It is not the glamorous strategy, but it is my strategy. They almost destroyed our navy. Half our fleet is gone, and we don't have the repair yards anymore. Even if we did, I realize I wouldn't send them. How do I tell them it's not just the difficulty of getting through the enemy fleet that stays my hand?" He doesn't understand the level of faith people have in his return. They believe that it will be enough that he just arrives back on the planet. But I remember the sea of faces outside Lycos, the way they spoke the other names after Deanna, but had to shout his. They shout his name to invoke his power. Mars needs its savior back. But I look at Darrow, and I don't see a savior. I see an exhausted, bearded survivor stumbling home without the ships or the men to turn the tide. He gets back, then what? He's trapped inside the gold siege like the rest of us. The tactical risk is just not worth the strategic reward or cost. We need him on the outside. Pax's words in the snow come back to haunt me. Quicksilver will listen to only one man, and he's here, looking at me. "No," Darrow murmurs. He's read my expression. "Virginia, I'm only 4 days away." "Darrow." I take a breath. It hurts so much to say what I need to say. "Darrow, I want nothing more than for you to be home. for us to face this together, to see you and Pax in the same room. But you can't come home. Not yet. The words are like a bullet. Once they've left the barrel of my mouth, I cannot take them back. Nor would I. They are true. He falls silent. I fear facing down the tidal wave of emotion that he'll release. I fear he'll just ignore me, do what his passions tell him. Eventually he asks, "Why not?" "You've been out of this war for over half a year. There isn't time to catch you up. I can send a packet to do that, especially with your obsidians, Sephi. So much has happened. You have to trust me to know what Mars needs, because the longer we debate, the greater the chance they'll find you. If they find you, they will catch you, kill you. That would break Mars. That would break me. I couldn't take that. Not after all this." "I didn't come all this way just to sail past you," he growls. "Did you come all this way to die? Virginia, to hold my hand as I die? That's what will happen." "Darrow, my love, if you've ever trusted me, trust me now. The enemy wants you to return. They want us all in one place so they can exterminate us. If you come here, all you can do is wait for them to attack. If you are out there, you can work on the problem. You can build strength. Then when the time is right, you can combine it with ours. With our ships inside the planetary shields, Mars will be a fortress, wreathed with death and teeth. We will hold the planet. We will stave off defeat. I will not let Mars fall. But it's up to you to find us a path to victory." He wants to say I let Phobos fall. I can feel it. Or maybe I believe I feel it because I hold as much faith in him as all the others do. That in my place he somehow would have conjured a terrible miracle and sent the enemy into flight. He does not reply. "Darrow, this is the hardest thing I've ever had to do. The hardest thing—" My voice breaks. I fight back the tears. "Every morning you are my first thought. Maybe news has come as I slept. Maybe you've just landed in Aegea." I can't keep the strain from my voice. "But we need you out there, beyond their siege line, until you can return at the head of an armada." "There is no armada." "What if there were?" He ignores that and looks at me with so much pain I nearly recant all I've said. To travel so far, only to be turned away now, not by a scorned god or a twist of fate, but by his wife. "There has to be another way." "If there were, do you think I would ask this of you?" His eyes fall to his hands, as if they were to blame for the distance and years between us. "You told me not to go. When I left Luna, I should have listened. I just wanted to end it all." "I know. I thought one last push would see us through. Numb myself, put it all on me, get it done. Then we'd get to live the life we'd promised ourselves. Experience the future we wanted Pax to have. I know that was silly." "It wasn't silly. Reality is just more stubborn even than you." He takes a long, deep breath. "You know what I told myself out there? Each time my mistakes compounded. I'd say, 'Darrow, next time you listen to Virginia, you jackass. If you get so lucky to see her again, you listen to her as you should have all along. I'm not saying you're always right, but I know I tend to shut down, sometimes for years. That's not right. It's not the path I want to walk anymore. It's lonely, and we've always been stronger together. After all, we made our tribe together. We made Pax together." He grins, lopsided with a devil's sheen in his eyes. I don't care that he's putting it on for show. I don't care that he's not coming back with the victory he promised. He may have lost on Mercury, but he's conquered the worst part of himself, his intransigence. Nothing makes wisdom like true loss, it seems. So, since time's of the essence, you should give me your orders, my sovereign. Chapter 35. Darrow. Winds of Duty. After the Day of Red Doves, Regulus Ag Sun fled Luna on his flagship and disappeared along with the most advanced ships of his personal defense fleet. They were spotted between the orbits of Mars and Venus at Narcissus Station, and then again by one of our spy drones beneath the ecliptic plane. They were last sighted by a military sensor station here. Virginia's finger taps a small asteroid on the inner fringe of the belt. That was over 8 months ago. A hologram of Virginia floats in the lounge of the Archimedes. Ori is flying the ship. The door to the cockpit is closed and locked. Whether out of respect or horror, a stillness settles over Severo, Cassius, and I, as it becomes apparent to them Mars is no longer our destination. The only sound is the tick of Severo's knife as he trims his nails. Tick, tick, tick. I knew he'd never accept this news from me. I hope he will from Virginia. At first, I suspected that Regulus had built himself a refuge in the belt, perhaps a series of battle stations or doomsday bunkers should the war go foul. Then I found Regulus's Logos. That Logos traded his freedom for Regulus's books, not the ones Regulus reported to the Republic auditors, but his hidden accounts and registry of raw materials. I learned that Regulus's empire was larger even than I suspected. It seems for the last 10 years he's been siphoning helium from his mines in Cimmeria, as well as funding off-grid rare metal mining in the belt. The metals, mostly antimony, rhenium, neodymium, and tantalum, are all prerequisites for warship and next-gen weapons fabrication. Since this discovery, our agents and telescopes have searched for the location of his laboratory and dockyard. Despite the resources at my disposal, those efforts were in vain. Until a few weeks ago. We have found Regulus. An oblong asteroid appears to the left of Virginia's face. Cassius pulls it outward and expands. What you are looking at is asteroid 12193, an asteroid so unremarkable that even 600 years after its discovery, it still does not have a name. Severo's knife stops as the computer calculates the distance from Mars to the asteroid on the map and gives a range of estimated flight times based on potential velocities. The faster we go, the more risk we assume. My analysts and I believe that this asteroid is not only a base for Regulus's operations, it is a factory and laboratory for military research. Taking into account the ships that Regulus took with him when he fled, as well as the quantity of metals he has mined over the last 9 years, we believe this asteroid to contain a force large enough to shift the balance in this war. 5 of our fastest ships were deployed to reach this station. We have lost contact with all of them. Whether that is gold jamming or something else, we don't know. Your ship possesses a unique combination of traits that should help you succeed where they may have failed. A whisper corvette made by the Rim, cloaked by Regulus's best technology. And a diversion in the form of an assault on Ceres that should draw enough of their squadrons to allow you to sneak through. Who is leading that assault? I ask. Praetor Chiarti Inaran. I approve. She's a dangerous asteroid fighter, one of Orion's best. Your mission is to reconnoiter the asteroid, establish contact with Regulus, and persuade him to bring the sum of his hoarded might back into the fight. Regulus believes Darrow and Severo are dead. No one save Matteo is closer to that bastard's cold heart than the two of you. I am counting on you to convince him to rejoin this war. Why can't we just beam them a message? Severo asks. 1, our relays are down. 2, the strength of signal required would alert our enemies and lead them straight to the asteroid. 3, they won't answer. Quick stubbornness, psoriasis. What if he doesn't want to get back in the game? Severo asks, looking for a way out. Then you force him back in, like you forced Lorne to fight against Octavia. She looks off-screen, and anxiety saws at me. I thought we'd have more time. Virginia confirms my fear. It seems the enemy has finally noticed this transmission and is attempting to trace its location. The Lightbringer will have your coordinates in minutes. Victra, Server says. I want to see her. I want to see my baby. Virginia is the picture of empathy. I'm sorry, Severo. She's on the planet already. The only reason you're getting this is because it's not being blocked by the shields. Once I go down there, you might not hear from me until you get back, unless the shields go down. Does she know I'm alive? She knew the whole time. Even when my hope was dim, she knew, Severo. She would want me to come home, he says, almost to himself. She would want you to win this war, Severo. You know that's how you protect your family. After all you've been through, you're alive. Don't throw that away now. The abomination told me to tell you hello, Severo says, and it seems like a jab. If I ever saw you again. Last thing he said to me, tell my sister I send my regards. Virginia stiffens. Severo, I am sorry for what happened. So fun, being a bit player in your clone family drama, he says. So happy you got rescued and left me behind. I barely escaped myself. I wanted to come back for you. Duty, though. Registers. You're the sovereign. No hard feelings, horsey. None at all. Is there anything you want me to tell Victra? He looks down. No, she knows. Then he leaves. Cassius follows to give me privacy, but Virginia calls for him to wait. I feel schoolboy resentment creep in, that she would spend precious seconds on him. It's been too long, Cassius, but it's good to see you back where you belong. He smiles. And you where you always belonged. He hesitates. Have you spoken to Lysander, face to face? Virginia nods. A word of advice when treating with him. Just because he wants to keep his word does not mean he will. I'll remember that. And, Cassius, the Republic welcomes you. I would like to offer you a battlefield promotion to Morning Knight of the Republic. Will you accept? Cassius blinks, stunned, then bows very formally. It would be my honor, my sovereign. He leaves with a nod to me. Now that we're alone, Virginia allows her concern to show. Severo, is he... Well, working through it, I say. Grief enters her eyes. What is it? Nothing. Guilt, I suppose. It is good to see you three together, despite everything. She's holding something back, but I don't press. Taro, there's something you should know. The agent who found Quicksilver is named Lyria of Legolos. She was an unwilling participant in Pax's kidnapping and Electra's, yet Victra and I owe that girl a debt. Do not let Severo kill her. Unwilling? She's just a girl. She didn't know. But she's more than made up for it, and don't you kill her either. Your son sent her out there. Pax believes in her. Virginia, you know Regulus. She may already be dead. She shakes her head. Perhaps, but I think Matteo may be an ally in this. One more thing. Volsung Fa and the Obsidians who sacked Olympia were last seen raiding asteroid cities along your route. I need you to promise me you won't seek him out. She told me about Fa as we waited for Severo and Cassius to join. My blood boiled to think of Sephi splayed open by an obvious fraud. That my Volk went with them afterwards boggles my mind. It's not important now. I know my mission. Trust me. I reassure her with a smile. She watches me without speaking, and I feel the tender beat of her heart against my chest. It's harder than I thought it'd be, sending you away. You're so close. There's too much to say. It's not fair, is it? I ask. No. It rends me apart that I can't use these last seconds for us. Virginia, if Quick won't come back, if we can't make him, there may be another option. I tell her about Ori and Athena's offer to Severo as quickly as I can. In Ilium? She asks when I finish. That would add months. I know. She goes quiet. I know her techs are talking to her. Darrow, I know what you had to do in order to secure a peace with Romulus, but I doubt anyone who survived the purges will see it that way. You can't go to Ilium. Well, they didn't invite me, anyway. How long can you hold Mars? I'm stalling now to get more time with her. As long as I have to. I'm sending you an intel packet so you can know what I know about our enemies. In it is a set of coordinates. When you return, all Republic vessels not under Mars's shields will rally to those coordinates to rendezvous with whatever ships you bring back. Do not rush home just to lose. You cannot squander our last chance. I am grounding our ships here on Mars to preserve them for your return. So promise me you will not come back unless you think we can win. I understand. Looking at her is too hard. I glance down as I continue, trying to use my last seconds well. Virginia, I need you to tell Pax something for me. Tell him that I am proud of him, that all I've done was for him, even if he doesn't feel like it. I didn't do it all right, but I believe I did it for the right reasons. Tell him I love him more than my own life. Tell him... I stop because she has already gone. The signal has been cut on her end. Without her hologram, the room is darker, and so am I. I linger in the silence because as long as I linger, as long as I do not look up and see where her image once was, she does not feel so very far away. I've read through The Path of the Veil enough to know that some currents cannot be fought, no matter how good a swimmer I think I am. Far better to hope that the rapids I sail upon will carry me to new opportunities, new allies. Still, the closer we drew to Mars, the more I allowed myself to expect I would hold her in my arms, breathe in the life of her, make so many mistakes right. Not yet, I suppose. When I'm ready to face reality, I look up into the empty space she had once filled with light. Tell him, I wish he and I had kept riding that grav bike, I say. Tell him when this is over, we'll ride from coast to coast. Just him and me. Dinner is a silent affair. Ori joins us and asks a few questions about our conversation with Virginia, but gives up when neither Cassius nor I engage. The ship, now millions of kilometers further from Mars than when the day began, feels hollower even though no one has left. Severo does not attend dinner. After we've finished, I take Severo a plate of ham and leave it outside the escape pod hatch. I'm sorry, I say. It's not fair. It's not what I promised. If we had two ships, if there was a way to shoot you home with a catapult, I'd do it. It's not fair I got to talk to Virginia and you didn't get to talk to Victra. It's not fair. I'm sorry. But they're alive. Together. Like we are. They have each other's backs. They'll keep each other safe. Just like we'll get each other home. I'll shut up now. Oh, there's food if you want it. It's ham. I can't resist adding, Cassius and I are training again in the morning. if you want to join." He doesn't reply, but that's fine. I said what I felt true and right. I return to the galley to clean up, finding peace and making sure every crumb is accounted for and disposed of. Cassius looks for a similar piece in the bottom of his wine cup. Ori disappears and returns with the lyre Harnassus made for her. "I've never been so far from Io for so long," she says. "I find myself very homesick. Yet it was Athena who told me there is no home for those born slaves. Only a prison the master tricked you into calling home. The true home for a slave is in dreams, except on Mars where slaves make dreams real. I always found that a beautiful thought." There are no words to her song, but she hums along with the delicate sounds of the lyre. As she plays, the anvil weight of war lightens, and human emotions emerge in me. I close my eyes and think of my home. God trees grow and spread their limbs through my tired mind. The thermic breeze rustles the tunic of my son, soft sunlight caresses my wife's face. The delicate music summons ghosts from my past. Ragnar lives again, wild and big and brave. I see him toppled by red children in Tinos, taking the razor from my hand in a field of mud. I see my father kissing my mother by our small kitchen table. I see Orion grinning at me across the bridge of the ship we called home. I see Lorne frowning at me in disapproval, Alexander looking up at me for approval. Fitzner whisking me away to safety the moment I learned he was Ares, and he said, "It's me, boyo. It's always been me." I see Io looking back over her shoulder as she races into the deep mines, frozen in time like the light of a star, which carries on so many years after it dies. Tears flow from my eyes. When I wipe them away, I see I am not alone. Cassius weeps as well. After Ori has finished her song, Cassius fetches cups and pours us all wine. Seeing my eyebrows rise, he gives himself the smallest portion. With the reddest eyes in the room, he sniffs, wipes his nose with his sleeve, and raises his glass. "To the engines, the reactor, rapid winds may they devise. To our hearts, to our hands, toward deeds brave and true may they rise. To the Republic, to Mars, for hope and liberty ever may they stride." He thinks for a moment. "To our sovereign, a lion gold, but wise as Minerva grey-eyed." We drink. When the wine is gone, we melt away into the hollows of the ship. Neither Cassius nor I mention training tonight. Laying in my bunk, the path on my chest, I look up at the ceiling at the scrawl that Lysander left behind after 10 years of calling this ship home. My eyes fix on his family phrase, "Lux ex tenebris." Out of darkness, light. The words of the enemy hang over my head, and I feel purpose in a way I haven't in some time. I have done what I promised myself I would in the prison that was Marcher 1632. I listened to Virginia. Now the rest is up to me. I look out the small bunk window and see Mars. It is no longer a light whose growing brightness measures my progress home. The moment Virginia told me what I had to do, I thought my hope would diminish in seeing this last glimpse of Mars. But it doesn't. I hold the light inside even as my home shrinks in the distance and our black ship races toward the belt. Chapter 36. Lysander. Jurisdiction. "Lysander, Wake up. I emerge from the darkness into pain. A familiar voice speaks in my ear. Pythas, rushed and worried. Lysander, can you hear me? You are poisoned and put in a medically induced coma. We've only just brought you out. Something has happened. Squeeze my hand if you can hear me. I can understand her, but I cannot reply. My body is possessed by a cold flame. It ghosts through my bones like a memory of hell. It wants to be hot, the flame. Something restrains it. A drug. I feel the numbness in my thoughts. This won't do. We need him lucid. He's an eggplant. Cicero's voice. Do you hear that? Hear what? Pythas says. Boots. They're coming. Damn it. Exeter must have told them. There's a whoosh of a door retracting. Boots thump into the room. Pulse weapons whine. A demonic voice rasps, Step back from the blood. Praetorians, we mean your Dominus no harm. It's me, Cicero. Dominus, step back from the blood, or you will be fired upon. It's too late, Khyber. We already pulled him out. Pythas shakes me. Wake up! Moon boy! Can you hear me? You need to wake up. Everything is at stake. Praetorian Khyber, be reasonable, Cicero says. We are Lysander's closest companions. Not to mention I was your host on Venus, and positively drowned you all in wine and pinks. Furthermore, I am the head of a house of the conquering. Roan, thank Jove, there you are. Tell your men to stand down. This is absurd behaviour. Roan's voice is hostile. You woke him. My orders were clear. Yes, you surpass your post, my goodman. You have no right... Domini. I am his dux. I have every right to make decisions for him when he is incapacitated. You are the one without right. I am also the ranking officer on the Lightbringer, Captain Pyther. Flavinus, what is wrong with you? Pyther snaps. You know he'd want to be woken. He risked everything for this alliance with the Rim. He'd never forgive us if... Pyther... I murmur. They stop arguing. Cicero leaps to my side, shoving Pyther out of the way in his elation to see me first. Salve, brother. How do you feel? Shit. I'll say. We thought you'd died. Don't do that to me. You know I've a timorous heart. My sister has been keeping things afloat. Don't you worry. Report. Roan approaches. Dominus, you are poisoned. Do you remember? Rain. Fall yet? He needs water, Pyther says, and presses a metal straw to my lips, embarrassing both Cicero and Roan for not considering my comfort. I'm happiest to see Pyther. Her civic crown has been tattooed. It looks proper on her head. My swallows are sluggish, but the water cools the arid rawness of my throat. I choke in my eagerness to fill myself with it. Pyther wipes tears from my face with a corner of her uniform. The tears are bloody. Now I recognize the cold flame in my body. I remember the poison. Medusa's lament, I murmur. Roan nods. Even my teeth are starting to ache. It will get worse, far worse. I take a few moments to sift through the muddle of my thoughts. How long? 8 days since you went under, Pyther says, unable to hide her relief. Don't strain yourself. We have Atalanta's assassin, Roan reports. It was one of the pink acrobats, I fear. The one who came down on her silks to offer me a bit of leisure. Wrath wasn't incriminated. We have her confession recorded should you like to send it to the 200 and make a formal complaint. But some know already. Many are furious. You're even more popular than before you started crying blood. What an advantage! Cicero is far too delighted by my poisoning. She swung and she missed Lysander. It's brilliant. This might be the costliest assassination attempt in that heinous woman's storied career. We have the votes. We can call a session of the 200 and strip her of her powers. Maybe worse. Lysander Invictus indeed. But never mind that. You're awake now. Much has happened. Tell me, I croak. Lysander, they're in. They're abandoning the siege, Pythes says, blessedly blunt. Diomedes has been asking to speak with you since yesterday. Roan wouldn't allow it. Your Medici panel agree that 9 more days were required to guarantee your recovery, Roan explains. I consulted with Lady Bellona and Apollonius and ordered their advice followed. I didn't want to risk your life, Dominus. Where is Ajax? They go quiet. Oh, sorry. My head's a little off. Cicero can't help himself. Lysander, you have to stop the Rim from leaving. All we've worked for. It's at risk. Dido won't listen to me or Lady Bellona. Make Diomedes listen to you. Make him tell his mother to stay, or at least tell us what is happening. By the look in Pythes' eyes, I know she thinks that is a dubious proposition and woke me for a different reason. Her hand squeezes mine. There's another option, she says. He said as much to me. I nod, eliciting thunderclaps of pain. Show him in. Roan objects. Dominus, Medusa's lament is not finished with you. It won't be for some time. If you remain awake, you could go into shock. The risk to your nervous system and for organ failure is acceptable. Show him in. The old soldier holds my gaze and nods with reluctance. Diomedes enters the room wearing his dusty cloak of office. I fear I've caused a disturbance, he says, and surveys me in my medical bed with deep concern. But I'm glad you're awake. Flavinius thinks I've killed you by waking you too early. Overprotective, I murmur, just doing his duty. If Diomedes wasn't worried at the sight of me, he is by the halting rasp of my voice. Beneath that worry is a tension I don't like one bit. My friends did not exaggerate. He is leaving. I fight back the panic rising in me. They say Medusa's lament is unpleasant, he says, understated as ever. I'm pleased to hear that you will survive. Are you in pain? Why are you leaving? Our reign... A fresh surge of agony lances through my left eye socket and stirs my brain into bloody grey mush. What? I breathe heavily, waving off his concern with a clumsy hand. What has happened? The beacons of Jupiter burn red. Ilium is under attack. I don't understand. Ilium. The moons around Jupiter. His home. The pain makes it hard to think, but not as hard as the painkillers pumping into me through the med bracelet. Forming thoughts is like walking through neck-deep sludge. Attack? Yes. The Republic. Daru? How? No, not the Republic. He hesitates. 2 days ago, we received an emergency tight beam from my grandmother in Sungrave and the Moon Council on Ganymede. Both messages were confirmed by our long lenses near the belt. He hesitates. Trust me, I say. Ilium is under attack by an obsidian fleet led by a warlord, one who might be known to you through your intelligence reports. Volsung Fa. I think very hard. The pirate leader, the same who attacked Olympia, stole the Pandora and the Volk fleet. I feel like I've been asleep for years. He's raiding the asteroid belt, Republic cities, trade posts. His fight is with them." "We thought so, too. It seems that's changed," Diomedes says. 3 days ago, the Ilium Guard responded to an Ascomani raid at Garmaga, one of the outer moons of Jupiter. Instead of encountering a raiding group of Ascomani corvettes, as intelligence suggested, they encountered a core-grade war fleet comprising dreadnoughts and destroyers, supplemented by Ascomani ships in numbers not even my great-grandfather ever encountered. The Ilium Guard was destroyed completely. I must be high on the painkillers. The defense fleet of the Ra homeland gone? There were warnings, of course. My grandmother, the isolationist who cried wolf one too many times. Our intelligence is incomplete, but we believe Thar has united the Ascomani and the Volk. He claims to be the father of Ragnar Volaris. We heard that rumor too. Is he? We don't know. I'm breaking the law even telling you we don't know. Like you, we thought he was still somewhere in the belt attacking Republic stations and trade posts. Apparently his ransacking of Mars, his coup of Seifi, now seem nothing more than stepping stones for his true ambition. A war against my people, just when we can least afford it. He saw his chance and exploited it. Very clever, but not surprising in the end. That is the problem with rebellions. They incite others to rebel. Exhausted, I hang my head in sluggish thought. Diomedes, we have Mars in our grasp. All we did here. If you leave now— I know. I am sorry, Lysander. But no victory is worth a people's home. We must protect Ilium. We're far closer than the Shadow Armada. Our consuls are in agreement. Even my mother. The Dragon and Dust Armadas will return home at full torch. Demeter's garter, I whisper. Nothing else could make Dido and Helios react so aggressively except a threat to the breadbasket of the Rim. You think the Ascomani may be able to take the garter? He almost scoffs. Even the Ash Lord and Fabii couldn't take Io. But we cannot let obsidians run rampant in our home system. Not everything is so well defended. We have a duty to protect our people. I sigh in relief for him. If the garter were to fall, it would mean famine, death. The Rim is far more fragile than it pretends to be. Life is so hard far away from the sun. When are you leaving? I rasp. Once all the troops are loaded. When? Just over 3 hours from now. Even though I feel for the Rim, it is impossible not to think of my own plight. Without their ships, their troops, my faction will be hard-pressed to maintain the siege, much less take the surface. I feel a second schism forming, all our progress reversing. My allies will be furious at being abandoned. Somewhere Atalantia will be laughing, the Republic wiping their brows. But Pytha would not wake me unless there was something I could do about this calamity. Filled with immense love for her, I narrow my eyes at Diomedes. Is it just the pain, just the drugs, or is he far more talkative and open than usual? Then why wake me? I ask. He considers for a long time. When you came to Ilium, when you promised an alliance, I thought you were a boy who wanted to matter so badly he'd bend everything to do it, even the truth. On Mercury, I felt that suspicion confirmed. But then you stood in Rome. Then you spoke. Then you sailed. Then, when blood was demanded here to turn pretty promises into hard truths, you opened a vein. you did what you said you would do. I worry. I know Atalantia is not that sort of leader. I fear her. If we leave, the alliance will break, but we must leave. So you must come with us. Prove to Helios, to all, this alliance is more than convenience. Prove it is the future. We do not live in the shadow of Rhea. We make our own light. I have never seen him so passionate. I do not take his hand despite the emotions riding in me. If I do sail with you, what assurances do I have you will return to finish what we started here? I bind my honor to this. We will give you the shield of Akari. He smiles. And my consul, Dido Aura, has granted me the right to bind her honor to that pledge as well. Help us. The Dragon Armada will come back and help you. The shield of Akari? Lady Bologna says. They haven't given that relic to a core girl since Selenius died. It must be under a meter of dust in Plutus. Unable to stand, I must look pathetic to my allies in the floating chair I rode to the emergency summit held in Julia's new base of operations, Quicksilver's former estate. Horatia has gone home to manage Mercury. Cicero stands at my side, firmly backing my petition to my allies to aid the Rim. Naturally, Apollonius was the last to arrive. He rode into Quicksilver's former palace on a winged chimera he took as a spoil of war from Julia's household menagerie. After the beast was led out by nervous Bologna guards, I informed my allies of the Rim's plight and Diomedes' offer. The shield is only given to signify a century pact, I reply with a nod. There has not been one since Selenius died. We change that, we can turn this tragedy into unity. Diomedes offered it to you? She asks, skeptical. He did, backed by his mother and the Dragon Armada. Apollonius laughs heartily. The Obsidians have attacked Ilium. The fools. A Sicilian expedition worthy of Alcibiades. What ruinous ambition this far has. Do we have a picture of the devil? The Republic might, but we don't, I say, trying my best to mask the pain I'm in. Delicious. A mystery. But Flavinius was right. Better to slumber through the lower fares and save your vigour for the clarion call of worthier contests. The field of fame is Mars. As soon as Darrow slithers in, all their names will await our glittering spears. With his servants excluded from the meeting, Apollonius is reduced to combing his own hair. He looks awkward doing it, and tugs at a knot with a grimace. He must have grown bored of his inconvenient and ghastly bullet wound. It is covered with the first layers of a carver's work. Apollonius is not done. Surely you lower yourself by journeying to that dismal shadowland to hunt mongoloids. Much remains unfinished here, Lysander. Julia watched Apollonius throughout his monologue with a look of weary tolerance. Shield or no shield, I believe I agree with Roth, though he does his best to lose the plot. Julia fixes me with her banker's gaze, tallying both my proposal and my infirmity. How dire is the threat, truly? Even Fabii couldn't crack Io, much less Sungrave or the Garter, and he had the Sword Armada. It is dire enough to recall their whole fleet, I say. Her eyes flick to Roan, who stands behind me. Do you agree, Flavinius? Roan hesitates and glances at me. You can answer, I say. He already did, with his eyes, Julia says. But he's a loyal man. Don't put him on the spot. The calamity this causes our campaign will be felt whether I go with them or not, I say. We simply cannot take Mars without support from either House Grimace or House Ra. If my condition is any indication, the former will never happen, and we're teetering on open war with Grimace. That is a fact. We cannot stop Diomedes from leaving. Another fact. But if they go, their isolationist faction is champing at the bit to use our lack of participation as a pretext to end the alliance and not return. I see the problem and the opportunity, Julia says. If we don't bend, we set ourselves up to break. But what exactly do you have in mind? I take a deep breath and fight back the pains that rack my gut. House Roth, Bellona, and your respective clients will maintain the siege of Mars and continue repairs to Phobos and ship production. House Loon and Cicero, with a few of his ships, will lend aid to the Rim. As my Lightbringer cannot match the speed of their armada, my Praetorians and I will go ahead on Diomedes' or Dido's ship. Cicero will follow with the Lightbringer, my House Legions, and his own ships. Anticipating their objections to the risk of my person, I quickly explain. There is a high chance that the Rim will meet and destroy the Obsidian fleet before our ships even make it to Ilium. I don't want to waste this opportunity by having our condition dismissed as theatre. If there is a battle, I will play some part in it so no one can say I did not help my allies. Julia frowns. Votum, this unity madness has bitten you too? Yes, Cicero says. I caused us the assault on Phobos. I know that since then my opinion has been taken very lightly, justifiably so. I apologize. I put my interests ahead of this faction of ours. But I believe we have a moral obligation here. I believe we must disprove this theory that the Corps has no honor. That is why I will volunteer my flagship and urge you all to contribute something to this venture. We should not allow civilization, even far-flung, to be marauded by barbarians. Apollonius stands and prowls the room, combing his hair as he thinks. Lysander, I applaud your courage, but be honest. Are you up to it? Julia asks. You can't yet stand. The lament is no idle matter. I put a hand out. Roan. He is a little slow to help me up, but with his aid I gain my feet. A loon never stands without his guard, I reply. So it will be as it always was. Apollonius laughs, and I know he's thinking of all the glory he'll take for himself when I'm gone. Julia rolls her eyes. Well, since the rain is called off, we need time to build our fleet here and over Venus. I'll send Pallas with you. She watches Apollonius hurl his razor 30 meters into the air, yawn, and catch it with his eyes closed. Don't die. 3 hours after Diomedes left me in my bed, Roan pushes my floating chair through the hangar toward the disembarking Ra army. The last of the Ra troops and engineers fall upward in the gravity column toward a vast aperture in the Dragon Song. Roan looks like he's walking to the gallows. 1,000 of my best Praetorians follow behind us. I'd take more, but mobilizing the whole legion will take at least a day, and the Ra are very punctual. Dominus, I must reiterate my concern, Roan says. Leaving Phobos will put your territory in jeopardy. You leave the door open for Atalantia to snatch your allies. Never mind the risks to your own life. You speak as if staying here with Atalantia would not be a risk to my life, I argue. Tell me, Roan, if we were sailing to protect Mercury, would you sing that same tune? I ask. Mercury deserves our protection. I know you don't trust the Ra and the grudge you hold for them, but we can't build a future if we cling to the past. Roan stops the chair. Dominus, I beg you not to do this. Not only is it a waste of your time, it is an insult to those of the guard who died at Ilium. I've held my tongue, but I must say use it now. This venture is beneath you. I search his hard eyes. You really should have woken me. I know you're sworn to guard my life, but I hoped you knew my heart as well. Your heart, like your friends, may not always be wise. Remember, you are my dux, not my keeper. I value your counsel, but you obey my will, and the matter is concluded. I hold his gaze. My eyes ache as if they've been stabbed. The lament rose through my body like a cat around a house. Yes, Dominus. Diomedes waits for me with his mother just shy of the boarding troops. Neither looks pleased. Dido's thick, dark gold hair flows freely over her right shoulder. She spares me a meagre smile that does not reach her eyes, and scans the praetorians behind me. Small change of plans. Potentially awkward, but not unnavigable. Helios has taken Imperium of both fleets, Diomedes explains. The Moon Lords are in a panic. Grandmother is punishing my mother for this war. When Helios discovered your intentions, he forbade you from travelling with my mother. How did he find out? I told him, Diomedes says, as was my duty. My son, the stick in the mud. He mistakes stubbornness for wisdom and loose lips for honesty, Dido says, but Helios may yet say yes. He gave you high praise for your performance at Phobos. What praise? I say. He didn't criticize you once, Diomedes says. As raving an endorsement as you'll receive from the old ass. Dido clarifies with a roll of her eyes, then glares across the hangar. Speak of the mule, and he appears. Helios and his castle of isolationists stride across the hangar. The god glove of the dustmaker glints on Helios's right hand. Helios glares at the praetorians. I hear you want to go on a propaganda tour, Helios says to me. Pride has ruined better men than either of us, I say. We will come with you, if you let us, with my Lightbringer following with a small fleet. My people have been repairing her for 2 weeks now. She's not pretty, but she still punches. Consider that fleet as insurance. If you do not need our fleet, do not use us, but let us show our respect for you, or cancel our alliance here and now. Helios doesn't hate that reply. Tell me, Loon, have you ever fought an Ascomani from the far ink? Have any of your guard even seen one? Their tactics are as alien to you as their language. You will be lost. Consul Lux, have you ever fought Darrow's Volk shock troopers? Diomedes asks. Helios's eyes flash with annoyance at his too honest protege. I have not, but the Praetorians have, and Far seems to have recruited many of Darrow's veterans. You doubt our arms? Helios asks. No, just our experience, as you doubted Loon's. Perhaps we have something to teach one another after all. Helios says nothing for a long, odd moment. When he speaks, his tone is entirely different. It shows the respect he has for Diomedes, if not for me. You can ask me to trust you, Loon. Very well. Prove your trust to me. Come, but I'll allow no more than 10 of your killers aboard my dustmaker. The rest must follow in your snail ships. 10 is an insult to men of his station, Roan says from behind. He's a loon. Precisely, Helios says. I turn on Roan, astounded by his lack of discipline. Silence, Flavinius. The motion sends excruciating shocks of pain through my spinal cord and calves. He can bring all he likes onto the dragon song, Dido offers, wary as she scrutinizes Helios. 10, Helios says, and if he comes along with us, he must ride with me. You two are too cozy as it is. 10 will suffice, I say. Thank you. Choose them and load. We've wasted time enough. Diomedes, you have his mark. He turns on a heel and departs with his cadre. That took a lot of energy. Helios thought I wouldn't do it, and Flavinius tried to stop me. I wheel on him. Flavinius, tell me now. Should I leave you behind? Answer truthfully. No, Dominus. I apologize. Then pick 9 of your best, pack your gear, and get on board. I look past him. We'll be taking Demetrius, Drusilla, Marcus, Coriolanus, and 5 more of Roane's best, but my whisper is missing. Have you seen Khyber? Yes, Dominus. She took a shot from a sniper, Roane says. What, just now? I only just saw her, I say in concern. Roane motions up Demetrius. Got hit on the way to the barracks to get her kit, Dominus. She'll live. Sniper didn't, Demetrius says. We got her back to the medbay before she bled out. Knowing her, she'll follow in the Lightbringer. Good, I say. I waver. Pain pounds my temples and races along my spine, causing an ache between my shoulder blades. I feel sick. Snipers, though? They've been active since you've been under. So much for Lionheart's word, Roane says. If they're affiliated, I muse. Then I call out to my men, not part of Roane's picked 9, and urge them to give Khyber my best wishes on a speedy recovery. As the Praetorians sort their equipment, I approach Dido and Diomedes. What did Helios mean by your mark? Asked Diomedes. If you make any mischief, I lose my cloak, Diomedes replies, as if he's won a great victory. Dido was not pleased. She frowns after Helios, as if he'd sprouted horns. What is it? I ask. The only reason he'd say yes is if he was worried we might need you. Has he fought this far before, in the far ink? Dido shakes her head. No, none of us have. Until this attack we thought he was a myth. No matter, Ascomani and Volk. They're just genetic perversions and thick-brained infantry. They'll probably tear one another apart before we even reach the belt. She presses something into my hand. For the poison. It'll help. Diomedes will show you how to use it. Godspeed, boys. I will see you in Ilium. Part 3. Tempest. Ah, how shameless, the way these mortals blame the gods. From us alone, they say, come all their miseries. Yet, but they themselves, with their own reckless ways, compound their pains beyond their proper share. Homer. Chapter 37. Darrow. Cacophony. As the Archimedes approaches the asteroid that is said to hold the Republic's salvation, I fidget with Pax's grav-bike key. Thrax's razor, bad lass, rests in my lap. I am thankful for both. One is a reminder to stay the path. The other is a tool to help me do so. The asteroid doesn't look like much. It is grey, oblong, and lies on an outer shoulder of the belt, mined long before the age of Ovidius. Well, we made it here in one piece, Cassius says, and sips his caf. His thermal is pulled tight up to his neck. A bruise peeks out and stretches to his right ear. Hard part's done. You've never had a conversation with Quicksilver, I say, and kick my feet up on the wall. He slugs me on the shoulder. Sorry. I lower my feet. You and Quick are close, he says. At least from what you've said. I thought you were his favourite. True, but he can be tricky. Still no energy readings. Metal, yes, but this was a mining sector. Should I start to hail the asteroid? He asks. If he is here, he's already seen us, I say. We have a stealth hull. Yes, one his company made. He doesn't create questions to which he doesn't have answers. My guess is if he's in there, he's been watching us for some time. I bet he's as horrified as I am about the state of the hull. My poor ship is falling to ruins. Honestly, between you and Severo, it's a wonder there's not literal shit in the halls. Sorry, we usually have janitors, I say. Really? He doesn't even flush. A life of privilege is no excuse for slovenliness. He sets his caff aside and sprays the wall where my foot touched with cleaning solvent and wipes it down. You really must take pride in the things you own, Darrow. We fall into silence as we creep closer to the asteroid. Occasional reports come up the hall from Ori, who helms the sensor station between the cockpit and the lounge. The only other sounds are the whispers of the engines and the tremble of Severo's music from the machine shop in the aft of the ship. With the asteroid only a half-hour away, the moment of truth is at hand. Did we come all this way for nothing? All things considered, a 36-day journey went well. It may have been fraught with anxiety, but actual threats to the ship were scarce. The Rim has already emptied most of their strength from the belt to bolster the Dragon and Dust armadas in their attack on Mars. Only a few of their hunting parties gave us pause. As for the fabled Obsidian pirates, we saw not a one on our sensors. That is not surprising, really. The belt is so large it feels like an existential threat to sanity if you try to comprehend the expanse its asteroids fill. But fill is the wrong word. In the belt, asteroids float so far apart they are more like islands on a sea so vast only metaphors can help the human mind understand it. If you poured all the water from all the seas on all the worlds ever sailed by man into a giant ring and then dropped one grain of sand into it, that grain would not even represent Earth's size against the tremendous expanse of the belt. Of course, there is no celestial object out here so massive as Earth. Instead, there are tens of millions of asteroids in swirls, shoulders, clusters. Of those, only 2.5 million are larger than a kilometre in diameter. Few are inhabited. Fewer still are populated with anything larger than mining outposts or pirate hideouts. Those asteroids that host actual cities are so rare and estranged from civilization, they are precious, the last lamps before the abyssal dark of the Gulf. That light from those lamps was once white, the colour of the Republic. Now their bulbs either grow raw blue, or they don't glow at all. Past those last outposts lies the Gulf, which once was the moat that separated the Dominion and the Republic. It seems abyssal, but its darkness is not endless. Beyond the Gulf lies the realm of shadow and dust, the gargantuan gas giants and the moons on which the golds of the Rim have made their homes for centuries. House Ra presides over that far-flung civilization from its seat on the volcanic moon of Io. There are asteroids out there, too, with cities of their own, like Priam in the Trojan cluster, or Agamemnon in the Greek cluster. Though these cities lie on Jupiter's orbital path, they are cloaked by the mystery of distance and obscured even further by the hermit-like nature of their inhabitants. Even I know very little about those cities, their peoples, their ways. Past Jupiter, of course, lie the orbital paths of Uranus, Saturn, Neptune, places I have never sailed, and places I probably never will. And beyond that, far, far beyond that, dwells lonely Pluto, where civilization ends. And then, eventually, the Kuiper Belt, where sparks of the society have flared occasionally against the edge of the true dark, but never for long. It feels strange to contemplate what life is like on those spheres. In the belt, I feel as if I am already deep inside the realm of darkness, but those who dwell in the shadows of the giants would barely consider me on its threshold. The last time I was so far away from the sun was when I was sailing for Luna aboard the Morning Star. Now Lysander is sleeping in my old bed on the Morning Star, and I'm sleeping in his bed on the Archimedes. Strange, the twists of fate. It is scary out here, and not because of the rim golds or the belt's fabled obsidian pirates. It feels like the sun, like life, has forgotten you, and you could just slip away into the dark without anyone ever knowing where or when you vanished. In some ways it makes me doubt I'll ever see the god-tree forests and frog-swaddled highlands of home again. I notice that dread and let it pass through me. Then Cassius throws me a live grenade made of anxiety. "What if Quicksilver's not in there?" he asks. "This Lyria girl sounds scurrilous indeed." He glances back to make sure Severo isn't behind us. "I mean, she stole your kids, man." He nods to Pax's key. "I'm no father, but that's not just something you sweep under the rug. I don't want to be a pessimist, but what if Virginia made up this fleet so you wouldn't go on a suicide charge only to get nabbed by the Ra trying to get home? You mean, what if she's just preying on my hope and lying to prevent the enemy from obtaining a political and propaganda weapon that could drive a stake through the heart of Mars?" I ask. "Namely, my head?" I sip my caf. Then I'd say she's doing her job. Shit. He leans back in his chair. "I wouldn't want to marry a sovereign." "I didn't. I married Virginia, and she married me. The Sovereign and the Reaper, they're the shadows that come with us." He mulls that over for a time. "So, if Quicksilver is not here, or if he is and he won't help?" "Worry is a spiral with death at its center, Cassius," I reply. I feel Ori smiling. Cassius rolls his eyes. "Worry is a spiral with... I mean, come on. You trying to outdo Stoneside?" I shrug. "I'm not as confident as I pretend to be, but how can you lead if you cannot walk? And how can you walk if you fear every step? Whenever I find myself doubting I've made the right decision, I force myself to examine our situation through the lens of the path to the veil. A portion of the book's 10th understanding comes to me often during these moments. Forgetting is essential to learning, just as exhaling is essential to breathing. Breathe out, then in. Find the self, then lose it once again. Thus the path goes ever onward. Stilling myself, I breathe out the memories of past mistakes and doubts, and then breathe in fresh perspective. My worries might be founded in uncomfortable truths, but they are, according to Ori, born of an idle mind and an idle body. Worse, my worries only create more feelings of powerlessness. Rather than fretting about whether I've made the right choices, I instead focus on preparing for the next one, whatever that might be. I was just like the Marcher, I realize now. Trash from the past, circling the drain. But I realized on the morning after we turned away from Mars that I faced a choice. I could look back and see the light of home shrinking day by day and miss its warmth more and more, or I could resist the urge to look. I resisted that morning and found strength in the resistance. That physical choice has since become a mental one. I have not looked back since, and I will not. Virginia has given me a mission. Come back with strength enough for one last chance to win this war. I am now an arrow shot by her bow. There was no downtime on this voyage. I learned from my enemy and aped Apollonius. I made a syllabus and divided it into 3 parts: body, brain, heart. For my body, I train with Cassius 6 hours every day cycle. 3 after I wake, 3 before I sleep. My body is bruised, My muscles ache, my hands are blistered, and my ego is smashed every day. He is a fantastic classical swordsman, and whenever he puts me down, he says with a smile, "Steel sharpens steel." He is not wrong. In the chaos of the battlefields, I have grown sloppy, my confidence obese from success, while my enemies have studied how to beat me and the Willow Way. 36 times 6 is 216. Those are the hours we have put in. I feel the change already. I also now eat 10,000 calories a day. My mass is returning like the hair on my head. I've kept the beard. For some reason it helps me to feel like I'm on a mission. My heart is nourished by the book I write and the book I read. I write to my son, like I did on the marcher before I go to sleep. It grounds me in my past and keeps my head up, eyes on the future he'll have. I find the lessons in my losses, my grief, and hope I pass those on instead of the pain. And I read the path. Ori suffers me daily, but if she's annoyed at my litany of questions about the path or Athena, she hides it well. I think Ori's strength comes from her response to suffering. Unlike me, she was not given the easy way out. I was carved, given a physical chassis through which I could vent my rage on the worlds. Physically fragile, Ori had only one choice: make her heart strong, or the worlds would shatter her in every way. The brain division of the syllabus is dedicated to the data Virginia sent. 5 hours a day, I catch up on my enemy's successes. Atlas's are legion. His campaign on Luna in destroying its food stores was genius, as was his pacification of North America. He's moved on to South America now, and I try not to obsess. He's the most dangerous of them all, but fighting him is only part of the war. I read about Lysander and his nascent alliance with the Rim, as well as intelligence briefings on Rim and Dominion strengths, politics, personalities, industrial capabilities, and all the players of our drama. I learn of Lyria's past, of Ephraim and Volga, and how she volunteered to go with Fa. That part disturbs me more than anything else. Fa. Intelligence is sparse on the mysterious warlord and his Uskamani. Something is off, based on the reports I've read. His tactics on Mars had the flavor of special forces. No shortage of disaffected spec ops on both sides running around these days, but it seems there may be more to this one. I need more intel. The tone of industry I've set personally has influenced the others. The Archimedes hums to a productive rhythm. Only Severo remains a discordant note. I'm jarred from my reflection on our journey as Cassius grabs my shoulder. "Is it just me, or does that crater look like it's opening its mouth and spitting at us?" he asks. "I think it is spitting." I grin at the strange craft pouring out of the hidden hangar that has opened in one of the asteroid's craters. The ships are angular and made of a mixture of pearly and transparent material. I've never seen any ships quite like them. Cassius darkens. "There's no cockpits," he says. "AI?" "Maybe. More likely drones with a controller." "Mm-hmm." A high-pitched noise goes through the ship and the lights flicker. A face appears over the comms projector. The man is beautiful and in his early 50s. His eyes are rose quartz pink. He greets us with a smile. "Darrow of Lycos, you have a beard." "Matteo," I say in relief. "You're not surprised to see me?" "No, but always delighted." His voice takes on an edge. "Our Spitfires will escort you in. Please don't bother with the controls, Al Bologna." "Just Bologna," Cassius says. Matteo warms to that. "Interesting. Darrow, I will see you soon." He disappears, and I stand, grab Cassius's shoulders, and kiss his head. "Now, the hard part," I say, and head to the back. He shouts after me, "Tell Severo to clean up his mess in the sink." I go down the hall that leads from the cockpit, past the sensors, through the lounge, past the crew quarters and the chutes to the guns, past the quad of service rooms, down the ramp into the cargo bay, and to the door to the machine shop. It's sealed, and I knock. Severo doesn't answer, so I crack the door open. His screaming music almost knocks me backward. My friend is making knives. He is shirtless, tattooed, and staring deadpan at the edge of a huge cleaver. Sparks spew as he sharpens its edge. He glances up, sees me shouting at him, and goes back to his work. Severo does not want to be here. He came along because he had to. He knows the importance of our mission, but it's not made him better company. He has rules. He'll share the same room or a task with us if it's meal or ship-related, but he won't reminisce. He won't joke. Sometimes at dinners he'll listen to Ori play a tune, but most times he slinks back to the machine shop or to his quarters in the escape pod. I call his name a few times, but I've been in battles that made less racket than the music of the Aegean street scene. Greens never should have met Obsidians, as far as I'm concerned. They call the musical style cacophony. I turn it off so the sharpening lasers shriek against the metal is all that's between us. "Working," he says, but he turns off the sharpener. He wipes the sweat off his body with a rag and eats sunflower butter, his new addiction, from a jar with a spoon. "We had a rule," he says. "Door was closed. When you start following Cassius's rules, I'll follow yours. We're on his ship, and you keep leaving messes in the sink." He grunts. "Ori did it. Messy for a pink. If you're going to lie, at least put in some effort. Anyway, we're here. I've just spoken to Matteo. They've opened up a hangar for us to land." He tosses the rag up and divides it in two as it falls on the new blade. "Nice. What's that one called?" "Abomination." He turns the cleaver. I scan the wall he's made his personal armory. So far, he's made a Lysander, a Lilith, an Atlas, and an Apollonius. I doubt it's healthy naming knives for people who have given him trauma, but we all process our own way. "Are you coming with?" I ask. He turns Abomination a few times. "I'm in the middle of a thought. It feels wrong to meet Quicksilver without him, but they've always been oil and water." "You still haven't given me an answer. Will you teach me how to make one of those on the way back?" He eyes me, walks toward me with Abomination, slides it past my face, and turns his music back on with its tip. Cacophony rattles between us, and I take the hint. Chapter 38. Darrow. Tabula Rasa. Regulus Ag Sum is a voluble, rude, insanely clever man of many layers and shifting schemes. Nicknamed Quicksilver, he is, above all else, a wary man. A decade and a half sponsoring the Sons of Ares instilled him with that virtue, if he didn't already have it before he met Fitchner. Our ship is scanned for atomics, and who knows what else, as it taxis into a hangar beneath one of the asteroid's larger craters. When the ship's door opens and the ramp unfurls, I descend alone. Severo's music trickles out behind me. Despite the cordial welcome, I expected to come out to a phalanx of automatons. Instead, Matteo waits alone. He looks out of place in the bleak hangar, better fit for the luxuries of a Venusian court or a high-profile loony symposium than all the way out here on the fault line between civilizations. "Darrow, my goodman, my struggler, back from the dead once more." I thought I'd call him deserter, but I can't be angry, not at Matteo. Lorne might have taught me to kill, but Matteo was my first teacher in my life after the mines, and in many ways my most important teacher. He taught me how to be a gold. As I approach him to shake his hand, his arms go wide and he wraps his wispy limbs around my midsection. I allow my arms to encircle his shoulders, and I kiss the top of his head. His hair, darker now, smells like jasmine. "How are you?" he asks when we part. "We've so much to catch up on." "I'm sorry, Matteo, but I don't have time." "You have more time than you think," he says. I frown. "How are you?" "Desperate, but you know that. Revenants usually are. The dead never come back without a reason." His eyes flick to the craft. "Beautiful hull. I admire the craftsmanship. But what have you done to it? It looks like a pauper's shoe sewn together with nothing but good intentions." "Exit tax from Mercury," I say. "Harnesses fixed it best he could. Ghoulish work. Well, he's a military engineer. Staples for stitches, you know." "I meant Mercury." His sigh is one of deep empathy. "I cannot imagine the horrors you faced." Matteo surveys my injured limbs, my sun-seared, turned sun-starved skin, my fresh scars. Instead of looking away, as most do, to preserve his image of the invulnerable reaper, he admires my imperfections, catalogues the wounds to understand my narrative, and then loves me all the more for them. Though I can tell he doesn't like the beard. "I am sorry for Mercury, Darrow. That you did not get reinforcements because of the Senate's failings. I grieve for the Free Legions." Matteo reaches up to take my face between his hands. I try to pull back. He holds on. "I grieve for Theodora." Something in his eyes causes me to relent. Maybe it is because he saw me in my youth, after Io died, at my angriest. Maybe because he taught me to dance when I was just a fresh-born gold colt on steroids. Maybe it's because I look at him and feel seen. All her life, Theodora was coveted, not valued. You valued her, and she loved you for it. I have never known a pink so pure in their loyalty. She was resourceful, intelligent, but most of all she found contentment in her service to you, then to the Republic as its great spy master. True contentment melded with purpose, something that evades so many of us. She was a hero to our colour. All free pinks hail her name. It was her honour to serve you, and my honour to know her. I'm taken off guard by the requiem. "I grieve for Orion," he goes on, even though I flinch. "She was a shooting star, and it will be an age before mankind sees another one quite like her. I grieve for Alexander. I know you took him on as a debt to Lorne and grew to love him, despite seeing so much of yourself in him. He was the best gold of his generation, but he set to make himself in your image, a Red's, and he did. When the waves came for Tyche, he proved he lived for more." My voice is halting. "You know about that?" He nods. Tears fill my eyes, unbidden, unwelcome. Everything in me wishes to harden my heart against the pain. Instead, I allow the pain, and by allowing it, I honour the dead with Matteo, and feel that their light was seen. Not just by me, but by this man who knows my story and the stories of those I've cared for. That solace I thought I'd find in Severo. I find it in Matteo. I grieve for Dancer. I don't make a sound, but hearing our old friend's name on Matteo's lips makes a boy of me again. I see Dancer smoking a burner, watching Matteo and me practice gold mannerisms. I see Dancer's excitement as I chewed on the scythe card in our first meeting. His fatherly concern as I boarded the shuttle for the Institute. His fear as he choked to death on his own blood during the Day of Red Doves. I miss Dancer more now than I miss my father, more even than I miss Io. They were a part of my first life. Dancer gave me my second. I've never met a truer spirit than Dancer, Matteo continues. He was born a leper amongst the downtrodden and rose to become a prince of men. He was virtuous and true, the way men should be. He was stubborn, sometimes naive, but never stupid. He adored you, the boy we helped make a man, and he adored the man, too, even if he had to stand in your way sometimes. I nod. It's all I can do. I grieve for Severo the most. Bad form, Severo mutters, mourning for what ain't dead yet. Matteo's eyes widen as he sees Severo marching down our ship's ramp. Apparently, Matteo and Quick don't know everything. Sorry I'm late. Dishes to do. But we came for metal, Matteo, not to hump, not to cry. Metal, so if you don't mind, show us to your man. He glances at me. One of us is in a hurry. We enter Quicksilver's study and step onto the streets of Luna. The study itself is hidden behind a life-sized hologram. Severo mutters under his breath at the melodrama. The hologram shows a mob of low-colours marching through Luna's streets, waving banners and chains. Skyscrapers and skyhooks crowd out the sky. A ship trails fire. Luna, just after the Day of Red Doves, is gripped with drunken, perverse revelry. The mob sings the forbidden song and cheers as grav bikes buzz past, dragging the tattered remains of silvers behind them. Many of the business cast wear Sun Industry emblems, but not all. I glimpse Quicksilver through the holograms. He floats over the image of the crowd. The man is stout, bold, arrogant and pugnacious as ever. He wears a black kimono embroidered with green and glowing slippers. I thought I would take solace in the fact that they're all starving now, having traded the Republic for a cabal of maniacs, deviants, clones, bone riders, grimaces, and, worst of all, socialists, Quick says as I walk through the riot. Severo doesn't follow me deeper into the room. He remains at the entrance to the study, where he leans with his back against the wall, eyes restless and searching for danger. I don't feel satisfaction. If anything, I feel nothing. Quicksilver's frown is followed by a moment of silence. Of course, I wonder what I could have done differently. Your constant refrain, I know, Darrow. Only difference between you and me is that you blame yourself, and I know who is really to blame. The mob. He glares down at the mob as if they were ants spoiling his picnic. So, this is what you do all day? Severo says. Nothing like sarcasm from uninvited guests. Quick replies. You know, with that beard you truly do look like your father, Severo. For your own safety, please refrain from any sort of violence. I didn't have to let you two aboard. Remember that. I'm sure you'll remind us a few more times, Severo says, when you come down from the cross. Matteo and I share a smile. Severo and Quick have always been bastards to one another, but Quick puts up with Severo like he's his black sheep's son. He knew Fitchness since Severo was a baby and watched him grow up from afar. Severo's always carried a chip on his shoulder for the silver, like he thinks it's unfair that the money lived and the man who did all the work, his father, died. He's not wrong, but I think he fails to notice how no one else gets away with talking to Quicksilver quite like he does. Quicksilver speeds up the scene, bored. The mob flows past, and then the streets and people and their song dissolve into digital smoke. His slippers dim, and he descends to the floor. Quick's study is expansive but lightly furnished. The floor is green stone. A nearly opaque window looks out at a garden. The rest of the walls are filled with screens relaying raw data. Except for one behind the desk. That wall is filled with relics of the past. Amidst ancient spears and tablets are a few items I recognize, including a black helmet with a starburst crest. Quicksilver rubs his mysterious ring with its gold eyeball at its center, the one he's worn since I first met him. I let him look me over. If Severo's his black sheep, I'm his golden son. Darrow. He reaches up and grips both my arms. My boy. Gods. Mercury. He breathes out. I'm sorry about your troops. They were patriots all, heroes. The mob doesn't deserve their sacrifice. But where have you been? Matteo clarifies. We've watched the Archimedes approach since you entered the belt. I turn. They must have very long eyes. And we know Kavak sent Cassius with that fresh hull to help you escape Mercury, but where have you been in the time between? I was marooned on one of the marchers, I say. Icarus base? Quicksilver guffaws. Really? Gods, makes me nostalgic. Remember when we sent teams to build the damn thing, Matteo? How could I not? You drove the penthouse at all hours, raving that Fitchner was too bold, that the Votum would see the construction skiffs and rat us out to the Praetorians. Ah, the old days. Quicksilver's eyes twinkle. That was truly a thrill. Spartan base, though. Couldn't have been pleasant. It was educational, I say. And what is it that you learned? Perspective. Perspective, eh? You know, I once overheard Magnus our Grimace tell your old companion Rogue that losing an army will either make a man a philosopher or a suicide. Glad you chose differently than Fabii. After that, it was the dockyards of Venus. Quicksilver and Matteo look at each other and laugh. That was you? Technically, it was him. I nod to Severo. They frown. So they don't know about the auction. Severo looks at me, and it's clear he doesn't want them to. He's embarrassed. If you knew we were coming, then you probably know why we're here. Virginia did send 5 other ships. Did any of them make it? No. But your wife's agent has been very clear with Matteo. She thinks the Republic's salvation lies here with us, Quicksilver says. Does it? I look around the room. The data might as well be streaming by in ancient Mandarin. Can't make heads nor tails out of it. But the length of our journey with Matteo on the lift to Quicksilver's study was long enough for me to guess he's hollowed out the entirety of the asteroid. A Herculean effort. Maybe Virginia was right after all, and the asteroid is filled with dockyards and new warships. Yet, a feeling is telling me it's housing something else. But what? Come, Quicksilver says. Let's sit if we're going to get mad at each other. He takes us to a sunken sitting room with cushions arrayed on the floor and, dripping from the ceiling, a Neptunian rain column. It is shaped like a teardrop made from the diamonds that rain down on that distant sphere. Severo doesn't sit on the cushions with the rest of us. He perches on the rim of the sitting room and keeps watch. Severo, come sit with us, says Quicksilver. Whatever happened to you on Luna wasn't my fault. You know that. We're friends, you and I. Let's sit and talk like it. Severo gives him the crooks. Quick shoots me a look of concern. Right. Well, you've had a hard run, lad. A hard run. Act as you like. You're entitled to it. Mischief enters his eyes. That's the way in Virginia's Republic, is it not? If anything, she's shown restraint, I say. Especially with you. Please. If she listened to me, the Vox would have been smashed years ago. Had she treated them with as firm a hand as she dealt with my silvers, well, the society would be ashes, and she wouldn't have had to send her husband here to drag me back to the slaughterhouse. I didn't come to drag you. I came to talk. He's skeptical. So, talk. The Republic may not survive the year without your help, I say. Phobos has fallen to the Rim and Lysander's alliance. They may reign on the planet any day now, if they haven't already. Not to mention Atalantia is waiting in the wings, blockading Luna. Already, millions have died of starvation. We need whatever ships and weapons you have left, or our lifelong dream will die. You have reasons to be upset with me and Virginia. I have not always been the best partner, nor delivered the results I promised. I don't have the long view like Fitchner, nor the subtlety. But we started this war together, and we need to end it together. I've always had your back, Quick. I need you to have mine one last time. Give me the weapons to make this a fight. He sips his whiskey and looks at Matteo. Very well spoken. But who says I have weapons? Virginia has your books, I say, from your old Logos. An eyebrow arches toward Matteo. Our loose end. I thought I said hire a team. I hired 3. Well, shit. Here we are. I press him. We know about the metal and material you've hoarded. Whatever fleet or weapons you've built in secret serves no purpose out here. I've come to ask you to lend me your ships. Let me put them to use. Give me the weapons I need to finish this war, and I will finish it. Quicksilver sighs. I fear we cannot do that, Darrow. Cannot or will not? Severo asks. Both, in fact. That's not entirely true, Matteo says. Quicksilver glares at him, then smiles at me. Listen, Darrow, it's not that I don't believe in you anymore. I asked you to move mountains, and you did. I asked you to wage a war on heaven, and you have. Shit, dead gods are in your wake, my boys. That you survived Mercury, that you found your way here. He shakes his head with a true and unreserved admiration that I immediately resent. Well, it's enough to make an old nihilist believe in heroes again. I believe in you, Darrow. At least that you and Severa will fight till the last. But gold is rising once more. Atalantia's forces multiply by the day. Loon, a loon I said we should kill, remember, is reawakening their dormant moral spirit and has won the Rim to his banner. Even with the recent developments, our cause is at its terminus. Recent developments? I ask. He ignores that. To be perfectly honest, I no longer believe the people have the will to win this. I no longer believe in the people at all, really. You never did, Severo accuses. Matteo looks at him hard. Oh, like you do? Quicksilver laughs. Say it then. Claim the people are the power of the Republic. Quicksilver waits, but Severo just glares. No. See, the people rely on a narrow, sharp edge. The Volk, you two, the Free Legions. The people just huddle and whine and wait. You hate the people too, Severo. You think they're slime. When have they ever treated you decently? When have they ever had your back? All you care about is your wife, your children, and you know what? That is fine. It's natural, fair. But don't act like I'm worse than you. You abandoned the Free Legions, left Darrow to rot before I did. Severo looks down in shame. I only left after the people returned my gift of liberty on the end of a pike. It's Matteo's turn to look down. Quicksilver leans back and puts his feet up on the rain column that, if sold, could feed 20 assimilation camps for 10 years. Quick, you can bitch and moan all you like, but you can't hide out here forever, I say. If gold puts down the Republic, do you think they won't hunt you? Atalantius promised Ceres to the man or woman who brings either you or Matteo back to be her playthings. When the Republic falls, you'll be next. There's nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. A mysterious half-smile appears on his face. What if there was somewhere to run, somewhere to hide, where gold could never reach us, where the stain of their rule was erased from humanity, and we could start with a blank slate, a tabula rasa? Would you come and be part of that future? Would you come with me? I hesitate. What do you mean? Enough toying with him. They're our friends. Show them, Matteo says. They'll hate it, Quicksilver says. We agreed you'd show Darrow. Show them both. They both deserve to know the war wasn't all for nothing. Show us what? Severo asks. My dream, Quicksilver replies and looks heavily at Severo. I will remind you that violence will not work here. With a smile of pride, he nods toward the garden window. I stand and approach the window. Obscured as it is by the fogged glass, I cannot divine anything about the garden save that it has foliage and running water. I'd assumed it was an oxygen farm, but something in Quick's words and the faintly visible curve of the garden seems off. Then the opaque glass clears and unveils a wonder. Time stops, and I feel that I am once again stepping out from the grav lift behind Dancer to see the surface of Mars for the first time. It's not just a garden that lies behind the glass. It's an entire world. Miniature, but complete. Hundreds of varieties of trees and fruiting bushes curve along the hollowed-out interior of the asteroid, facing the small, glowing sun that floats in the center of this new world. Figures rove over the landscape in twos and threes. Children, I realize after a beat. The gravity is such that the children who run through the trees or sit in the glades taking instruction from automaton teachers all cling to the ground even as they appear upside down or sideways to me. Wherever they stand, the small sun at the center of the world is up. What is this place? I ask. I was born too late to explore the seas, and I am too wicked to explore heaven, so the stars will have to do. This, my boy, is an interstellar generation ship. An introvert's boyhood dream that he now gets to share with his lifelong love. Matteo takes Quick's hand. The construction and technology on display would render even Virginia speechless, but that's not what forms the lump in my throat. There is something strange about the children. I pick out the closest, a girl running from the others through a glade of young Martian god trees. The girl is olive-skinned and around 6 years old. Her hair and eyes are brown, and her hands smooth and blank, without sigils. You see, boys, it's not gold that's the problem. Not entirely, at least. Even if we kill them all, their work will endure. The colors are the problem, the hierarchy itself, and those children down there, our children, they are not gold, not red, not blue, nor green. They are Homo sapiens, and they deserve to inherit more than the sins of our world. Not a shipyard or a fortress, Severo whispers. It is a life raft. You're abandoning us. He stands and trembles with rage. You don't have ships. You spent all the metal on this. All three of us watch and wait for Severo to explode. The hair on my arms rises. Severo's must too. He turns and sees half a dozen malevolent red eyes staring back at him. I can't see what the eyes are attached to, but I sense their mass and danger. Severo's lips curl. I don't think he was going to fight, but seeing how fruitless it would have been, he grows so angry his trembling stops. He turns back to Quicksilver. 36 days. 78 by the time we're back. Tears glisten in his eyes. You saw us coming. You could have sent a message. His voice catches. You two ain't fathers. Those ain't your children. You're cowards playing gods. Rot out there. Rot and die, Golds. Then he walks away. The helplessness of his rage breaks my heart. That rage was our fuel in the beginning, our lifeblood. We learned that together long ago. It will not help us now. Forgetting is essential to learning, just as exhaling is essential to breathing. I look back on the garden and breathe. This path is blocked, and no amount of pushing will help. This place have a name? We call it the Tabula Rasa. Why don't you show me your new world then, old friend? I ask. Help me to understand. Chapter 39. Darrow. Under the Golden Gaze. As I walk through the Tabula Rasa's garden with Quick, an old conversation I had with Nero long ago on the Lion Steps echoes across the years. Nero told me he desired mankind to push past this stunted age to explore and colonize the stars. A noble sentiment. Yet it is difficult not to let my wonder at the garden and Quicksilver's ship decay into the sulky anger of a spurned lover who has been traded in for a younger model. Quick and I once held dreams in common. Even if I can see the beauty of Quicksilver's ship, I fault him for making it, for abandoning everything we fought so hard for. At the same time, I understand his mind. All too well, I understand the frustration of feeling like the only one who was pushing at the mountain. As the sun dimmed, the children were escorted away by their automaton teachers. Now that they no longer populate Quick's invented world, they feel like reveries. The only evidence they existed, the occasional indentation from a small foot in grass. It seems a somewhat impractical ship, I say. Oh, this is merely the heart of the ship, Quicksilver replies. That's what we call it and what it is. Spiritually, at least. It is an ocean of darkness out there. Metal and hulls could only do for so long. I could show you the engines, the reactors, the living quarters, the school, the water plants, but those are the how. This is the fantastical why. I see. Do you? I think so. You want to give these children the chance you never had. Quick considers me as I run my hand along the trunk of a god tree, wishing it was Martian soil beneath my feet, Martian air in my lungs. Do you think Severa would have stabbed me? Quicksilver asks. If he knew he could. I think he saw it didn't matter. It wouldn't turn the metal into a navy, I say. But you wouldn't have let us aboard if we were at all a threat. No. I recall how you brought Lorne into that civil war, trapped him in treason, so he had to fight. Then why? I ask. Why? Why let me board? Why be here at all? Why watch me come all this way? We were performing engine tests when your wife's agent arrived. They're ready now, but now I need an exit window. My engines may be fast, eventually, but this is a lot of mass to get moving, and once it gets moving, it can't hide. I puzzle over that. With the war concentrated in the core, Quick should already have his window. Ah, the Shadow Armada. Yes, the Rim's roving fleet, amongst other threats. "Where is it now?" I ask. "Almost far enough away," he says with a soft smile. He watches me out of the corner of his eye as we walk through a field of grass toward a glade of trees woolly with crimson leaves. The gravity is higher than that of Mars. "You've changed since I last saw you. Perhaps your time on the Marcher really did teach you something." "Maybe." I peer at the upside-down world over my head. It must be more than 3 kilometers between the tip of the tree I lean against and those that hang from the ceiling. This place, it would have taken longer than a few years to build. You started when we were winning. Yes. Did it spring from doubt or hope? Both. This was always my dream, long before Fitchner and I began to conspire. I tried to build this place when you were just a child, but it was too ambitious then. I hadn't the technology or the access to the right scientists. When the planets fell to you, I had my pick of gold's best. He twists his famous ring, a nervous tick. The gold eyeball within the ring watches me as Quicksilver takes a seat in the grass. Wind moves the leaves. It's strange to feel it here inside an asteroid, but the world he's made seems to have its own weather patterns to go with its own gravity and its own tiny sun. All this effort, all the resources. You could have made me 4 more morning stars. We might have beaten gold years ago, I say, trying to keep the accusation from my voice. The first time in history a man is called a villain for beating swords into plowshares. I didn't call you a villain, I say, but you think it, even as you pour honey in my ear. One gets tired of investing in war. What do you think happens if you win, Darrow? If you do beat gold down to nothing? The Vox just proved what's waiting on the other side, with a little gold prodding, sure, but still. You were on the precipice of victory, and already the people turned on you. Even if you win, these worlds will never be free of that sickness. Of gold. I learned that lesson a long time ago. He kneads his hands together, twisting and twisting his ring. He looks down at it with little affection. You know, you're the only person I can think of who has never asked why I wear this. You wear it so people will ask, so I never did. He hesitates. Since this will be the last time we see one another, I feel an urge to be understood. What I'd have given to have that moment with Fitchner. Full clarity. He takes time gathering his thoughts. I had a partner in my first enterprises, Darrow. A Silver whom I loved as deeply as I love Mateo. He was better than me. For I had already surrendered to the pummeling nature of reality and become a pragmatist. He was a dreamer. It was because of him that we adopted children. You had children? I ask. 4 of them. He goes quiet, turning and turning his ring. After our first enterprise met some trouble and failed, as they do more often than not, our name was ruined. I took out a loan with a dangerous gold to finance our second venture. I had no choice. The guild had docked me, so, you know, ambitious me invited a shark into the pen. The gold thought it amusing to insert a clause allowing him to collect in flesh should we default. We didn't mind. We were used to such demeaning eccentricities, and our cash flow was dependable. But then, a shipment of ore was hijacked by pirates. Then another, and another, until we defaulted on that loan. and I had to cut a pound of flesh from my thighs and buttocks to give to our creditor. He fed them to his horses. Yes, he had carnivorous horses. Humiliated, my partner investigated the pirates. Of course, you will not be surprised to learn the pirates were led by none other than my creditor's youngest daughter. But I was surprised then, and naive. So naive, even though I thought I was a student of realpolitik. I reported the offence to the proper authority. Unfortunately, that proper authority and my financier had been to the rhetoric school on Rhodes together. A week later, the daughter and her father and brothers broke into our home. They found us in bed, and our children in their beds. They wrapped them in the sheets, hung them from the ceiling, and beat them until no more blood would come out. I sat in that rain, that red rain, and I understood there is no such thing as proper authority. Violence is the only authority. They said one of us could live. My partner refused to choose. I chose me. I stay quiet, allowing him to exhume the grief on his own terms. Only Matteo knows this. I was too ashamed to tell Fitzner. He would have died for his wife. I feared the way he'd look at me, knowing I didn't die for my love. He sighs away years of shame and carries on, detached. After that night, I was spared and forced to play the market for my creditor until I bought my way under a bigger wing. It took me years to have my revenge. By the time I was done, the gold who'd wronged me was destitute, childless, and hunted by Olympic knights. I'd done it all to him with payments, whispers, and the violence of others. The last time I saw him, I put a spoon in his hand and told him I'd give him his life for the price of one eye. His thumb glides around the iris of the eye, embedded in his ring. I was true to my word. After he'd given me the eye, I had him sealed in a life pod powered by a nuclear generator and shot it into deep space. That was 38 years ago. This ring receives his heartbeat from time to time. I feel a little sick. He's still alive, hooked to the nutrient pods, unable to move, willing but unable to die. He will only be 82 when we pass him. We're following his trajectory, and with this station's engines, we should overtake him in 5 years. That's what progress does, you see. It leaps ahead of the past, but we can never outrun the trauma that fixed our course. I will never not be that coward shivering beneath the corpses of my love, my children. I will never not see those gold eyes staring down at me, mocking, knowing there was no recourse I could seek. Just as you will never be able to forget Nero's eyes as he killed Io. We are all ever beneath their golden gaze. That is why I wear this ring, to remind myself how my war began. A silence falls between us. I break it after a few minutes. That's why you built this place? So your children will never know that gaze? I ask. He nods, and the automaton suddenly makes sense. These children have never met you, have they? No. I am contaminated, he says. We are all contaminated. Gold hijacked the fate of mankind. I won't let them inherit the chains gold nailed into the rest of us. Those children were born free, and they will be free, out there amongst the stars, free to go mad and devour each other before we reach the nearest star, or free to build a better world than the one we left, free to become whatever it is they decide to become. Maybe you're not a realist after all, I say. Maybe not. Will you extend your life with telomerase tanks? I have not decided yet, he says, reflective. I know it will be lonely. Matteo and I are prepared for that. But what god isn't lonely? I really don't think it is bad to think of myself as that. Gods are man-made, after all. I consider his face, so exhausted from bellicosity, so lined with the grooves of struggle, it might as well be the prow of a battleship. Do you want to know what I think? Yours might be the only opinion I value, he says. He pauses, and I sense why. He made me, in a way, his first child after those who died. After all, you're the only person I care to say farewell to. I think when you catch up with the gold who wronged you, you should show him mercy. Resist the temptation to face him again. Destroy the ship as you pass. He closes his eyes. You asked me what I learned on the Marcher. It's that. Chains might be made by others, but we tend them. End this pain. End your own. Who knows? Maybe you'll find more joy in being a father than playing God. He thinks on that. After he does, he sounds different, like a man speaking an unfamiliar tongue and surprised to hear it coming from his own mouth. Affection is not natural for Quicksilver. You know, I always called you the best investment I ever made, Darrow. But for a long time now, you've been more than that. He looks away, estranged from his own vulnerability. For many years, I've thought of you as a son. As I thought. He let me come all this way just to not hand me the miracle I need. He is not like Odysseus's wise, grey-eyed god. He is like the other gods who tormented Odysseus, the selfish gods. He wanted me to see him, not to understand him, but to forgive him for running away. And though I'm angry, I truly do. I reach for his hand. He flinches, but allows me to hold it and take the eyeball ring from his finger. Your war is over, Quick. I'll take it from here. But any help you could lend me that doesn't risk this ship would be more than welcome. I can't give you enough to change your destination. I smirk. The veil. He nods. There was a moment where we could win, but we let it slip through our fingers. That moment is gone. Have I ever given you business advice? I ask with a smile. Then do me a favor. Don't advise me on war. He laughs. What do you need? Aside from ships. Most of mine were decommissioned and used as materials to finish the Raza. The few that remain are needed to defend the station until we're free of this infernal system. Repairs, provisions, weapons, armor, and my wife's agent. But more than anything, I need information. Since this wandering world is meant to find a new home, and you watched me my way here, I'm betting it has one bloody damn good telescope. The main telescopic array of the tabula rasa looks like a tornado made of metal and glass. It is constructed in several parts and so can extend out from a crater to change its view. The array tapers to a spherical viewing chamber suspended in darkness. 8 less powerful short-range telescopes are distributed along the asteroid's surface so that with a tilt of its axis, the array can bring any one of them to bear without having to completely realign itself. The system is meant to be usable even by an astral novice like Quicksilver, and is run by an AI. "Show me the system," I say. I see the galaxy form beyond me in the blackness beyond the chamber. A second, 3-dimensional image appears on a central pedestal. It is not a true view of reality. Where there is no visual information to be gathered, the AI has filled in the unseen elements of the celestial bodies. I cup the system in my hands, astounded. The telescope lends me the flawed omniscience of Zeus. Its only limitation is that it looks out from one perspective, the tabula rasa's. On closer inspection, there are blind spots from asteroids in the way of its view, but the experience of peering at the images it gathers is no less affecting. I see the planets turn on their axes, revealing little secrets as they dance around the sun. So long as the telescopes are open and watching, the AI is recording, so I can rewind time on demand. Mateo was right. I do have more time than I thought. Mars floats before me. The moons of Phobos and Deimos are in the hands of the enemy still, but the siege of Mars has not progressed as I feared it would. The Iron Rain has not yet fallen. Far from it. Nearly half the enemy fleet is missing. I rewind time from the telescope's old recorded imagery to see if maybe they are hiding behind the planet. They are not. I watch in puzzlement as, 20 days ago, the combined dust and dragon armadas stream away from Phobos. The telescope's artificial intelligence tracks the ships with one of its smaller telescopes. If it hadn't, there would be no way to find the Rim Armada again, with their cold-running engines and all the billions of radial kilometers peppered with millions of asteroids and the war's debris. I watch the gloomy image of the Dustmaker leading the Armada into the asteroid belt. I spot them again 2 days ago, already a third of the way through the belt. Now they are 180 million kilometers from the tabula rasa, but their course doesn't look like it will bring them any closer. They're on a straight shot to intercept Jupiter and moving fast. A second fleet follows from Phobos 10 days after the first. It is led by the Lightbringer, nay, Morning Star. 2 fleets headed for Jupiter. But why? Knowing the answer lies in their destination, I tell the AI I want a view of Jupiter and wait as the telescopes align. When they have, the planet floats over the pedestal. It dwarfs me in size. Of the 121 moons that surround the gas giant, 32 are visible. The others are hidden by the planet's mass. For several hours I magnify the image and shift between spectrums of light. What I see over those hours causes me to sink to a knee in disbelief. It's been so long since I've had good news. I don't believe my eyes, but it is there in front of me. Good news. And a path waiting for me. 10 hours later, with repairs on the Archimedes already underway, I gather Ori, Cassius, and Severo in the chamber of the telescope. Severo cradles a coffee, while Cassius nips at a tiny, seemingly bottomless flask of brandy, a habit I thought he'd kicked on our journey to the belt. We now know Quicksilver is not coming back to the war. As I understand it, most of his fleet was decommissioned and recycled into the materials from which this station was built, I say. So you're just gonna let that arrogant piece of shit waddle off into the ass end of space, Severo mutters. He shouldn't get a happy ending. So you suggest what? I ask. He dropped that comms buoy for a reason, he says. Yes, to blast out his location to the system if he wouldn't give us his ships, a gun to his head. But if a man has no cash in his pockets, why mug him at all? I ask. Severo relents with a sigh. I don't even think he likes those Homo sapiens, his children, more like human pity shields. His initial anger has faded, and he's grown lighter now that he knows as soon as the repairs on the Arche are made, he'll be going home. He glances up at the telescope. So what? You found our route back to Mars? In a way, I say. His eyes narrow. I did not ask your opinions when we came here because we were under the orders of our sovereign and had but one ship. I'm going to ask your opinions after I show you something. Severo, you and I have already talked, and I know you're going home. This is not to pressure you, but I want you to know what I know. He grows guarded. I activate the pedestal. The moons of Jupiter bathe the faces of Cassius, Ori, and Severo in gloomy golden light. Severo looks up. Ori begins to smile until she sees the obsidian ships. In war, especially those that span a decade, it is inevitable for a vulture to appear and prey on the weakened powers, I say. Our war finally has its first true vulture. Volsung Fa. He fell on Sephi and the old tribe before they could set their feet after rebelling from the Republic. He stole her throne, her braves, her navy. Instead of staying on Mars where he'd be overwhelmed eventually, he saw we were weakened in the belt and started gnawing on our cities and trade posts there. It seems, finally, he smelled blood from someone else. We were all wondering why we saw so little sign of the Obsidian pirates, many my own old veterans, who were supposed to be raiding along our route to this asteroid. Now we have our answer. They are not in the asteroid belt any longer. They have attacked the moons of Jupiter, the home of the Ra themselves. Cassius coughs. Obsidians? Attacking Ilium? That's suicide. Not this time. In their haste to finish off the Republic, Helios and Dido threw most of the Rim's naval might into the core. 2 whole armadas, Dragon and Dust, which left only the Shadow Armada and local fleets to guard all of the Rim. It's 3.72 billion kilometers from Neptune to Jupiter on a good day. Since Dragon and Dust are racing back, we can assume the Shadow Armada is very out of place. I grin. They're caught with their pants down, and the vultures got them in the ass. There's still the Ilium Guard, Ori murmurs. No? Volsung Fa beat that garrison, I say, almost like I'm proud of the monster who killed Sephi. The telescope doesn't have footage, but I've seen the debris. Currently there are no Rim ships opposing him in the moon system that I can see. Those ships he stole from Sephi used to serve on my front line. The Vulk Navy is tough. Dreadnoughts, destroyers. This is not some minor raid. I wasn't able to see as much as I'd like. They're clever, using the moons as cover. But it appears, and here's the weird part, it appears Fa has joined the ships and braves he took from the All Tribe on Mars with the Ascomani of the Far Ink. I gesture to 24 dim ships skulking between the moons. They are small, corvettes maybe, but their design is like none any of us have ever seen. Cassius guffaws. Severo sips his coffee. He knows it's good news for Mars. Ori looks like she's about to throw up. I tame my enthusiasm. It's the Ra who've been made fools of, but it's their people who will suffer. This is the problem with AIs, Cassius says. They're creative little beasts. The Ascomani of the Far Ink. Well, yes, some exist, probably, but they're so far away, and absolute savages. if any are left. They can't make ships, much less challenge Ilium. If you ask me, this AI has spent far too much time alone and concocted a ludicrous fiction. Orfar has compiled the largest obsidian navy since the Dark Revolt, Severo says. Maybe he is Ragnar's dare. Let him eat, I say. Chew, chew, evil bastard. I say, personally, I think he's a fraud, but either way his luck won't last. He can't face the armadas coming for him, not even with the Volk ships. Helios is going to eat him alive, but I believe it will be absolute chaos in the 121 moons of Jupiter. Severo eyes me like I'm the world's biggest idiot and sips his coffee again. This chaos can be used to infiltrate Ilium. I want to accept Athena's invitation. I want to meet with her agents at Kaliki, present the helm of Ares, and use the ships she's stockpiled to complete our mission and bring them back to unite with the Republic ships to finish this war. Dead silence. I hope the ships will be enough to give gold a contest, but I do not know for certain. What I do know is Virginia and Victor are depending on us for reinforcements. I see this as our last chance to matter in this fight. I will not make any of you come with me, but I believe I have to go. Darrow, Severo says, you don't have to do this. I was sent on a mission. It is not yet done, I say. Athena's invitation was not to you, Darrow, Ori says, a little troubled. If you answer it without Severo, I cannot promise she will give you the ships. Why wouldn't she? Cassius asks. Ori looks to me to see if I'll tell the truth. 12 years ago, to secure Romulus's help against Rogue before the Battle of Ilium, I offered to give him the names of all the known sons of Ares on the Rim, I say. The Ra used this information and purged them all. Purged? They killed them, Ori says, and many more. Cassius is stunned. He points between us. And there's no tension or heart folly poison in his oats? You, of all people, should know I believe a man can walk out of his own darkness, Cassius, she says. But I was a Deep Cell agent. I do not know the daughters well enough to say they are all as forgiving as I am. Athena gave you the path of the veil, did she not? I ask. She nods. Then if you can get me to Athena, I will take my chances, I say. Ori looks worried for me, but proud, too, in a way. It really would be best if Severo came. Severo, you are the son of Ares. You have a responsibility to help us, she says. Not gonna lie, he's a hell of a gorilla. We could use you out there, Barker, Cassius says. No, I say. Severo has gone above and beyond the call of duty. Every single time I've asked, then even when I haven't. He's earned his trip home. With the Rim gone, he stands a good chance of making it to the surface, back to his family. Severo appreciates that. I see the change in his eyes as he imagines greeting his daughters and new child. His voice is friendly, but heavy. Darrow, you're sailing into a war zone with the only safe harbor being among people who've got every reason to put a bullet in your head. At best. I nod. This is the path that is available to me. Your father left it for you. But we're brothers, so, in a way, it's my inheritance, too. Chapter 40. Lyria. Departure. In front of the mirror, I run a finger along the pink line of raw skin that circles my head, just above my highest forehead wrinkle. You popped my skull like a candy dispenser, I say. I told you it would be maximally invasive, Matteo calls back from the medical suite. Oh, the options I had, so grand. Scars will fade, but your sarcasm's back. That's good. The first week out, the only effluence one could expect from your mouth was drool. He's not wrong. My first week after the surgery, I gibbered like a drunk. My feet wouldn't work till the second. I felt like I was operating a puppet body until the third. Only on the fourth did my body finally begin to feel like mine again. Most important, my memories are mine. Safe, horrible, precious. But would I even know if they weren't there? If I was, what did Matteo call it? Tabula rasa? A blank slate. Matteo did not visit every day, and when he did, the visits were not for long, nor of much substance. But considering I spent the last 5 weeks with only the company of shiny robots, his smile makes me feel grand when I exit the bathroom. The elegant pink reclines on the sofa. The man sits like silk, all folds, no creases. In brilliant blue and green, he's the only thing in the room not bleach white or grey steel. His smile fades, and he raises a delicate eyebrow at the grid in front of me. Grid proof, please. Again, I say, exasperated. One last time. Think of my heart. I can't very well send you back into the world wondering if you'll go cross-legged. His eyes return to his personal planner. I can't see it, of course, but I see his fingers twitching and know he's working on something. I start the grid's program and begin sorting the holographic blocks. Halfway through, the colour-coded blocks begin to emit frequencies meant to elicit certain emotions. I sort based on nostalgia, terror, regret, jealousy, love, amusement, pity, joy, putting the emotions on a sliding scale between the light and dark side of the grid. When I'm finished, 9.5 minutes later, Matteo stands and examines my results. Horrific, he says. What? Your personality. He winks. Your mind is yours again, Lyria. Almost. Do you still feel it? I search my mind. The parasite is gone, but I still feel something. They say people who lose a limb still feel it years later. Must be like that. Except it was never a limb. It was always an alien inside me I couldn't control. Yet I find myself missing its security. With it, I felt I was due for something great. It consoled the part of me that feared how small I am in a world of giants. I feel it. He nods, stands, and walks to the far side of the room. I follow the man, clumsy in his elegant wake. We stop before a metal basin bathed in harsh light. Matteo hands me a small circular control. Destroy it. It was never you. You were never it. Draw a triangle with your thumb on the prism. Destroy it, and be clean. I look down at the parasite. It lies inert in the basin, harmless yet seductive. Its core is as small as my pinky nail and flat, and around it lie its thousands of translucent tendrils, a halo of angel hair. I've not seen it since it left Figment and burrowed into my own brain that day Victra, Volga and I crashed down on Mars. That thought, that memory of violation, moves my thumb. I draw the triangle. The harsh light over the parasite intensifies. Matteo turns my head away from the light. Heat radiates from the basin over my back. When it's dim enough to open my eyes again, the parasite is a pool of liquid metal. It trickles down the drain. Matteo clinks his glass to mine. Well done, Lyria. You are free now. I feel free. Finally. You'll be happy to hear the Sovereign's envoys have arrived. Darrow is expecting you. I stare at him. What? He's here? Yes, one room over. His hardware needed tuning, but he won't be here for long. He pauses. He's bound for the Rim. The Rim. My mind races. Why the Rim? Mars will come under attack soon. Oh, Mars is already under attack, and so is the Rim. By Volsung Fa, in fact. He smiles and touches his pendant through his jacket. I thought that may be of interest to you since he killed your friend Ephraim. Ephraim wasn't my friend. No, it was the other, wasn't it? What was her name? Volga? Volgana? Volga, I say, which you remember perfectly well. He winks. Just making sure your memories scratch. Darrow is not the hugest man I've ever met, but he is the only man I've ever met who makes his own gravity. I grow heavier the closer I come to his orbit. He lies on a medical bed under red light, accompanied only by medical drones. Sweat sheets off his muscled, scarred body. He has more power in one of his legs than I have in all of me. It was easier to criticize him from afar. Up close, seeing his body is enough to make me realize the distance between our experiences. What type of enemies must a man fight to need to be built like a war machine and still get so many scars? His voice is deeper in person and sends chills down my spine. You must be Illyria of Lagulos, he says from the bed without opening his eyes. I want to go to the Rim, I blurt out. His eyes open. And how is it you know where I'm going? Matteo told me. He pauses for a moment. Even his silence is terrifying. At last he asks, What else did Matteo tell you? That you didn't get the ships you needed here, so you're bound for the Rim, which is under attack by the Askamani. Well, Volsung Fa. He told you that? And more, I say. He grunts. Must miss the Hyperion gossip circuit. I've seen Volsung Fa, I say. Have you? I hear the interest in his voice. He chased me down a hallway once, all in black armour, with thorns on it. Thorns? He impaled men with them. He wanted Volga. Ah, the time you fled the Pandora, he says. You know who I am. What I've done then, I say. He's still looking straight up. According to my wife, we've forgiven you, and I'm supposed to make sure you get home safe. Forgiven? Slag that. I'm done feeling guilty for something I didn't intend. I was asking because if you know who I am, you know I am close with Volga. What I don't get is why you wouldn't take me with you, seeing as how I'm the only friend Ragnar Valaris' daughter has in all the worlds. Only when I stand up to him, and only then, do his eyes finally meet mine. He's pained from his treatment. Still, I sway, knowing only a portion of what those eyes have seen. Io hanging, Armadas burning, a sovereign dying on his blade. For a horrifying second, I realize what it must be like to be him. The man cursed to use the weapons of the enemy to liberate people like me. All for what? People like me to stand with their hands on their hips and scold him? All the anger I've had for him over the years dissolves in the reality of his existence. I wouldn't want to be in an iron rain. I wouldn't want to fight a peerless guard, and he's fought them all. I am not going to rescue Volga, he says. She's probably already dead or brainwashed. Sorry, those are the hard truths. This Fa doesn't seem to play with his food. But Ilium is a war zone. It'll soon get worse, and Fa's not long for this world. Helios and all the might of the Rim is coming for him. Are you a soldier, Illyria? No, I admit. Then you really don't want to be there. It's because I'm a red, ain't it? His eyes flash with anger, and then soften just as suddenly. His voice softens too. Illyria, I know the spirit of Reds. I know it well enough to know a red spirit is not in her armour, or her size, or her experience. He sighs. Listen, Virginia sent me your dossier. I know what happened to your assimilation camp. I know what happened to your family. The camps never became what we wanted them to. I am sorry for it. I ain't yours to protect. I snap harder than I meant to. Now you listen. I don't want your sorry. Volga is my best friend. She's my only friend. She gave herself to Fa to protect Mars. Everyone just let her. I don't blame them, but she's got no one. I know what that's like. I promised I'd get her back. She's got no one else to fight for her. Don't you care at all? Ain't she the true heir of Ragnar? Don't that matter to you? He was your friend. We all know that. He grimaces. I can't fix everything. If all goes as planned, we won't even see the obsidians. Probably just the rubble they've left behind. But oddly enough, they've given Mars time to breathe. I wish them well in their war against the Dominion, and I wish you well in your travels. Your ship will leave tomorrow at 0500. Go home. Personally, I'd give anything to do that. I leave itchy with anger and feeling small as a tick's prick. Somehow I thought it'd go different because he was a Red. Is a Red. Because I'm a Red. Is it because he knows I'm Gamma? I thought he'd see my spirit, my pluck, and pack me in with the rest of the cargo the drones are loading onto his ship. But no. My chance to matter flowed down the drain with the parasite. Matteo wakes me early the next morning. I shower and dress in silence. Before I leave the room, I look out through the ovular windows and listen for the last time to the song that seeps through the glass. It was with me throughout my recovery, and I think it will be the only thing I miss from this place. You are fortunate. The ship is stocked with cuisine from our own stores. It is run by a sophisticated artificial intelligence named Pilot, Matteo says as we enter the hangar. A Y-shaped ship waits with its ramp unfurled. On the opposite side of the hangar, Darrow's black ship undergoes repairs. It looks like a pit viper, I think. Light from welding drones casts wild shadows on the floor. Pilot may lack creativity, as its name implies, but it will return to Mars as efficiently as any human could. What if enemy ships attack us? It will react. What if I try to take the controls? I ask. There are no controls to take. You are superfluous to the functioning of the ship. And everything else. It will leave in... He checks his chronometer. A half hour. All you need do is lay back, enjoy the ship's myriad comforts, and you and your fellow passenger will land in Aegea 33 days from now. Assuming you don't get shot down or kill each other in transit, that is. I stop at the ramp. My fellow passenger? He's already inside. Before we say farewell, I wish to thank you, Lyria of Legolas. For what? A reminder of the beauty of friendship, and that any mob is made up of people, in the end. I look back a little more fondly because of you. Look back? I'm not sure if I'm insulted or not, but I blush when he sweeps down to kiss both of my cheeks. He smells like heaven and flowers and sunlight. Friendship, I snort. Darrow and the rest are going to find my friend, and I'm being sent the other way. His eyebrows float up. Indeed, at gunpoint even. Safe journey. He sweeps toward the hangar exit, whistling a lovely tune. The hall entry from the ramp leads to the ship's lounge, where a shirtless, tattooed man sits on the floor drinking from a coffee mug. I stare in awe at my fellow passenger. The Goblin of Mars. Holy bloody damn shit. I almost run away. You're late, he rasps. What? You're late. Darrow said the ship wouldn't leave until 0500. The shit you think we're waiting on, Rusta. Refueling, clear skies. Nah, you. He tips his mug at me. He slaps the floor. Let's get, pilot. Negative, Passenger Barker. This vessel may not depart until the specified window. We are not the only ones in the asteroid belt. Your demand is declined. Slag that. Let's go. Negative, passenger Barker. The vessel heard you the first time. May not depart until the specified window. Severow scowls down into his mug. I stand awkwardly until he glares at me. What you looking at? I look at the ceiling and feel stupid. I look back at him. Darrow is all weight and silence. Severow is like staring into a wood chipper, not sure if it's coming your way. You're Severow Barker. So they say. Don't care. My name is Lyria of Lagalos. Don't care. Go do something useful with your mouth. He jerks his head toward the commissary. I stay rooted in front of him. I wanted to say... My voice cracks. I wanted to say I'm sorry about Ulysses. His head jerks toward me so fast I flint back. What did you say? Ulysses. He... Several blinks up at me. He? I stare, horrified. He didn't know. Oh, gods. I thought he knew. I thought the Sovereign would have told them. I thought he'd know like Darrow knew who I was. Does he know who I am? What does he know? Oh, shit. Shit. He? Several asks again. A lump forms in my throat. I swallow it down. He. Severow rises to his feet. He's taller than he looks. Sturdy in frame, lanky with sledgehammer fists. Next thing I know, I'm in the air, dangling from one of those hammer hands as he chokes me. The hand has a skull of a wolf tattooed on it. He's not cuddly at all. He's terrifying. I can't breathe. My feet kick. I see knives in the holsters on his belt. Knives on the floor. They've sent me home with a monster. I swatted his tattooed arms. It's like hitting a tree. Hey! Your... son! I manage. Ulysses! Severow's grip tightens. He's going to kill me. My lungs scream for oxygen. White spots dance in my vision. It's a boy. He blinks and loosens his grip. Why are you sorry? He shakes me like a rag. Why? I don't know what he knows, so I just spill my guts. I was on the Pandora. I was Victra's prisoner along with Volga. Fa and his Ascomani attacked. The ship was lost. We escaped down to Mars with Victra. She was trapped under a tree. We helped her get out, and the three of us tried to get to safety. Victra had the baby before we got clear. I helped best I could, but we were in a fishing village. Thought it was safe. It wasn't. His voice is small. He's dead? I'm sorry. I thought you knew. He stares at the floor. How? I don't answer. I'm scared. Not by him, but because I know my words are sharper than his knives. How? The Red Hand. They... took him. My voice trails away. How? They nailed him to a tree. He lets me go, and I collapse to the floor. He slumps, hollow. Before I can apologize again, he shoves a small silver cube into my hands and says, "Get this to the Sovereign." He pushes past me and leaves the ship, stumbling down the ramp like a drunk man. I follow at a distance and watch from the top of the ramp as he storms from the hangar. When he's gone, I'm alone on the ship. I roll the silver cube in my hand. What is it? A message to Virginia from her husband? Or something for Pax? The AI drones. 20 minutes until departure. Will Severo make it back in time? Is he coming back? Am I doing this journey all by myself? I turn to head back into the ship, then stop. I'm not just alone on the ship. I'm alone in the hangar. Darrow's ship lies on the opposite side. Welder's drones are at work on its hull. More drones trundle in and out of its cargo bay. Its open cargo bay. I glance back into my ship and its sleek, lonely corridors. I look back at Darrow's. A smile spreads. I think of Matteo's last words. Forced to go home at gunpoint. Not a gun to be seen, I dart back into the Mars-bound ship, place the holocube on the table in the commissary, then run out the way I came. Chapter 41. Darrow. To the Stars. I wake on the day of departure feeling like a mummy rising from its sarcophagus. Quick said pain was to be expected, but I didn't expect to feel arthritic after the light wave treatment. He said it would help with my mobility. To get the dust out of the joints and the blood flowing, I perform my morning stretches to the rhythmic sounds from the coral aquarium outside my room's only window. Past the pain of each initial movement lies a pleasant surprise. Greater flexibility than I've had in years. I jump and touch the ceiling with ease. Damn, but I will miss Quick in more ways than one. After a shower and a cup of caf, I stride with fresh legs past the suites given to Cassius and Ori to enter Sevro's. Stony-faced, he'd said farewell the night before, but I hoped that he'd change his mind, that I'd wake to see him snoring in his bed. He did not change his mind, it seems. The bed is freshly made, and when I arrive at the hangar, I see the ship Quick provided to ferry him and Lyria home with my message for Virginia is already gone. Wounded and wary of the wound, I seek distraction. To the sounds of loaders hauling pallets of grav bikes and equipment into the cargo bay, I inspect the Archimedes' refurbished stealth hull, until Cassius, then Quick, join me in the hangar. "Factory repaired and sleek as a leviathan's hide," Cassius says with a whistle as he runs a hand along the fresh stealth material that coats the hull. "My compliments to your techs soon, even if their brains are all silicon." Cassius glances in suspicion at the construction drones. "The material is the last generation of its line," Quick says. "Its cloaking capabilities are superior to that of the generation Cavix gave you for Mercury. However, it is more fragile against kinetic impacts. As usual, it only works with your shield off, so do steer clear of pirates and moonies, Bologna." "What about Scylla and Leviathans?" Cassius asks. "Whatever are you prattling on about sea beasts for?" Quick asks. "Well, knowing Darrow, we'll crash on Europa and I'll have to fend off those beasties with an oar," Cassius says. "I must confess I think you are a coward soon, fleeing the fray at a time like this. But your station is the most ludicrous venture I've ever heard tell. Congratulations on the audacity, if nothing else." He extends a hand to Quicksilver. "Prime luck out there beyond the system soon. If you find a planet of guileless nymphs, do send word." Quick looks at his hand in contempt. "Your father was a decent man, despite his eyes. Your mother wasn't and isn't. As for you, you might be decent, but the man you killed like cattle 12 years ago was a titan. While you frittered away the spring of your life, he suffered, he struggled, only to be struck down by you. Fitchner was my friend. I'm happy you found accord with Sevro, but no. Hospitality is one thing, but I will never shake your hand, peerless. If you were worth anything, Loon wouldn't be leading a gold armada, would he?" Cassius weathers all the insults but the last one with aplomb. The last is a knife to his gut. I showed him the Lightbringer trundling after the rim. He fears a confrontation, I think. "Per aspera ad astra, Goodman." He bows with perfect manners and excuses himself. I linger with Quick. Cassius is, "I don't care. Do you think he knows you plan to kill Lysander?" "Do I ask. He chuckles. "Of course you do. You know where he's going. If the opportunity presents itself, how could you not? He's the link between the rim and core. He dies." He makes scissors with his fingers. "What a way to use your new navy. If it exists. Maybe you do know war. I say with a grim smile. Will he be able to do it? Quick wonders. 10 years with someone. That's a long time. Can you take another brother from that man? Would he let you? I don't answer, because I've worried enough about that question myself. Quick gestures to a black crate as it enters the Archimedes. We took everyone's measurements while you were sleeping. You have the new pulse armor you requested. My last line. 10 kits. I know you run through them, though you'll be hard-pressed with this model. I turn in interest. Manuals included? Have I ever not? I will miss your presence. You'll adore this last. Model's called Godkiller Mark I. He winks. Just don't use it on me. Jove, don't smile like that. It's disturbing. Sorry, I mutter. Gear, you know. His eyes brighten at the sight of Matteo entering the hangar with Ori, hand in hand. Well, they're a pair. He's very right. By themselves, each of the pinks is enough to take the breath out of a room. They laugh like two long-lost friends, heading out of the theatre, talking about everything and nothing. Quicksilver reaches for Ori's hand when they arrive, but it's his turn to be slighted. With a kiss for Matteo on the cheek, she walks past Quick and carries on into our ship, like she doesn't even notice the wealthiest man alive. She's very political, Matteo says with a smirk. Quick sighs. Fair enough. At least my final rebuke was from a beauty and not a Bologna. He smiles at me as the drone trailing behind Matteo brings the helmet I saw on his wall. He picks it up and grunts at the weight. I take it from him with one hand. The helmet is the same shape as the starburst helm Fitchner wore as Ares, but it is pure black. This was the first helmet I made for Fitchner, he says, and the best, but he only used it a couple of times. Thought it looked too expensive and would tip the gulls off that he had a backer. He's not wrong. I did get carried away. It's made of onyxium and is compatible with most suits. One of my best artificers worked on it. Does it have a name? I ask. The Twilight Helm, Quicksilver declares. Never one for understatement, is he? I say to Matteo. Well, this name's very literal, Quick says. Put on the helmet and say, I am Ares. I hesitate. It seems wrong, like I've stolen a legacy. Go on, it's charged. Not yet, I say. If Athena thinks I should, I will, but not yet. I understand. I miss Fitchner too. He looks a little disappointed. Well then, I guess this is farewell. I don't know what there is left to say. You could say you changed your mind, that you think it's not too late for our republic, I reply. If only I agreed. He sticks out his hand. I take it gently in mine. His eyes drift to his ring on my pinky. He struggles to let go, but eventually he does. It is in your hands now. I know what you think, but I'm an old coward. Prove me wrong. I will, if you prove me right. Rolling his eyes, Quicksilver turns, squeezes Matteo's shoulder, and walks away without looking back. Matteo watches after him before looking up at me. I'm sorry I could do no more to help. It's not that I don't agree with you, but Regulus and this station, well, I can do more here, perhaps, in the end. I set a hand on his chest, over his heart. You've always been strong because you are gentle, I say. Thank you for everything. He folds both of his hands over mine. It is a noble thing to keep the beasts from the door. Whatever people say, they could not say it if you didn't. He goes to his tiptoes, but still I have to bend for him to kiss my cheeks. For Pax, For Virginia. He kisses my forehead. For you. He kisses my nose and smirks. For Severo. Severo? Well, he'd bite me. His eyes dance toward the hangar entrance. A mound of heavy weaponry wobbles toward us. Underneath it is Severo. His long hair is gone. The sides of his head gleam from a fresh shave. He's kept only a short spine of hair down the center of his head. His war hawk is back. His face is terrible and focused. There's already weapons on the ship, I note as he trudges past. He doesn't say anything and just goes up the ramp and into the ship. After a final embrace with Matteo, I follow with the helmet and seal the hatch. I find Severo dumping his gear in front of a floor rack stocked with 6 new grav bikes. Your jazz. Catch. I toss him the helmet, and he lets it hit the floor with a thunk. Right. You see the new pulse armor? I ask, trying to get him excited about anything. It's already loaded in newly installed wall racks. I whistle as I approach it. Slimmer than the models we used to fall on Mercury. These are built for speed. Double-joined cutter, reinforced breastplate, nano-helm, adaptive camouflage skin, and he tripled the generator output capacity. I lick the shoulder of one to test the flavor. Pauline fiber woven in. Godkiller's right. I turn to see him still sorting his gear. So you're coming, then, I say. And you got your Warhawk back. Why the change of heart? He doesn't look up. Can't go back yet. He sounds fatalistic. Scary. Severo, drop it. I'm here. Let's fly. I pick up the helmet from the floor. For what it's worth, I'm glad you're coming. He says nothing. I let him alone and head for the cockpit as the Archimedes lifts off to leave Quicksilver's new world behind. Chapter 42. Lyria. Rat in the Machine. The Archimedes is the quietest ship I have ever travelled on. So quiet, I fear the growling in my stomach can be heard as I crawl through the access tunnel from my sad little hiding place in the auxiliary reactor into the machine shop. MRE wrappers and drained water bladders, now filled with my shit and piss, trail behind me on a cord connected to my ankle. I draw them out after me and refit the access grate. I pause in the dim shop, straining to hear beyond the purr of the engines. My mouth is chalky and swollen, my head pounding. All day I lay in my hiding place with the datapad Matteo gave me, studying Negal, mind wandering to one thing and one thing only. Food, food, food. I'm mad from hunger and thirst. When I hear nothing but the purr of engines, I slink through the machine shop toward the cargo bay. It is late in the ship cycle. The others should be in bed, the autopilot guiding the ship on its long journey across the Gulf. My hiding place seemed well chosen at first. Located at the rear of the ship, just forward of the engines, the shop is seldom traversed by the crew of the Archimedes, except for Severo. Most day and night cycles I bear witness to his welding, his ankle grinding, his grunts, his curses, his giggles? And the music! Gods, it's terribly great. What's he making out there? I know it's my fault he's not going home. He seems to have gone insane after the news of Ulysses. Damn it, but I wish I'd kept my mouth shut. While I have gone 9 days without being discovered as a stowaway, my hiding place has its disadvantages too. I have to travel 40 metres, nearly the entire length of the ship, to refill my water and food supplies. So far, I've braved only 2 supply expeditions. Each time I risk being discovered. If I steal too much at once, it will be noticed. No telling how they'll react to a stowaway. They might turn the ship around, but maybe they'll just jettison me out of an airlock for my insolence. I think back to the stories we shared in Camp 121 about these vaunted heroes, about their exploits and how my siblings and I dreamed of meeting them. In those fantastical stories, my brothers and sisters always imagined we'd be their plucky lancers as Darrow and Severo swept us away on their adventures, draping wolf cloaks around our shoulders when they realised what big hearts we had in our small bodies. But now, seeing them, their scars, their machine-like limbs, the brooding danger in their eyes, well, that burnt the illusion away like a welding torch over hair. These are serious people. Dangerous, serious people. They'd have to be to stand a chance at the game they play. Still, I guess I'd hoped they'd be nicer. My heart pounds in the cargo bay as I pass under the gaze of their shiny new battlesuits. They stand at attention in their racks, eerie and huge. The whole cargo bay portends violence. The place is stuffed with weapons and machines of war. What have I gotten myself into? I creep up the ramp, past the medical bay, training room and showers. My armpits and privates stink, but I can't chance a wash. Past those rooms, I hold my breath for the most dangerous stretch of my expedition, the crew cabins. No sound comes from Darrow's cabin, or the Pink's. The faint murmur of voices creeps through the largest door, Cassius's. He's watching hollows again. A metal bottle clinks, signalling he is awake. He's always the easiest to pin down, owing to his habits. Drinks like a miner, that one, mostly when the others are out and the hours are lonely. The only hours I can move around. Lucky for me, drunk men here like old men. Poorly. I make it to the lounge without trouble. From there, I go right into the galley. I wince at the slight hiss of the door opening, and then reel back. The smell of fresh food washes over me in an awesome wave. My mouth drips with saliva. A beautiful temptation awaits me. There, on the counter, under the muted red glow of the fresher, lies a feast for a queen. Half a loaf of fresh bread, with an open container of creamy yellow butter, shimmering apricot jam, a selection of stinky thick cheeses, and a gorgeous, huge ham, glistening with a dewy glaze of honey. My salivary glands ache and I swoon, but I can't touch it. Any of it. I dare not. It will be missed. Must keep discipline. Never take the fresh food, Lyria. That's a rule I made. With a lonesome glance at the feast, I slump toward the larder, where I drink a litre of water straight from the spigot, then fill 5 new bladders and stuff them into my bag. Next, I steal several days' worth of MREs, always picking from the back of the containers, and only taking one from each container so the depletion won't be noticed. I hesitate over the jars of sunflower butter. There are dozens. I've already taken 2, but it's my lone delight. Surely another won't be noticed. I steal one from the back, feeling the thrill at my own daring. With my supplies refilled, I prepare for my return expedition. But another temptation calls like a siren from one of those Greek stories. The rehydrator. I linger in front of it back in the galley, lusty, wishing I could dare to use the machine on my MREs. Oh, to taste hot food instead of the dead crunch of dehydrated calories that awaits me back in my sad little cubby. I could just do 1 meal, maybe 2, if only I could afford the noise the machine makes. No, I'm thinking like a mad woman. I already have my sunflower butter. I've been naughty enough. I pull myself away, only to feel a second tug, a greater tug. The ham. Oh, sweet fail, the ham. It's a huge ham for huge people. Surely they won't miss a slice, or 2. A knife is right there on the counter. Ham, with a dollop of butter, a nice slice of bread. I could make myself a sandwich. A golden fantasy appears. Me and my sandwich, alone in my cubby, getting to know each other real sloppy-like. I will make myself a sandwich. I deserve a reward for all this daring, don't I? I peek over my shoulder. The coast is clear. I set down my bag and extend a trembling hand for the knife, another for the ham to hold it as I cut a small slice. But it's such a big ham that I give in to my greed and cut a larger slice. As I shift the ham to cut it, I feel a strange resistance from the ham. A tension. Squinting, I see something. A faint, almost invisible thread attached to the ham and running toward the wall where it's connected to a mysterious, fingernail-sized piece of metal. Some primal part of my mind senses the danger before the logical part puzzles it all out. I've just taken the bait to a trap. Shit! Something snags my feet and jerks them out from under me. I'm flipped upside down. Blood rushes to my head. The knife flies from my hand, but I hold tight to the ham. Feet pound in the hall outside. I spin, wheeling my arms suspended in the air. A dark shape runs full tilt into the galley. A demonic smile flashes on a crazed face that stretches as it screams at me. Ham in my hand, upside down, I yelp as Severo rushes me and envelops me in a sack. Severo, get away from the airlock and put her down, Darrow orders. She was eating our supplies. Put her down. Fine. Severo's voice is monotone beyond the dark fabric of the sack. Severo, you're paranoid. Severo, you need to get more sleep. Your rat's imaginary. Stupid Bologna. I told him we had a rat in the walls. I never miscount my son butter. He carries me on his shoulder. Tell me you didn't hurt her. Darrow's voice. Severo. She still has her scalp. Severo, Jove. She's just a girl. What's what? A warm, masculine voice with the most beautiful accent I've ever heard asks as he joins. Cassius. The airlock alarm went off. Where's Ori? Is she all right? The Pink's voice. I'm fine. I thought I heard a girl scream. I didn't scream, I say in the sack. Yes, you did, Severo says. No, I didn't. He kicks me through the sack. Hard. Pain jolts through my ribs. Stop, Severo, Darrow snaps. Is that a person in that bag? Cassius asks. Yes, I say. My name is Lyria. I am a person. Is that the Red Scout? The Pink, Ori asks. Poor thing. Let her out. No. There's a scuffle, and Severo curses in pain. Son of a bitch! The bag unzips, and I'm dumped onto the floor at the feet of Severo, Darrow, Cassius, and a woman so beautiful she must be made of shadow and starlight. I blink up at her, forgetting the giants towering over me. No, shadow and fog. That's what she is. Hello, I say to her. The woman smiles sweetly, then sniffs Severo's shoulder. Is that urine? Severo pulls a knife the size of my leg. Severo, Darrow says. Severo stares at me with so much rage I think he's going to kill me. Darrow sees the look too and asks if he's all right. The rage is not for the ham or the urine. It's for telling him about Ulysses. The others don't know. That's plain as day, and the look of hate carries a warning. Keep your mouth shut. He knows I got the message. He stalks away. Cassius laughs so hard he has to lean against the wall. Ori disapproves of the entire scene. She scowls at Cassius and kneels beside me. Lyria, isn't it? Are you hurt? She asks. I shake my head and look up at Darrow. What do you think you are doing? He asks. I told you that I can help. Well, she pissed on Severo and lived. Cassius manages between fits of laughter. Name one other person who's done that. This is absurd and cruel, Ori says, and puts herself between Darrow and me. Isn't she one of your agents? At least let her change before you interrogate her. I ain't so fragile. I push her off and stand on my own. God, Darrow is tall. So is Cassius. Both broad as barns. It strains my neck glaring up at them. I swore I'd help to get Volga back, and I'm going to. I gave you an order, Darrow says. Remember, I ain't a soldier. Severo gave you a message to deliver to my wife. The ship is going to Aegea whether I'm on it or not. I left the message on the commissary table. Volga needs me. Mars doesn't. Who is Volga? Ori asks. Ragnar's daughter. Far's granddaughter. Darrow mumbles. Supposedly. Ori blinks in surprise at me. You know the granddaughter of the Obsidian warlord attacking Ilium? She's my best friend, I say, more than a little proud. Ori turns on Darrow to scold him. And you told her she couldn't come? This is my mission, he says. The pink actually stands up to him. It is my worlds that are under attack, Darrow. Consider we're entering a war zone. Might it not be best to have as many tools in our belt as our belt can fit? If you can't find a use for her, I guarantee you Athena can. The Obsidians will probably be dead before we even get there, Darrow says. And if they're not? Ori asks. I feel a surge of guilt for snapping at the pink, and sudden affection as soon as she backs me up. Not to mention Darrow is listening to her. I know the Volk served under you, but they also deserted you. That seems to wound Darrow. Whether you like it or not, she's on our path. Darrow scratches his beard. She's not trained. There are more ways to fight than with violence, Ori says. She's right. Cassius agrees, obviously sweet on Ori. I could use a janitor. Ori glares at him. What can you do, Lyria? I know how to hand a ship as crew. Rangers taught me to evo jump and shoot. Darrow's eyebrows float upward. I can fly a bit too, and it might be small, but I can do things you can't. Went 9 days under your nose. Could one of you do that? Nah, you wouldn't fit in the electrical ducts. You're too bloody big. If it weren't for the ham and that crazy bastard, I'd have managed the whole trip. Not that it matters. You can't turn back. You lose 18 days. I catch my breath and smile up at Darrow, hopeful. I say we flush her out the airlock, Darrow. Straight up murder her, Cassius says. But then he gives me a wink. I blush and smile back at him when I realise he's japing. He's on my side, probably just because of Ori. He's also the most attractive man I've ever had wink at me in my whole life. Matteo was beautiful, but Cassius... Oh, that's a man. Seeing Ori missed his sarcasm, he hurries to clarify. But if cold-blooded murder isn't on the menu, Lyria is right. We are stuck with her. Personally, I think the more the merrier. I could use an extra hand with the ship. Darrow's gone quiet, thinking, but not in a pleasant way. What makes you so certain Volga isn't happy where she is? He asks me. You don't know her. I do. Far's a monster. He killed Ephraim. That Grey was like a father to her. That seems to connect with Darrow. Cassius petitions on my behalf. Come on, Reap. Kid's house Mars through and through. Look, it's clear she wants to punch you. She's even got her arms crossed. Finally, Darrow relents. You follow my orders, Lyria. The last thing I want to do is cross the Obsidians. My mission is not to rescue Volga. No, it's to contact Athena, I say. His face tightens. Sorry, I overheard from the ducts. I really gotta stop talking so much. You are an asset I choose when and how to deploy, Yes? If our goals coincide, fine. If they don't, you suck it up. Returning to Mars with strength is our only priority. Right. I got a condition then too, I say. If I get a shot at Volga, you let me go. Long as it doesn't slag up your mission. Like I said, I ain't yours to protect. Deal? Darrow sighs, spits in his hand and extends it. I do the same, and my hand disappears into his as we shake. It's the first time I've touched him. An electric thrill goes through me. If my sister was alive, if my brothers were, they'd die knowing I spit-shook the hand of the Reaper himself and nearly broke my hand doing it too. I don't think he even meant to squeeze so hard. I'm back to bunk, Darrow says with a yawn. Cassius, Ori, you two seem to be our champions, so she's your charge. Find her a bunk and get her to work in the morning. Cassius snaps a mock salute and drawls, Yes, Imperator. Happy too, Imperator. Good call, Imperator. Darrow leans in close to him, sniffs, and raises an eyebrow. Cassius shrugs, sheepish. Right. So, can you actually hand a ship, or was that just talk? Cassius asks me, once Darrow has left. I can hand. Lovely. He sniffs me this time and glances at Ori. I'll deal with the stench if you find some clean clothes, the pink says. Come along, you smell like an oryx. Like a what? I take my time in the shower. After 9 days in my own stink, the hot water is the veil itself. When I come out the flush, Ori is waiting for me. I cover my tits and nethers and jump back into the flush. It's only flesh, she calls and tosses a towel into me. Easy to say when yours looks like that, I call back. She laughs. Beautifully, of course. When I'm dry, she leads me to the crew cabin next to her own. It is small, but a grand step up from my cubby. It has a bunk, a desk, lockers, and a holovid player, as well as loads of candy and blue space charts. I eye the mattress like it's made of ham. After sleeping on metal, it might as well be. Wrapped in the towel, I stand awkward under Ori's gaze. Not sure what to do. I've never felt more clumsy and ugly than in the pink's presence. She might as well be made of air. Maybe it was that insecurity that made me snap when she came to my defence. Thank you, I say to her, for speaking up for me. Who is this Athena, then? She is a teacher and a leader. She freed me when I was younger than you are now. So what is she? Like the Ares of the Rim? Ares was a warrior. Athena is a builder, at least to me. You'll have to decide for yourself when you meet her. Cassius will be coming with clothes. Do you need anything else? Perhaps a lullaby? It's been a frightful evening. I'm not 9. Oh, it was a joke. Not everyone is aiming at you, Illyria. Glad you're aboard, she says, and sweeps away. I wait in my towel on the bed until a knock comes at the door. Cassius enters and tosses me a bundle of clothes. My old pilot left her gear behind. Since you're in her quarters, figured, well, might be a little long in the limbs, but it's the best fit we have. Thank you, I say. Where'd she go? Who? Your old pilot. He grimaces. With my other crew members. He hesitates. With Lysander Aulun. I stare at him. A loon? He nods across the hall to Darrow's door. A loon slept there? You'd find out sooner or later. Mad, I say. A loon there, me here. I laugh, stunned. Why'd he go? I ask. He chose to be a loon. Oh, I say, a little darker. And she chose to be a blue? He seems surprised by my question, pleasantly. Yes. Tailor them however you like. There's sewing supplies in the machine shop, though be wary in there. It's a sty these days. I made you a plate, too. Some of that ham. But no eating in your room. Eat at the table like a civilized human. Can't stand crumbs on my ship. Must have standards. I watch him for a moment. The pink isn't here. He frowns. And what does that mean? You're sweet on her. Why else would you be so nice to me? Shall I be rude? He flirts, and I blush. Is that your bent? He sighs. Maybe that's the fashion now. Haven't been back to Mars in an age. No, I say. It's just, I know who you are. A cloud appears over him, dimming his features. And who's that? You... Well, you're the betrayer, the turncloak. You let Darrow into the Dragon Maw to strike down Octavia the Tyrant, and you killed Ares. I did. He pauses. A long time ago. He looks sad now. Maybe for a moment he thought someone didn't know of his infamy. Maybe for a moment he thought he got to make his own first impression. He's so downcast that I feel a kinship with him, a need to lift him up. How many times did others change when they learned I was a Gamma? They chose to be a gold and a blue, so they left, I say. You're still here. He looks at me with twinkling eyes. Could use the company while I see about that plate. You can tell me about the Archimedes and my job. I want to be a good hand. I won't be dead weight. I can't be. He considers. Do you drink whiskey? Red eyes, 140 proof blood. He looks up as if to heaven. Finally! Some decent company. You have a call sign already? Red Banshee, I say. It's rude to start a friendship with lies, he replies. What is it really? You can be honest with me. I grimace. Truffle pig. Oh dear. A smile creeps across his face. You really shouldn't have told me that. Chapter 43. Lysander. Fragment of Immensity. 3.5 weeks into our race back to Ilium, Diomedes extends an unexpected and remarkable invitation to join him on the bridge of the Dustmaker. I smile at the stoic guards as I ride the lift from the rear of the ship where my handful of Praetorians and I bunk. I must be the first core gold to receive such an invitation in decades. More and more, I believe I have a true partner in my quest for rim and core unity. Diomedes may be taciturn in our weekly dinners with his officers, but he's allowed my Praetorians to train with his lightning phalanx, and given them dispensation to use the solariums, gardens, and lap pools, usually reserved for veteran rim greys. Even Roan softens in his opinion of the rim, after a hard drill and a good swim, though the food is still not up to my dragoons' standards. Behind a kill zone and an immense door, the brain of the rim vessel bustles like a busy, well-behaved library. In life, the colours operating the ship may have personalities, wants, but at work in this ship, they are biological cogs in an immense vessel of war within an immense fleet, within an immense military, within an immense civilization, spanning from the moons of Jupiter all the way out to Pluto. They seem to take a measure of comfort in their relative insignificance, or perhaps it is the pride in knowing they are an essential part in an effort so massive. The Corps could learn from them. In terms of territory, the Rim is the second largest empire that has ever existed, save the Society when the Rim was in the fold. With awesome size comes logistics of impenetrable complexity. One artificial intelligence of sufficient computing power could run it in macro, of course, but that would be a gross violation of our humanistic principles. Instead, billions of humans work in concert, each suited to their task, those tasks foreign and opaque to any other color, like fish to water. It makes me feel at peace in the center of this small but powerful fragment of their civilization, and it solidifies my belief in the Republic's cancerous effect on the harmonious system our ancestors built. Men like Volsung Fa only exist because of what Darrow began. I summon the mind's eye as I enter the bridge. My senses, now focused, produce a theater of texture and sound and detail. But it's the blackheads on the nose of the gold woman in milky white armor and the baritone grumble of her thick throat that overwhelm me. She is a destroyer. Huge, hard, violent. I stare at her like an urchin struck by the thunderbolt of Zeus. I am the bridge Kidemonas. You have been given the honor of breathing beneath the gaze of Akari. I let go of the mind's eye and glance up to see an iron relief of the dead gold staring down at me from the ceiling of the bridge. You will submit your laser to my keeping. I submitted readily. A personal note. She leans forward. That blitz on Phobos. Simple, rude, effective, proper iron. She kisses her fist and punches her chest. Behave, Gaia. I would have more feats of renown from you. I assure her she will, and request her name. Ophelia Auzagra. Auzagra, first into the breach on Deimos. She nods, as if annoyed by her rising fame, and then waves me on. The simulation will conclude soon. Stand there. Above an expanse of sunken pit crews that encircle a raised triangular platform, Diomedes commands the Dustmaker. He is surrounded by war, holograms filled with starships on fire. His left hand is sheathed in Helios's god glove. It is bizarre seeing a man other than Helios wearing it. The cestus allows the gold wielder to assume command of the ship's major systems. It's a mobile bridge, but if your DNA isn't on file and you put your hand in the cestus, they say it's a death 4 times worse than death by fire. How they measure that, I have no idea. The cestus doesn't beam an interface up toward Diomedes. Instead, his display is a constellation of free-floating globes, navigated with a subtle twitching of his fingers. The cestus is mostly ceremonial. It is far more efficient and precise to leave the running of the ship to the crew. Watching the crew, I feel as if I am watching a dance. That is how the Rim battles. They rely on speed, surprise, elegant attack runs, not the brute strength common in the Corps. It reminds me of Cassius's razor lessons. With a pang of nostalgia for the idle days I spent with Cassius on the Archimedes, I watch from the back of the bridge as the blue and green crew successfully fends off the wave of Askamani boarders until the command deck's holograms fade and the lights brighten. The performance seemed splendid, but not to Diomedes' exacting standards. Still, he thanks them for their efforts over the last 2 weeks he's been in command, and the view screens return to displaying the view fed to the buried bridge by the cameras on the prow of the ship. We are almost through the vast emptiness of the Gulf. Jupiter hangs in the distance, as small as a drop of amber. Diomedes motions me to join him on the command triangle. They think my palms are sweating in the cestus, he says of the crew. Are they? He looks at the cestus. To be the master of so much power is to be trapped by it. I prefer my destroyer, to be a dragon rather than a volcano. With Helios running ahead of the main armada with his torch ship recon squadrons, Diomedes has been entrusted with the command of the Dustmaker. It is a stupendous sign of confidence from Helios. Is Helios still running dark? I ask. That's when he does his best work, unencumbered by the monstrosity of command. He nods to the display that shows the Rim fleet, arranged in 6 spear-like spheres with pickets thousands of kilometers out. It is far more fun for an experienced commander to shed the logistical weight of an armada and strike out with a small task force, returning home only to refuel, rearm, repair, and report. First a razor to cut the enemy, then the hammer to bash their brains in as they try to get up. "Have you eaten?" Diomedes asks. "Protein amino mush with the Praetorians, if you count that." He motions over his valet. "Tell the cooks to steam up some trout." I die a little inside. Steamed trout. What a treat! With Diomedes, master of the dustmaker in Helios's absence, he is required to use Helios's office. That is where we take our meal. The rooms are circular and Spartan, of course. Most are dedicated to functional purposes. A map room, a meditation chamber, a small personal niche with ambient sounds from Helios's home of Callisto, a sparring sphere, and an eating area large enough to accommodate 24 officers. The table there is as rare and priceless as a ghost raptor, a mother table. It is made from the branches of the 8 founding trees of Demeter's garter. Diomedes and I eat alone in quiet around its live edge. He masticates the last of his steamed trout as though it were as succulent as a Calarian eel marinated in orange juice and brine, which it is most certainly not. The fish has the consistency of wet cardboard and the flavour of old cashews. The vegetables and legumes, however, are a delight. Garter carrots, thick as my wrist, garter beans, fat and oozing with nutty flavour. I mourn that only my trout remains. The Rim has never done meat well, and that we are eating it at all means the troops will be getting it soon. The Ra never like to eat better than the Lows, especially not on campaign. For Diomedes, trout is a special treat. He pauses for his last bite. "How is the pain of the lament?" "Faded to little more than a dull ache," I say. "Your saline pools and medici have helped. But really it's the leech your mother gave me. What a godsend!" I touch the leech through my shirt. Its teeth are still buried into the skin over my lower spine. It collects toxins in the blood of its host and processes them like a second liver. "You've kept it in, then?" he asks. "Don't tell my Praetorians," I say. "They'll spout more moony conspiracy theories." Diomedes smiles and spears his last bite. He chews very slowly and swallows with reluctance. "Helios drew first blood 5 days ago, just inside the orbits of the outer moons," he says as he wipes his lips. Finally, the update I requested. He engaged and destroyed an Ascomani scout group. Then he went dark to probe deeper into Ilium and harass Far's main fleet. 4 days ago, he destroyed 2 Volk torch ships. They still bore their Republic insignia. "Do you think Virginia might have sent them? Or at least prodded them along?" I ask. The consuls debated that possibility. "You know her better than I do. What do you think?" "No, not her style. From what I understand, Olympia and 2 other cities were sacked, and any Far didn't enslave he sacrificed to his All-Father, before moving on to attack their asteroid holdings. Far, it seems, is an enemy of all. A creature of Darrow's, then? As I understand it, the Obsidians view him as a demigod, if not a god, and he's still unaccounted for." I peek under the table. He laughs at the joke. "Honestly, it would have been better to get him back to Mars than constantly worry he'll pop out of nowhere and maul us while we're all eating our trout. It is better for an enemy to be strong and visible than to be missing and capable," he agrees. "From what I understand, Seife was like a sister to Dara. If far mutilated her, as our intelligence suspects— I shake my head. Not to mention, had the Volk braves not deserted Darrow and Mercury, it would have been a very difficult battle, I say. So no, it's not Darrow. Though it is his fault the Volk have a modern navy. That we can blame him for. Diomedes mulls that over. How are your Praetorians enjoying their trip? Like dogs in a land of cats their own size, I say. They're eager to return to the Corps. I imagine they are. Diomedes picks his teeth with the bones of his trout. Many of their friends must have died at the Battle of Ilium. Died perhaps by my father's hand, or by the hands of my veterans, before Darrow sailed to Luna, and the society crumbled. 12 years ago. You think they hold a grudge? I ask. We both know they do. It's true that Roan has a long memory, but he's no fool or zealot. Realist is the word. A realist and loyal to me, I say, as the servants clear the dishes. He was my shooting instructor and has known me since I was born. He knows Atalantia and the Republic are my enemies. I consider. Diomedes sips a rare glass of plum liquor. Mine is already gone. I'll have to get a case of the stuff from the Garter for Apollonius. I admit Roan does seem more on edge the closer we draw to Ilium, but that is to be expected, I say. As are you. You've run 40 drills in 2 weeks. I am wary, but this is not a subject for the dining table. Come. He thanks the stewards who collect the plates and has me join him in Helios's personal niche. He sits in a European-style chair made of inky Leviathan leather. I peruse a wall of Helios's trophies. Like many Rim knights, he collects weapons that have either killed his friends or wounded him personally. Amidst them are his own Hasta and Kitari collection. His daughter's Kitari, with her House Dionysus Institute ring melted into the pommel, hangs with 20 other blades. The iron grapes make me think of Thessalonica and Apollonius's vineyards for some reason. Diomedes clears his throat, and I take a seat on a Titan-style camp chair. Diomedes sets his hands on his belly and leans back. I drill the crew because I am on edge. What did they tell you as a child? About the Ascomani, I mean. That they lurk out there in the far dark like demons in their asteroid nests? That they come to our worlds to eat naughty children and take them back to slave away in their diamond mines? Yes? I shrug. More or less. But my grandmother exposed me to several warrior specimens at a young age to inoculate me from fear. She'd put them on a collar in my room until I could fall asleep at the drop of a pin. Little did she know it'd be a goblin who would haunt my nightmares. Diomedes looks dubious. Really? Do tell. Once, when I was a boy, Severa our barker dragged me from my window and stuffed me in a bag. I was presented to Darrow as a hostage. The Reaper was not the more nightmarish of the pair. No, unlike Darrow, Severa has no qualms about murdering children, I say. I have not met the Goblin of Mars yet. He sounds disappointed. When, and if you do, I advise you to kill him fast, and to make sure he's dead. It seems the Minotaur did not heed this warning. No, evidently not. He nods. I would offer the same device when you meet the Ascomani. They are a race of relentless darkness. That is their home, after all. The darkness out there in the Kuiper Belt. And darkness always finds a way. They are the product of a failed rebellion, the scions of the warriors who followed King Cuthul. They are consummate survivors, clever enough to know what they're good at, wise enough to realize what they're not. To think of them as simply space-dwelling obsidians is to underestimate them. I underestimate no slave-turned marauder. They are slaves turned slaver. They learned the practice from the core, but then advanced it, made it crueler. Their very appearance now is the result of enslaved carvers. Our blues, oranges, greens, violets, reds. Generations of them have been stolen from their families, then bred for more generations out there in the asteroid city-states. These colors live in torment, simply because they can operate an energy grid, fly a fighter, craft weapons, develop technology. An Askamani king would risk 5,000 of his braves to get one orange like your Glirastes. 10,000 just to get one grower from the garter. I feel a pang of sadness as I recall an image of Glirastes hunched over a project, spouting lunacy about some new endeavor. They really value browns over oranges. A grower of the garter, yes. They exist in only one place, and are the linchpin of our entire food supply. No enemy in history has ever set foot on that sacred ground where they engineer and advance the plants that feed billions. Why is the garter not constantly under siege, then? I ask. So many reasons. It is too far from their domain. It is too well protected. The Askamani are fractious, tribal, and most of their wars are against one another, Diomedes says, and points his fishbone like a baton. And until now, they didn't have ships that could dare meet ours in battle. They'd hit our peripheral industries from time to time. Helium gas refineries, ice speculators, terraformers, Onyxian mines, you know. But now, thanks to Far and the Republic's stupidity, they have heavy core ships. Not hard to imagine the danger of an exchange of ideas between the Volk and those reptiles from the Far Inc. So they adapt. They learn quickly. They have to. He leans forward and dusts his hands off. We have always hunted them, and yet they are still out there. Even my dread uncle could not eradicate them. In fact, his very presence there stirred them up like a stick into an ant colony. This Volsung Fa began as a rumor more than a decade ago. A movement trailing in the wake of Atlas's massacres, uniting the fragments. Our reports came mostly from torturing captured braves. We never concluded this movement was one man, nor how many tribes he'd united under his banner. My father wondered, though. Did Atlas leave to fight the Republic as he claimed, or was he chased out because he feared what he had awoken out there in the dark? That's why you didn't want war with the Republic. You thought they might invade. Invade? He laughs. We never considered invasion. They didn't have the ships for it. Raid Neptune's moons, perhaps? Invade Ilium? Our Constantinople? Our Rome? Never. But it seems they skipped Neptune and the fleet we stationed there. Made fools of us. I don't intend it to happen twice. His eyes narrow and fall on me. You've been asking me to share our approach vector with your fleet. Come. Diomedes leads me to the map room, where he slides a small blue ring onto his pinky, and 121 stones disconnect from the ceiling to float over the table. What the Ra call the Sea of Ilium, the moons of Jupiter, each with its own orbital speed. Diomedes leads me through the outer ring of small stones. About 1/5 of the way through, he stops. We're burning full torch to here, Kaliki, he says, and puts his finger behind a smooth grey pebble. Helios has reclaimed it and is using it as his base of operations. His finger follows the grey pebble as it moves slowly around Jupiter. We will then ghost here, he says, His finger jumps from the slow pebble to a larger, faster white marble as it passes. We're now 2 steps closer to Jupiter in the middle behind a black marble. Then begin slingshot maneuvers. 12 consecutive maneuvers with no more than 1% of thrust used. He repeats the process a few times, hopping between passing stones until all that lies between us and Jupiter are 4 beautiful stones. 1 blue and green for Ganymede, 1 a deep sapphire for Europa, 1 steel and brown for Callisto, and the last and most important one, a poisonous yellow that moves faster than its companions. Io, home of the Ra, and Demeter's garter. I retrace the route. Ghost sailing, I say in admiration. Is it true it's more art than math? Only for a navigator. He shrugs. Truly it depends on the orbits. Sometimes it's bad weather, inconvenient orbital arrangements. Sometimes, very rarely, it's good weather. Diomedes' finger settles on Io. Before Sungrave's communications went silent last week, my grandmother reported obsidians on the ground. Far's ships will be at siege altitude. The mass of the moons and the radiation of Jupiter will hide us. They'll have little notice that we are coming. And what's the weather report? Perfect conditions. Orbits line up without us having to lose speed. Hence this approach. I wondered why Helios was leading the scouts himself, I say. At Kaliki, the fleet will be vulnerable. Condensed, cutting energy expenditure on shields to keep their approach off enemy scanners. Helios always leads from the front. Who better to secure Kaliki? My eyes go back to Io, where most of Far's big ships have been sighted, and settle on the thin band of green that wraps around the yellow stone that represents Diomedes' home moon. What happens if obsidians do seize Demeter's garter? Over 60% of the entire rim's agriculture is produced there, no? They will not, he says flatly. But if they do get through the battle walls and shields. He sighs. The rim is vast, cold. If the garter falls to the Ascomani, it would mean famine for many of our dependent worlds, the moons of Neptune and Uranus in particular. But the garter has never fallen, nor has Sungrave. If the ghost sail succeeds, and I believe it will, we will hit Far when most of his men are on the ground on Io, and we will end this travesty before your fleet even arrives. Then Mars, I say. Then Mars. So, it all begins here, at Kaliki, I say. Yes, and when we arrive, I would like you on the bridge. Why? I ask. If Rim and Kor are to be friends once more, moments like these will matter. I want the crew to see you there. Moreover, I want Helios to see you there. You'll suffer his displeasure for me. He shrugs. Until he returns, I am in command. Chapter 44. Lysander. Grapes and Iron. Kaliki is about the size of a small coin in the hollow displays that surround the command triangle. Behind it, Jupiter looms. Its myriad moons twinkle, many still distant. Io, our eventual destination, where we will smash Far, is 4 days ghost sailing away. It is on the far side of the gas giant for now. Diomedes smiles when the blue pilot, a girl of maybe 12, murmurs, Dominus, we are receiving a hail from Consul Lux. Passing to comms. Shroud requested. The bridge crew hum like happy bees at the news and at the first sighting of enemy debris. It makes me wish I was aboard the Lightbringer. My fleet is now 4 weeks behind the Rims. Disappointing. I spoke to Cicero and Pytha yesterday. The crossing of the gulf that yawns between the belt and the moons of Jupiter is taking longer than expected due to fluctuations in the reactor. I fear the Lightbringer won't contribute to the conflict at all. As the shroud enfolds the command triangle in the wall of darkness, a hologram glows. Helios's hawkish face peers at us from the bridge of his torchship. "All's foul on the wine dark," Helios says. "But there's joy on the wind if you turn east." Diomedes then gives a 16-digit code. Helios replies with a code of his own. Identity is confirmed, both relax. Helios has a fresh flash burn on his face, the shape of a hand, and heavy circles under his eyes. His skin hangs loose. He is exhausted from days behind enemy territory. "Young dragon, you must be jealous. First blood's to me." Helios grins from behind his clasped mustache. "You missed quite a hunt, lad. How's my dusty lady?" "Still in one piece, Consul. Eager to have you back in the cestus," Diomedes replies. Helios's eyes narrow. "Why is Loon on my bridge?" "I thought it sent the right message, Consul," Diomedes answers. Helios pauses, as if to order me off, then reconsiders with a grunt. "Perhaps you're right. We may yet need his aid purging these vermin. They've infested dozens of moons with outposts. Few serious battalions, but enough to keep the locals miserable and complicate matters further." "My Praetorians and I are eager for the fight, Consul Lux," I say. Dido's hologram appears from her bridge aboard her flagship, Dragon Song. "Helios, we were worried you'd taken your isolationism a step too far," she says without a greeting. "You went dark for longer than planned." "Intelligence reports underestimated the enemy's strength. They are well equipped. Ascamani craft in numbers I've never seen. The Volk are the real danger, though. They've got Republic code-breaking technology, heavy patrol craft to go with their dreadnoughts, and those dreadnoughts are frontline material." "Where are the rest of your hunting squadron? I only see 3 torchships with you." "Keeping an eye on Far's main fleet. The 4 Volk dreadnoughts are always with the Pandora. They're his wrecking ball. I want eyes on them at all times." "What of Sungrave?" Dido asks, no doubt thinking of her children she left behind in the raw mountain city. "Sungrave is besieged, as suspected, but it holds, as does the Garter. Vela is in command. But let's not keep your children waiting any longer than we have to, Dido. Diomedes, begin the contraction to fit the fleet into Callice's shadow. I'll be taking the Dustmaker back under my command for the ghost sail. So have your phalanx prepare for transfer. I want them on your destroyer for the battle at Io. Tip of our spear." Diomedes is happy to hear it. Helios Aulux signs off, and a little weight slides off Diomedes' shoulders. He caresses spines of Zeus and sighs. He had the Dustmaker, and he didn't slag it up. That's all one can do when you're not Helios Aulux. He catches me staring at him, but offers me a rare smile. This is it. Still some 30 minutes out from Callice, Dido's Dragon Song orders the Armada to contract alongside the Dust Armada. The dreadnought's belly slides overtop the larger Dustmaker until barely a kilometre separates the ships of the 2 consuls. As we slow on our approach to Callice, Helios's torchship and its escorts merge with the combined fleet. His shuttle lands in the hangar bay, and he rides the grav lift up the protected shaft to the bridge. Helios enters through the rhomboid executive door opposite the bank of escape pods. The metal slab seals behind Helios and his bodyguards with a clunk. I'm the only one on the bridge who doesn't salute when Helios limps in with 2 golds and 4 greys in battered orange and grey Phoenix phalanx armour. Helios is hunched from what must be a torso wound. His white Olympic cape is as filthy as his pulse armor. He carries several heavily decorated axes and spears. Diomedes holds his salute until Helios returns it on the command deck and tosses the captured weapons down with a clatter. The master of the ship has returned, and he's brought trophies. "For the battle shrines," Helios growls to Diomedes with a toothy smile. Helios's bald head is filled with new, angry red notches. He spares me a cursory nod. The man may be exhausted and obviously wounded. He walks with a very heavy limp in addition to his hunch, but his energy still crackles. His golds and greys cluster together down below. I recognize the two golds from his old guard. War seems to have made them younger, sprier. Of special interest are the Ascomani spears. They are long instruments with hafts of sleek black metal etched with runes. Their black heads are nearly as long as my calf and made of a different, shinier metal. "You look frightened, Loon. First black spar you've seen?" I nod. "Is that metal oxinium?" "Found only in the Kuiper. Almost a match for polyene fiber if mixed with carbon. Will slide right through a pulse shield or a hull. Let's get on with it, Diomedes." Diomedes motions up Zagria, the huge bridge Kidimonos. With the heavily armed woman and 3 veteran dust-walkers behind her supervising the transfer of power, Diomedes faces his mentor. "Consul Lux, I relinquish Imperium of the Dustmaker. Do you accept her binds?" "I do, Storm Knight. Thank you for your steady hand." Diomedes pulls the cestus off his hand and gives a code to a green in the pit. Helios gives a code as well, and the green formally transfers the shipmaster controls to Helios. A blue announces the transfer has been logged in the central chain. Under the guard of 2 gold officers, Helios removes his gauntlet and vambrace to don the cestus. His calloused hand seems eager. Understandable. It's been his command for, 40 years? I'd be eager to leave the fragility of a torch ship and once again become the biggest bastard in the Sea of Ilium, too. I miss the Lightbringer more than I thought I would. I stand up from inspecting the spears. As I do, I see something strange. Helios's famous Hasta, Sunburn, is on his right hip, but on his left is a Qitari with an iron pommel imprinted with the grapes of House Dionysus. I frown. That's odd. Helios's hand slips into the cestus in a strange way. Timidly, then all at once, like a frightened man jumping off a waterfall. Nothing happens for a moment. Helios's eyes burn into the deck. Inside the cestus, needles will be sampling his blood and bone marrow. Homer's words glow on the bands of the cestus to signify it has unlocked. Helios murmurs them. "I too shall lie in the dust when I am dead, but now let me win noble renown." Helios looks up at Diomedes. "It is good to come home." Diomedes, Zagria, and Dustwalkers salute, along with the crew. I stare at the grapes on the pommel of Helios's Qitari. That is his daughter's weapon. But his daughter's weapon was on the wall of his niche in his office. I glance up at the man, haunted by that second of intense focus and fear as the cestus tested his DNA. What was that? Diomedes did not notice. His eyes are fixed on Helios's boots. I don't see anything wrong with them, but I feel something wrong with the moment. Helios dismisses Zagria and activates the command triangle's shroud. A curtain of darkness surrounds the command triangle, hiding us from the eyes and ears of the greater bridge. I don't have a weapon. Zagria has mine. I try to get Diomedes' attention. "Zagria, remain," Diomedes says to the Kidemonas before she steps through the shroud. She stops, and her dustwalkers turn back with frowns. "What is the beauty behind the moon?" Diomedes asks. Another code. Rumi, I believe. Helios is annoyed. "Diomedes, we already did that dance." "What is the beauty behind the moon?" he repeats. Zagria's hand drifts to the hilt of her hasta. Her dustwalkers begin a slow encirclement of Helios. Helios is amused. "The beauty behind the moon is the moon maker," he replies. Diomedes nods and relaxes. Then, fast as a viper, he steps into Helios, grabs the cestus, and pulls up Helios's sleeve. For a moment I don't understand what I'm seeing. Helios's muscular left forearm is buried in the bands of the cestus up to the elbow. His skin is pale till just past the elbow, then the arm changes. The skin is rough and baked tan by the sun. The muscles are ropier, the bone thinner. A perfect pink line separates the two disparate topographies. Zagria and the dustwalkers draw their blades. It might be Helios's arm in the cestus. It might even be Helios's face, smiling at us. But the man now in control of the dustmaker is not Helios Aulux. Chapter 45. Lysander. All-Father. Diomedes' face is the picture of horror, but his Qatari is already at the impostor's throat. Zagria and the others surround them both. Diomedes whispers, "Remove the binds, or you—" In several places, the plating on the impostor's armor slides up to reveal honeycomb apertures from shin guard to pauldron. Something sprays out in all directions, a fine mist. Diomedes jerks backward and screams. So do Zagria and the dustwalkers. The impostor steps back from Diomedes' Qatari. I lunge for Zagria to retrieve my razor. I don't go far. Immense pain stabs through the back of my hand. I turn it to see the skin pierced with dozens of tiny hair-like spines that resemble the glochidia of a cactus. A scream explodes up from my throat. My muscles cramp and my body seizes as the pain spreads. Diomedes and Zagria fall, twitching and screaming. I stumble and tumble sideways, body landing halfway out of the shroud of darkness that encloses the command triangle. I'm greeted with the sounds of gunfire. The greater bridge is a scene of carnage. The companions the impostor brought onto the bridge with him have already finished killing off the bridge greys and have moved on to the crew, walking around the pits, firing down till their barrels glow with heat. They were killing as soon as the shroud went up. Despite the agony in my muscles, I managed to crawl into the shroud toward Zagria. The sounds of gunfire disappear. Zagria and Diomedes twitch like fish on a fisherman's deck. The impostor casually shoots the 3 downed dustwalkers in their heads and walks over to Zagria to stomp on her throat until I hear a crunch. He looks down at me with Helios's face and sighs. "I didn't want you to be here. But if you're going to eat sausage, you should be able to stomach seeing how it's made." He leaves me there and heads for Diomedes. "Who are you?" Diomedes slurs from the ground. I brace myself to watch Diomedes' death as the impostor approaches him. Instead, the impostor draws what looks like a black egg and cracks it over Diomedes' head. Inky liquid spreads over Diomedes' head before constricting. He can likely hear nor see nothing, but it looks like he can breathe beneath the material. The impostor then lifts the cestus. It glows a deep, dark gold and writhes as he assumes direct control of the ship's main systems. Ignorant of the attack, the fleet outside continues its contraction. Kaliki draws closer and closer, and a realization comes over me. If this is not Helios, then Helios's torch ships have not scouted the moon, and Fa is likely not on Io at all. The Rim forces are ghost sailing into an ambush. My vision warps from the pain shrieking through my muscles. Everything takes on a nightmarish aspect. A helmeted grey in phoenix armour phases into the shroud, his gun smoking and still red-hot. "Bridge clear, Dominus. Silent alarm cut. We're ghosts." The impostor waves the shroud away. All around us, the impostor's tiny group of golds and greys put the finishing touches on their gory coup. The bridge is no longer under Dominion control. Diomedes' mouth is locked in a silent scream behind the inky mask that snares his head. His body is no longer moving. He seems completely paralyzed. The pain in my body is excruciating, but I'm not paralyzed. Not totally. I should be immobile, but I can still wiggle my fingers and toes. "Hardline neutralized," one of the girls calls from a defense pit. "I have the fleet commandment key," one of the greys adds. Only she's not a grey, because no grey has hardline ports built into her temples. She's hooked into a console like a green. "Implanting the helminth. 2 minutes." "That's fine. We're early," the impostor says. "I will apprise Pale Horse." His voice is still Helios's, but his cadence is not. "It was the way I carried my weight and my limb, wasn't it?" he asks Diomedes, though Diomedes cannot hear him. His fingers dance through the air as he sends a tight beam signal at Kaliki and waits for a reply. "Helios bears on the outer metatarsal. Should have practiced that more. Sloppy of me." A ship answers the tight beam. It is not a face that greets us, but a swarm of locusts that coalesce into the likeness of a head.
"Is it done?"
"Stage 1 complete. Virus on schedule. Initiate Stage 2. Remember, no prisoners."
"Fiat voluntas tua. All, Father, except these stains."
"Fiat voluntas tua. Let thy will be done." The signal dies. I stop trying to wiggle my legs as the impostor turns to look at me and see if I understand. I do. The eyes are different, the face, the voice, but my unconscious mind knows who the impostor is beyond a shadow of a doubt. It is Atlas Aura. He's not hunting Darrow. He's not on Earth. He's not pacifying South America. He never was. He had plans, he'd said. Plans that could not be derailed. That's why he urged me to keep my distance from Diomedes. Why Atalantia smirked as she left after my speech in the Colosseum. He's working with the Ascomani, the very people he spent years trying to kill for Octavia. He's going to destroy the Rim Armada. But why? For what possible gain? I ask, but I know the answer. The Rim never paid the bill for their rebellion. Now Atlas and his Gorgons have come to collect. Under the locusts, that was him, Volsung Fa. Even though the signal is dead, the sounds of the locusts fill my ears with dread. Death is here, and famine is coming. The grey in the comms pit, a Gorgon, shouts, "Helminth ready!" "Send it," Atlas says, and begins to conduct the ship with the cestus. A chaos of holographic globes with information appears around him. First, he begins to spool massive amounts of energy in the reactors. Second, he takes control of the anti-ship guns and gathers targeting solutions. Last, he calls Dido. Diomedes cannot hear or see or even thrash anymore by the time the hologram of his mother appears. "Helios, the fleet was nearly finished its contraction. Your visual is down." Dido's brow furrows. She pauses, referencing something. "Why are you spooling your reactor? Your scouts have enemy—" "Dido Saud. For the crime of treason against your society, I sentence you to death." Dido stares back without expression. "All power to—" Her signal goes out in a wash of static. Due to the contraction maneuver, the distance that separates the two flagships of the Rim Armada is small. A few 100 meters at most. The Dragon Song believed itself to be safe, surrounded by its fleet, and nestled above the great mass of the most powerful ship in their civilization. Its shields were down to not tax its reactors and to keep its thermal signature low. Stealth was the priority. So when the Dustmaker fires at point-blank range into the unshielded belly of the smaller ship, the devastation is immediate. A barrage of heavy rail slugs follows, and then several atomics. It is a death salvo aimed directly at Dido's buried bridge. Her dreadnought is too big even for the Dustmaker to kill with one salvo, so Atlas fires 3. The third cleaves into the superstructure of the ship itself and breaks the Dragon Song's back. The ship is nearly cut in two. Diomedes has no idea his mother is now less than dust. The pain in my muscles and bones has faded from white hot to a steady red. I test an arm. It moves sluggishly. I don't think anyone noticed. The mind's eye is impossible to grasp. It can't be that. So it must be the poison leech Dido gave me. I kept it on because of the lingering effects of the lament, and also my growing paranoia. It's metabolizing the poison, just not fast enough. It seems Atlas is only just getting started. He expands the battlesphere hologram. Hollows of the Rim fleet throb around him. All those ships and all those men look like toys in his hands.
Fiat justitia et periat mundus,
the Gorgons shout. Atlas feels no need to say anything. He lifts the binds of Zeus and closes it into a fist. Every gun and torpedo tube on the Moonbreaker fires at the engines of every Dominion ship within range. Shields only work if they are on. If they're on, they radiate on sensors like torches in the night. With Kaliki deemed clear of enemies and stealth the priority, shields across the fleet are down. The barrage is more gruesomely effective than it ever could be in a pitched battle. It does not destroy the Rim Armada, but it has the same effect that iron caltrops would have on a cavalry charge. Soon, Atlas is surrounded by ships' bleeding atmosphere, made dark by the loss of power or with their engines burping blue and black plumes. The reaction of the rest of the fleet is impressive. Even as they hail the Dustmaker, they open fire on her. Though the Dustmaker is a powerful ship, it is no hope against the entire Armada. Soon the bridge begins to shudder as the Rim Praetors gnaw through the Dustmaker's shield. The Dustmaker fires back with its huge guns. Then the second phase of Atlas's trap springs. As the fleet fights the chaos at its center, waves of torpedoes flicker up from Kaliki, where launchers must have been installed in the surface of the pocked moon. Thousands of torpedoes, tens of thousands, hoarded for this death blow. I am staggered by the sight. Rim ships race to intercept. As they do, the third evolution of Atlas's trap comes around the curve of Kaliki. It is the coup de grace. The fleet of Volsung Fa is not on Io. It is here. Hidden behind the mass of Kaliki, it now races for the besieged Rim Armada. I feel the doom that must grip the hearts of the Rim Praetors as they see the repurposed Republic destroyers and torch-ships, painted with the crescent sigil of the Volk, streaming toward them. Between those ships stream hundreds of the misshapen, smaller craft belonging to the Askamani. And at the center of the enemy, the wrecking balls, 4 dreadnoughts and Judiai's stolen Pandora. Those Rim ships whose engines were not hit by the Dustmaker could flee. Their ships are faster than the coming enemy. But if they flee, they leave their brothers and sisters behind. They make the brave choice. The stupid choice. They choose to stay to fight and die with honor. Chaos swirls around Atlas. Gruff Rim Praetors bark commands. Blue Ripwing pilots chatter as they race out of their hangars toward the barbarians. Long-range weapons fire between the two navies. Flak screens deploy. Slender corvettes and fast torch-ships meet first. Waves of smaller fighter craft emerge and spit fire at one another. And then Far's wrecking balls unite their fire and start to kill Rim capital ships one at a time. With Atlas guiding them, it seems so cold and sinister that I begin to hate the very idea of war. I cannot let this stand. The leech is doing its work. The pain is nearly gone now. My body feels like mine again, but I do not know if I can walk, much less fight. I can't change the battle. Not now. I will have precious few moments before I'm cut down by the Gorgons. What can I do in those moments to make a difference? My eyes fall on Diomedes. I can save him. Carefully, I check the path to the escape pod doors down by the crew pits. Are they connected to the cestus? No. I see manual levers. I can save Diomedes, and then maybe I can save myself. The gravity isn't too heavy. I can carry him. I have to be sure enough the poison is out of my system. Soon the Gorgons are busy with Rim troops trying to get through the bridge doors. I wait for Atlas's attention to focus on an important firefight, and I slowly get up. My legs and arms feel like lead. Ants chew behind my eyes. I take a step. Atlas turns. I lunge for the grenade on Zagreus' belt, thumb the detonator, and hurl it at Atlas. He turns and slaps it back toward me. It passes over my head and detonates down below. I fling Zagreus' razor at him. It takes him through the left shoulder. Lunging for Diomedes, I trip over Zagreus' leg and fall. Scrambling across the floor, I grab Diomedes' foot and drag him off the command deck. We tumble down the stairs together. I sway up, grab his jacket collar, and pull for all I'm worth. Atlas shouts at his men to hold their fire. I'm close to an escape pod door. Boots pound behind me. I haul the release lever up. The door hisses open. I'm hit with a stun munition beneath my right shoulder blade. The limb goes numb, but the force of the shot hurls Diomedes and me into the pod. I'm about to launch it when a whip snares my left ankle and I'm jerked back onto the bridge. I slap at the door controls as I pass. The tips of my fingers brush them. The pod door closes. With a loud series of clangs, the pod clicks into place and fires down its escape chute with Diomedes inside. I hope he can evade the battle outside, recover, and make his way back to his forces. But with no one to pilot the pod, with that maelstrom raging outside, I know he's as good as dead. The gold Gorgon who snagged my foot with his razor turns me over. His face is half gone from the grenade. He beats my face until I swallow a tooth, then he frisks me and jerks out the leech. He drags me back to Atlas, pins my head sideways to the deck with his boot, and puts his razor to my temple. "Talks, leech. They missed it. Waste him?" "Not yet," Atlas says. "He's a fucking sympathizer." Atlas ignores him and calls to the others. "Don't forget the scalps." I see the world sideways. Blood pools at Atlas's feet from his wounded shoulder, but the man only stops conducting the battle when the Dustmaker has soaked up too much damage to contribute any more. He turns on me as Obsidian and Ascomani troop barges swarm Rim ships like lice. "They'll be through any minute, Dominus," a Gorgon calls. "They'll have more than us to worry about soon enough," Atlas says. He squats in front of me. "I needed Diomedes alive, Lysander. You just killed him by sending him out into that." "What have you done?" I snarl. The metal boot presses harder on my head. "Avenged a litany of transgressions." He sighs. "Truth be told, Atalantia ordered me to kill you both. But what she doesn't know won't hurt her. Bring him. We're done here." He drops the cestus to the deck. The Gorgons plant charges at key junctions around the bridge and follow behind us via the executive passage with a haul of scalps. Exiting the lift, we crossed the private hangar to the shuttle they rode in on.
"Halt! Put your weapons down!"
a voice roars. A line of dustwalkers bars our passage. Atlas seems unconcerned. His men toss down their weapons.
"On your knees!"
Atlas and his men obey.
"It's not Helios!" I shout. "It's Atlas!"
The lead dustwalker's eyes widen in apprehension. Then her head disappears above the lower jaw. All but 3 of the rest are mowed down before she hits the ground. The remaining dustwalkers leap away like grasshoppers and come apart mid-air, victims of flawless squad shooting. Atlas picks his weapon back up and stands.
"Ignis!"
a familiar voice calls from across the hangar. My heart drops.
"Lunae!"
Atlas calls. I turn to see my squad of 10 Praetorians melt out of the shadows. They move toward us in tactical formation and lower their weapons. My heart grows cold as Roan, Marcus, Demetrius, Drusilla, and the rest of the Praetorians Roan handpicked to accompany me on the Dustmaker doff their helmets. They're grinning ear to ear, and not at me. Atlas greets them all by name.
"Barely got here in time," Flavinius says. "Ascomani are landing all over this ship. The bill is paid. For the Sword Armada and more besides," Atlas says.
"Where's the Ra?" Marcus asks. One of the Gorgons hurls the tox leech at him.
"Don't squabble, lads. There's always a kink," Atlas says.
He nods to the shuttle, and I'm pushed along.
"So few of you, Flavinius." "Helios only allowed the blood to bring 10 Praetorians,"
Roan answers. Atlas looks back at me and grins.
"You have excellent taste in troops, young loon."
With that, he swoops up the cargo ramp, and Marcus cracks a black egg over my head. Chapter 46. Darrow. The sun is down. Severo's eerie laughter echoes down the halls of the Archimedes. No one else is laughing. When we arrived in Ilium after our 1.5-month-long sail across the Gulf, I expected to see a running battle between the Rim Armada and Far's outmatched fleet, one in which we were to exploit the chaos and slip through unnoticed. Instead, as we decelerate, we find a massacre. An inexplicable massacre. The Dragon and Dust Armadas, the dark flower of Ra naval might, have been destroyed. Their remains float in orbit around the moons of Kaliki, a shroud of detritus and broken Dominion dreams. Severo's laughter grates on Cassius and Ori the worst. Lyria is just stunned by the sight of the battlefield. Few have seen anything like it, even me. "That's the Dustmaker," I murmur. The warship floats in the center of the debris field. It is as dim and cratered as an asteroid.
"Was,"
Severo corrects, and wipes his eyes with his sleeve.
"Bologna, you have any champagne on this heap?"
I might join Severo in celebrating the misfortune of the Rim if it were not so complete and so improbable. I cannot even begin to guess how Helios and Dido could have been so thoroughly annihilated. Is Far's fleet larger than Quick's telescope led me to believe? Or was his ambush, and it had to have been an ambush, just that thorough? Just that unexpected? My skin crawls with questions. Who is this Far? No obsidian I taught over 10 years of war was strategically and logistically sophisticated enough to have managed this against Helios and his battle-tested praetors of Io, Callisto, and Ganymede. Praetors who would have given me migraines. How did this happen? Cassius asks Ori. She has no idea. How would she? Cassius may be empathetic for the Rim, but I know he's just happy Lysander wasn't here.
With the Lightbringer still crossing the gulf a few weeks behind us, he missed the ambush, and with the Rim's ability to help him in his war now broken, he'll go back to the core, and the conflict Cassius dreads will be pushed to another day. Cassius and Lyria hunch in the 2 pilot seats, staring out at the debris field. I stand behind them. Ori sits just behind the cockpit at the sensor and comm station as Sevro paces the hall, enjoying the dark thrill of the enemy's catastrophe. "Are you getting any active signals from Calice's cities?" I ask Ori.
"No," she says. "Radioscopes suggest this is 10 days old."
That matches with the energy flares we detected while we were crossing the Gulf. Calice was in far orbit then, hidden by the gas giant.
"Does that mean Athena's agents on the moon are gone?"
Lyria wonders aloud, but her voice trails away. Even she knows they are dead. Everyone here is dead. Finally, Sevro stops laughing. He stares up from the hole at the back of Lyria's head like this is her fault. The cozy smell of coffee is all that remains of the optimism with which the rest of us started the day. It was to be the last leg of our journey across the Gulf and signal our entry into Ilian space, where we were to meet with Athena's contacts at Calice City. With the city a crater, the contacts are dead or fled. With them has disappeared our link to Athena. My hair falls over my eyes as I hunch in thought. "Can you take us in, Cassius? We need a better look at the wreckage," I say, "especially the Dustmaker." "Why?" Sevro asks. "She in there? We're here to find Athena, not waste time looking a gift horse in the mouth." "We can do both," I say. "It's hardly your mission to seek context. We need to know what we're sailing into." "Darrow, you heard what Quick said about the hull," Cassius says. "If we go into that debris field, we will take damage. Can't turn on the shields. That Obsidian fleet that did this is still out there. They'll see the shield energy signature." "You're right. Skirt the perimeter, then. No chances." Cassius glides the Archimedes around the perimeter of the debris field, staying clear of the denser patches. Still, every minute or so, metal pings off the hull. I peer into the ship graveyard, wincing with every hit. After a decade of war, horror is as common to me as flies in a stable. Yet amidst the debris, I encounter a sight so inhumane that it puts lead in my guts. Sevro sees it first and murmurs an obsidian curse. A great monstrosity floats in the center of the battlefield like a monument to a wicked celestial god. It drifts near the remains of the humbled Dustmaker. Thousands of blue, grey, and gold corpses tethered together by wires into the shape of a giant obsidian crescent. From tip to tip, the crescent must be over 400 meters long. "Your men, your old braves did this?" Cassius asks. "That must have been the Escamani," I say, without confidence. Disgust wells within me, and guilt and regret. Even as I led Ragnar's people to war, I knew brutal tendencies always lurked within our obsidian legions. Fa has stirred the evil sediment up from the bottom of their hearts. What he did to Sephi in Olympia, splaying her open in the Blood Eagle, was bad enough. Even though he did this to my enemies, this further perversion puts him in a very special pantheon. Men who I wish to see die upon my blade. For several hours we skirt the debris field, searching in vain for signs of survivors who could tell the tale of what happened over Calice. We find none. Only the eerie sound of revenant loops, the voices of dead men on ships calling out into the darkness for aid or reporting Ascamani breaches in their hulls. "I've got something," Ori calls when we round Calice and reach the outer extremity of the debris field, where there is less radiation interference. There are not too many signals.
Looks like the obsidians have screamer drones and have been targeting relays. But this one's coming from deeper within Ilium. It's not encoded. She frowns. I think it's Athena. Let me see if I can isolate the signal.
Lyria, go watch and see how Ori does this. Cassius nudges the smallest of our band. Lyria pops up and heads to the center station, ducking her head to avoid eye contact with Severo in the hall. The girl might have annoyed me by stowing away on our ship like Rona once did, but I'm impressed with how seriously she's learning the functions and equipment of the Archimedes. You only have to tell her something once. Cassius has taken to her. God knows they spent enough time clinking cups into the wee hours. I know she fills the vacuum pythons Lysander left when they deserted Cassius, but I'm surprised how fond she is of him in return. Cassius O'Baloney is the last person I'd expect a Red to like. A hologram flares to life once Ori and Lyria have isolated the signal. Athena's glowing red eyes stare out from a blizzard of static. Like before, her helmet is black and Corinthian in its design. This is Athena. The sun is down. I repeat, the sun...
Even the most gripping tales need a moment of rest. Let this pause refresh your senses.
Can't shake the feeling that lives in my bones. Lie to me, tell me you wish you could, but nothing you gave me is worth what you took. 'Cause I want love, I want love, I want love, I want love. 'Cause I want love, I want love, I want love, I want love.
is down. All sleepers and cells, report to your Omega torches for evac. The sun is down. The sun is... The transmission loses its battle to the high-energy jamming coming from deeper within Ilium and cuts out. What does that mean? Lyria asks. The sun is down. Fallback contingency, Ori answers. She sounds afraid. She summoned all the daughters to Helison. Helison? Her base of operations. Their version of Tinos, then, I say back to Severo. And where is Helison? He asks. I don't know. Severo does not accept that. We came a billion clicks and you don't know? Which moon is it on? Callisto, Ganymede, Europa, one of the outer moons? I press. The Crypte has been trying to kill Athena for a decade. I was a deep cover agent in the Ra household. I'm the last person who should know. Could you imagine if I was ever interrogated? She has a point, but Severo isn't pleased. Then how are we supposed to contact Athena? Kaliki has comms relay stations to contact her network. We all look at the bombed-out moon. Our only other option is to reach my Omega torch. A hard-link comms port. Right. And where is your Omega torch? I ask. She hesitates, apologetic. Sungrave. Cassius hangs his head. Severo starts laughing again, but his humour has fled. I close my eyes and exhale forcefully through my nose. Why is nothing easy? Why can't I just go straight back to my love, my son? Is that a bad thing? Lyria asks. Sungrave. Cassius gives her a tolerant smile. Oh, it's only the ancient heart of raw power, the axis of the military apparatus, an impenetrable citadel that even the Ash Lord couldn't take. Yes, it is probably the least convenient place to go. Is Athena an idiot? Severo asks. Ori? This is shoddy spycraft. Amateur hour. It's not Ori's fault, Severo, Cassius says. Course you'd say that.
Severo, the Ra court operates out of Sungrave. Where else would my Omega torch be located where I could reach it? Ori asks. I know this isn't what we expected to find, but we can still contact Athena. I have a way to bypass security. There are family passages we can use.
How are we even discussing this as an option? Darrow, this is not what we should—
When life springs forth, death follows behind, interrupts Ori, quoting from the book. When goodness is found, evil is close at hand.
The path straddles the boundary between these things, I reply. Ori smiles. And just what the ever-loving hell does that mean? Severo barks. Are we really taking our marching orders from your ad hoc interpretations of some dusty-ass tome? Your father's dusty-ass tome, I say. And how'd that go for him? He asks, and looks at Cassius. Oh, right. Cassius doesn't rise to the bait. I watch the debris out the viewport. If the Rim Armada can be destroyed, somehow I doubt Sungrave is as Ori left it. If it's the only way to contact Athena, then that is our road, I say. Severo stares at me, incredulous. Cassius set course for Io, but goes slow. Far's out there somewhere. Silent, the Archimedes steers off Kaliki. I turn, expecting Severo to have slinked off after our tiff, but I'm surprised to see him still there, still staring at me as if I am unrecognizable. As much as I want to say something, to mend the chasm between us, I realize I cannot. I know Severo better than anyone, and there's nothing he'll hear right now. No sense or argument will sound good to him. So I shrug and turn back to the viewport, where Jupiter gazes back at me like a disembodied eye. The moons held in its thrall, winking motes twirling in their orbits. Ping! A long moment. Ping! We all turn to look at Ori. What is that? I ask. She frowns. A distress signal, she says. Severo glares at her in suspicion. I thought we should just keep looking in case someone was alive. The place is crawling with distress signals, Cassius says. Doesn't mean anyone's alive. This one is a heartbeat, she says. And why didn't the Obsidians pick it up? Severo asks. It's short range. Whoever's sending it must have waited until after they left, Ori says. I look at Severo. You know our old braves. Do you really want to go deeper into the system blind? He might be a pit of anger, but he doesn't want to die out here either. Ori, pin the location. Cassius, if you say fly like an eagle, I am turning the ship around, he says, and pushes the Archimedes into the debris field. Watch and learn, Lyria. He winks at her. A piece of debris hits the hull. We all wince. Starting now. The escape pod is shaped like an egg. Instead of escaping the battle as its pilot no doubt intended, it found itself embedded into the side of a dead destroyer's hull. It is severely damaged. Severo and I spacewalk out to it in our new God-Killer suits and cut open its hatch. Severo enters first. We got a breather, he says, as I push my way into the pod behind him. Barely. The pod's power is almost gone, and its interior dark except for the glow of our headlamps. A single man floats covered head to toe in grey armour, his legs crossed in a seated position. Big bastard. Gold, no doubt. Severo peers around the pod, collecting clues, and wiggles a tube sticking into a port in the back of the man's helmet. He's hooked directly into the shuttle's oxygen reserves, what's left of them. Probably brain dead by now. You saw the damage to the tanks outside. My guess, he tried comms, engine control, found they were slagged and saw his juice was running out, so he put this kit on to keep the cold out and went to sleep praying someone would find him. I find a few more kits of armour in a concealed rack. One is missing. It's a bridge pod, looks like, I say. Lots of gold-sized kits. That's good. If he's not brain-dead, he'll likely have a better idea of what happened than someone in the belly of a ship. Let's get him back to the Arky. Severo and I haul the lone survivor back to the Archimedes, where we load him onto a medical gurney brought by Lyria and Ori. Ori is about to connect an oxygen recycler into his helmet when Severo swats her hand away. "You stupid?" he asks. I clarify. Let's get him out of his armour before we feed an enemy knight O2. Lyria, get the fusion cutter 8mm. You know where it is? She is already off to the machine shop. We hear a clanging, a banging, and a string of curses. Then Lyria returns at a run. She tosses the fusion cutter to Severo, who gets to work on the armour. He's not precise in his cuts, and the gold's blood dribbles liberally onto the gurney. With every piece of armour Severo cuts off, my grip tightens further on the hilt of my razor because it becomes more and more apparent that whomever we've saved is no rear echelon pixie. His arms are brawny, his legs thick and muscled from high-gravity training. His chest is like a barrel, and his shoulders as wide as my own. And then, after Severo cuts off his thermal body sleeve, there are the scars on the man's pale skin. Not so many as I have, but enough to make a grey leatherneck dip his head in respect. This is a front-line peerless. A killer. "Manacles," I say. Severo is far ahead of me. When the man is secured, Severo works on his helmet. It comes off with a pop and only a little spritz of blood. My own concentration on the tiny bristles embedded in the man's hands is so intense, I nearly miss Ori's intake of breath when Severo wipes the man's black-gold hair away from his face. The man's armour may be nondescript, but his heritage is unmistakable. It is like looking at a brawnier, gloomier, manlier version of either Atlas or Romulus Aura. But unlike either of the famous brothers, this man is young and trends toward muscle. "Is that who I think it is?" I ask. Ori takes a moment before nodding. "Only if you think it's Diomedes Aura." Severo looks up at her and casually puts the fusion cutter into Diomedes' muscled neck. I swatted away, but Severo was watching for Ori's reaction. "What are you doing?" I ask him. "He attacked Phobos," Severo says, still looking at Ori. "I thought you didn't read the data packets." "Only the relevant ones," he replies, "but I got all the data I need." He tosses the fusion cutter to the side. "Information, leverage, hostage exchange. Use your head, Darrow. Why would I cut his throat? Ori, aren't you going to give your old master oxygen?" Ori puts the mask to Diomedes' mouth. Severo raises his eyebrows at me. "Here's what. We start skinning the Ra's toes first," Severo says a few hours later. Diomedes has gained consciousness, and he's not talking yet. Severo has one of his knives out and leans back in one of the lounge's sofas, his voice soft as if telling a children's story. "You always start with the digits. I've made a paring knife that will do just fine. There's lots of nerves in the toes. The most sensitive are under the cuticles. After we flay his toesies, we'll salt them. Then we'll bash them, right? One by one. Then I'll use Tickler here and we'll work our way up." He seems to relish the looks of horror on the faces of Cassius, Lyria, and Ori, but I know he's just winding them up, especially Ori, to test how loyal to her former master she still might be. "Bellona, you have any acid on board?" Cassius looks mortally offended. "I beg your pardon?" "Acid. Hydrochloric or ipsoric are best. Usually I prefer newt venom. But I didn't see any aquariums on board, unless you're hiding them. Are you? He asks Cassius, but watches Ori. No. Pity. I hear Ra are tough. Might take Ipsoric. The excitement on the Archimedes after discovering the identity of our new prisoner is palpable. Unfortunately, he is as silent as granite and just as unyielding. I questioned Diomedes about Kaliki. He stared back at me, unspeaking, unblinking except when I mentioned the toxin still in his bloodstream. An unknown compound that seems to be responsible for the fits of cramping that occasionally rack the man. I'd think it a poison from an Askamani weapon, but the tiny hair-like thorns Ori extracted from his fingers and face would suggest otherwise. Severo was part right in his earlier diagnosis. Diomedes was paralyzed before he somehow got on the pod. Then he must have recovered to turn on his beacon and armor up. After that, he must have gone into some sort of meditative trance to reduce his oxygen intake, because he should be dead. What in the bloody damn worlds went on around Kaliki? There will be no skinning, bashing, or salting on my ship, Cassius says. He glances at Ori for support. Since Kaliki, she's drawn inward, doubly so since Diomedes was brought on board. I'm hardly the only one who has noticed. All the same, I'd prefer to have answers for Kaliki before we get to Io, I say. I can get you answers, Severo says. Oh, now you want them. Wouldn't risk debris, but will carve up an honourable man, Cassius says. Honourable? Severo smirks. You really did miss the war, boyo. Cassius squares his shoulders. I will not allow torture on my ship, Severo, especially not torture of that man. He is the only reason I am alive. I owe him a debt. You fancy yourself a part of the Republic now? Don't you? He points to me with a knife. Arch-Imperator. He points to himself. Imperator. He points to Cassius. Pilot. He'll be conditioned against torture, Ori says. To break him would take time and instruments we don't have. You'd know, Severo says. He's your master after all. Sorry, was your master. Strange, no, that he's the only survivor and you just happened to find his signal out there? It was a guess, she says. The signal was not on the traditional spectrum. It was a family signal he used with his siblings. No torture, Severo, I say. If did that to their war fleet, when we get to Aya, I think Diomedes may be in a mood to tell us of his own accord. And we have Ori. She'll get the information we need. Won't she? I say. Ori nods. With Far's fleet still at large, Ilium feels haunted as we glide deeper into the system. Once inhabited moons lie bombed out and quiet. The capabilities of our passive sensors are severely limited. They can only receive input from the physical environment around the Archimedes. Vibrations of light, radiation, heat. The mass of Jupiter, its moons, and the radiation cascading off the planet make a grand, murky sea for hostiles to hide within. At our cautious pace, the Galilean moons are still days away. Io, Ganymede, and Callisto are hidden behind the gas giant. Europa flickers, a midnight blue mote in the eye of Jupiter as she swings on her orbital path before disappearing behind Jupiter's mass. Haunted by the unanswered questions at Kaliki, I seek out Severo in the machine shop. With any vibration, a danger to us all, he listens to his music on headphones. He is working on his main suit of pulse armor. When I get him to finally take off his headphones, he shakes his head at me. Gods, could you be more jealous? He says, when I ask him what he thinks of Kaliki. I'm not jealous, I say. Jealous. You can't handle the fact that Far destroyed the Rim Armada, and you didn't, and don't understand how he did it. Like I said,
jealous. Or colorist, like Bologna. Can't reckon an obsidian's your equal in space.
If one was, it would be Ragnar's star, I say. He snorts. So now you're thinking it is his star. Can I just talk it out without you shitting on my every word? He shrugs, non-committal, and continues sculpting wolf embellishments into the armor. I lean against the metal smelter and watch him detail an incisor on the helmet. What doesn't make sense is even if far guest Helios and Dido were ghost sailing, and Kaliki was their ghost point, we should have seen more dispersion in the debris, and we should have seen more Volk and Ascomani ships in the ruins. You don't inflict that kind of damage on Rim Praetors without taking a good licking yourself. You just don't. It was too lopsided. He should have lost half his fleet at least, even in a perfect ambush. How is it so clean? How did they get so completely surprised? Why didn't they run? Their ships are faster. He finishes the incisor and sets the scalpel down. Honor, dipshit. The Rim and Cassius have something in common. They're new to this war. They don't know what we know. Honor, if it ever existed, was the first casualty. Chapter 47. Lysander, the Bringer of Darkness. The door to my room opens with a creak of well-worn hinges. Instead of the mute Gorgon who has brought my meals over the last 10 days, Roan enters. He looks tired and smells of soap. The skin beneath his eyes is cracked and red, just the area left exposed when one wears a krill breathing apparatus and goggles. You've been out, I note. Gorgon's had a mission. Thought we'd pitch in. You know I don't like being idle. He spares me a cautious smile. I remain inclined on the room's small bunk. May I sit? It seems you don't need my permission to do anything any longer, I reply. He sits with a grimace. Outside, a volcano roars in the distance. My room has no windows, but there's little mystery where Atlas's torch ship has landed. Io, the volcanic homeland of the Ra, the citadel of Sungrave, and Demeter's garter. With the Rim Armada destroyed, nothing stands in Far's way except the ground defences, and maybe my fleet. If they are still coming. They'll have seen the ambush on their scopes. They'll hear the silence. They'll think I'm dead. For a few moments, Roan stares at his hands, picking at one of the calluses that line his palms. He's not guilty, just thinking. In the muted light of the room, the teardrop tattoos on his face all look the same colour. You know me as your shooting instructor, he says slowly. You know me as a crown winner, as a Praetorian sub-legate of Draconis 13, as Roan T. Flavinius. I was not always those things. Before the Agogi, my home was Lost City. My name was Fleabite. And that is what I was, one of a million fleas in the armpit of the city. That is who I knew until your family's recruiters found me, gave me a bed, a roof, a chance, a purpose, a pack. People think I'm from a famous line who's always been in service to a patron. No. We bunk in centuries in the Ludus, 100 per kennel. Most who graduate go to the Loon House Legions. Maybe 5 of those eventually are quality enough to go to the Praetorian Guards. Of my kennel, all 100 went to the Guard. It has never happened before. It will never happen again. They were my brothers. They were my sisters. 46 of them died in the Battle of Ilium when the Ra chose Darrow over the Society. 21 died when Darrow came to Luna. After 12 years of this war, a war the Ra made possible, Only Marcus, Drusilla, Demetrius, and I are left of that kennel. I tell you this because I know you are angry. I know you feel betrayed. But you are not the only one with debts. You are not the only one with anger. Diomedes was your friend, but barely. So take a moment. Weigh your loss against ours. We who have given our blood, our lives, our futures to House Loon. We who have abdicated legacy for ourselves by forsaking the chance for children. We who would give our lives for you, if you but asked. He sets his Praetorian dagger on his thigh. And consider, perhaps we are due more than gratitude, gilded though it might be. And what are the innocents of the Rim to you? I ask. No better and no worse than the innocence of Luna, he replies. Our home. His words are not lost on me. I see him more clearly than I ever have before. But that does not change what he did. It wasn't the acrobat. You poisoned me on Phobos. I thought you might work it out eventually. How? I ask, doing my best to keep the anger out of my voice. My food? Let's just say that perhaps you shouldn't have given your favour to some fucking ruster before the battle. Never know what blood-borne diseases those vermin might be carrying. I nod, understanding. It was Roan who put the poison on my cloak before the red helldiver returned it. The petty jealousy turns my stomach. I'm mad at myself for mistaking this man's patriotism for loyalty. That means Kyber isn't in his circle. Shot by a sniper, maybe, but not one from the Republic. He didn't want her coming on this trip. You knew this would happen, I charge. Kaliki. Yes. Have you colluded with Atlas this whole time? Since Mercury? No. Atlas contacted me after we took Phobos. He was crossing into the asteroid belt. He did not want you to join Diomedes in his unfortunate fate. He tasked me with preventing that. I failed because Cicero and Pytha meddled, and I underestimated your resistance to the poison. Had I not feared killing you, I would have used more. You may not believe me, but I do not want to see you harmed, Lysander. The poison was merely a necessary evil. This alliance was everything to me, I say. It was the future of the society. The future of the society should be decided by its patriots, not its betrayers. The Rim is eating the meal they served us. He stands. Atlas is out of surgery. He is asking for you. He opens the door. Marcus, Drusilla, and Demetrius wait in the hall. We expect you to listen to what he has to say with open ears. I follow Roan through the gloomy halls of the Backups torch ship. It is named the Leith. Like all of Atlas's favourite toys, it is utilitarian, well used, and entirely off the books. While everyone thought he'd gone off to pacify South America on the more powerful Styx, he must have ridden the Leith out to the Rim and laid in wait. The disgust I feel toward his methods and his actions are dwarfed by the absolute awe I have for his capacity and his brutality. A cheer goes up from a common room filled with off-duty Gorgons. They suck down cigars and toast as I pass the open door. "Far, far, far," they chant. "What's happened?" I ask Roan. "The Garter. Its battle wall was breached a few hours ago. Far's army is pouring in like water." "Your mission with the Gorgons," I murmur. He nods. "Nothing could break the Garter's shields from without. Atlas knew a route to strike from within. His father showed him as a child.
I hang my head. The worlds are upside down. Atlas colludes with obsidian ravagers against innocence. These hardliners celebrate massacre as patriotism. The groupthink is so heavy in the room I worry I'll vomit. The lights are low inside the medical bay as I enter alone. Atlas, the object of so much fear, speculation, and dread that he can be believed to be on every world at once, is slumped on a stool, thin, tired, and mutilated. Even now he studies a globe of Io that seems to be constructed of free-flowing mercury held within a stasis field. He's monitoring the invasion, one he no doubt planned down to every minuscule detail. I pity anything and anyone that has his full attention. Poor Io. The invasion is in Far's hands now, though. Atlas's arms are missing from the elbows down. The angry red nubs are capped with silver stasis sleeves. A pair of thicker forearms and hands lie discarded in a metal basin, along with a carver's replica of Helios's face and Helios's eyes. Atlas's own limbs float in a tank to the left. His eyes have only freshly been reinstalled in their sockets. Atlas's violet carver examines his freshly implanted eyes with a large monocle. She pulls back and smiles down at him in worship. The ocular nerves are tethered and your dendrites fully rewoven, Dominus, but they won't familiarize for several hours. Avoid bright lights and hollow screens. Don't fret about the fog on your periphery. Your vision will clear by cycle's end. It won't be as bad as the last time. The last time? Gratitude, Xanthus. Arms in the morning. She hesitates. I told you it would be a rush job. Now is a decisive moment. Yes, Dominus. Arms in the morning. It was the blade, wasn't it? Atlas says to me. His daughters. Helios lost his Kitari to space when we took him. Wasn't sure which one he was packing. Atlas's eyes creep in my direction as the carver departs. They are bloodshot and roomy. Ave, Lysander. Atlas. Or is it All Father? He grimaces. Ugly business, godhood. But not the first time a man's hidden behind the visage of the divine. My gaze drifts to the bed in one of the med-bay's 2 clean rooms. Helios, or what is left of Helios, lies naked on the bed behind the glass partition. He is a grotesquerie. His arms amputated, his eyes extracted, and head penetrated by wires linked to a spindly green. The green twitches over Helios like a pagan priest. I thought mastering his physiognomy would be the most difficult part. I underestimated how hard it would be to take him alive. Tough man, Atlas says. Veracity confirmed, Dominus, the green murmurs. The codes to the Sungrave's defense grid are confirmed. Atlas sighs. It's good to be sure. Well done, Sentix. Decouple and send the codes to Pale Horse. I want Io wrapped up on schedule. To the Yellows, he says, his duty is done. Send him to the void. I watch the Yellows inject Helios. His chest heaves twice, then falls still. He dies without pain. I mourn for the great man's dignity as much as his passing. I mourned already for Diomedes, Dido, and the honourable dark rose of Rim knighthood that must have perished in Atlas's ambush. So many lives, so much hope, fed to monsters, monsters that now have Demeter's garter. Soon Sungrave will fall too. There must be a way to do more than mourn, to warn them. Atlas isn't the sort of man who'd let me out of his cage if there was any way I could interfere, yet we're now alone in the room.
Your mother will be in Sungrave, I say. Gaia.
Yes, she will be, Atlas confirms, along with my sister, my nieces, and my nephews. And tonight, as we sleep, or maybe tomorrow as we eat breakfast, the Askamani will enter through our family tunnels, and Far will breach the main gate. After that, well, you're a student of history. You know what happens to cities that resist, and Sungrave has resisted the society for hundreds of years. Its death will therefore be proportionate.
Do you hate your family so much? Do you hate your home so much that both have ceded any right to exist? He's offended.
Hate? You think this is personal? You think this is some petty vengeance, repayment for being given up as a hostage to Luna when I was a child? Disgusting. I am not Adrius our Augustus, he says.
His eyes and face, usually as impenetrable as a vault, for once relay the contents they protect. Pain, loss, absolute sorrow.
I know every poem etched onto every step on the dragon's spine, every turn in the family tunnels, every stony expression in faces that fill our ancestral shrine, every shadow in the bedroom of my father and mother. I know Sungrave's sounds, its smells, its social cruelty, and its physical beauty. I know the flowers that are grown on the walls of the Stygian wells, which my father would leave on my mother's pillow. I know the egg-stink flavour of the water from the Phlegethon, that sacred artery which nourished 7 centuries of my people. I saw my sister born here, and felt my mother's blood on her pudgy skin as I helped my father wrap her in linen. Sungrave will always be my home, Lysander. Yet my home must die. My family tree must be torn up from its roots and burned to the last green branch. I am in agony, but these matters are not personal. These are matters of state, the highest matters of humankind. My feelings are irrelevant, as are yours.
He wavers on the stool. The passion drew too much energy from his reserves. With a sigh, he stands, then makes his way to a well-worn couch. With his back turned, I snatch up the scalpel and conceal it. He sits with a wince.
I do not have much strength today, Lysander. But you have questions. Now that the deed is done, I will answer whatever you ask. I think that a fair thing to offer you. You can either try to kill me with that scalpel, or you can have a seat and learn how deep this tunnel goes.
He gestures with his right stump to his abandoned stool. As I sit, another cheer from his men seeps through the walls. I don't set down the scalpel. Far used to serve with them, didn't he? He was a Gorgon, I say.
A Gorgon once is a Gorgon forever. His birth name is Vagnar Hefka, and he is the finest soldier with whom I have ever served.
Is he actually the father of Ragnar Valaris?
Genetically, yes. But genetics alone hardly make a father. The two never met. The gens Grimace made their fortunes as obsidian breeders and dealers, remember. A good bull like Vagnar is worth much in those circles, and he was bred profusely after the Grimace family purchased his people from the Julii. He has sired hundreds, possibly thousands.
How long have you planned this attack? I ask.
Well, the operational parameters evolved several times after your grandmother banished me,
but I have been working toward this since my brother allied with Darrow and waged war on the Society. What is it? 12 years now? As they say, time flies. When he sees I want more, he continues. You must understand. When Octavia told me to not return until I'd exterminated the Ascamani, my Gorgons and I knew we'd never feel the sun on our faces again. That was a difficult paradigm to accept, a paradigm I could not have survived without Wagner. He became my friend, my confidant, a brother. Not a brother drunk on his own egoic concerns, but a brother with belief in something greater than himself. Banished to the dark, we found solace in the fact that we were spending our lives spreading the light of the Society. It was our sustenance, our religion. Then came the Battle of Ilium. Then Luna itself fell. Then the light went out. He looks down. Nothing can live long without light. Nothing good. I yearned to return and set things right. But I didn't have the ships or the men to turn the tide, so I used what tools I had. Patience, good soldiers, a few ships, and my education. The years we spent fighting the tribes of the Far Ink were mostly spent sniffing out their nests. You can't imagine the endless black out there. I realized the only way to complete my mission was to treat the Ascamani like ants, bait them out, then have them take poison back to their colonies. They hate each other, the Ascamani. They don't even know why. Some grudges are so old. Fortunately, their hate is second only to their greed. So I sent Wagner with 50 Obsidian brothers to conquer small Ascamani headmen at first, then warlords, and finally their version of kings. When word spread through the tribes of an invincible warrior from beyond the void, one blessed by the All-Father himself, one declaring a holy war on me, on the Society, their individual grievances melted away. They realized if they united under Far's banner, the Moon Lords and their sunlit lands might finally be in reach. You made a messiah, an obsidian Darrow. Yes. Still, the Ascamani did not possess the skills or the armaments to take Ilium. So I sent Xenophon, my best white, home to become useful to Sephi. Xenophon led her away from Darrow bit by bit, and eventually into the fold of Volsung Far. By adding the Volk to his Ascamani horde, Far finally had what they were missing: capital ships, heavy assault infantry, and experience in modern warfare. I lean back, stunned. 12 years! The whole time Atalantia, her father, and Darrow have been trading planets and ships in the core, Atlas has been working on this project. It was you. The Helmcam footage in the Ophian Guild sold to Dida. Proof that Darrow and Victor destroyed the docks. You pushed the Rim into war. He does not gloat, but he nods. Atalantia's contacts in the Ophian Guild, actually. She helped purchase the footage from a disaffected Valkyrie. I'm horrified by the implications. My fingers tighten on the scalpel. Was it an accident Cassius and I stumbled across the Vindobona, across Seraphina? Was I your pawn from the start? I wish I were that omniscient, he mutters, careful not to give me too much credit. Chance, it seems, is not without a sense of irony. Your free will is still somewhat intact. Until Mercury, I thought you were dead. Cassius hid you well. I suppose congratulations are in order, I say, bitter. Romulus, Dido, and Helios are dead. Ilium is on its knees. What now, then? Autophagy. I frown, and he explains. The conserved degradation of cells to remove unnecessary or dysfunctional components. Nature is full of clever systems. Individual organisms turn damaged tissue into new growth. Whole species evolve to meet challenges, or they die out. Entire biomes shift, one generation of beings at a time, or become fossils beneath the surface. Old, unfit life is recycled into new, more successful life. Civilization is not a clever system. It is stupid. An artificial, unsustainable projection of man's hubris. It feeds upon its own myths and resists autophagy at every turn, often on the grounds of morality, which usually attends prosperity. It is an evolutionary flatline. The Rim's desire for independence has always been the Achilles' heel of the society. Dissent its dysfunction. Exploiting that fact is how Darrow rose to power, first by playing Bellona against Augustus, then Rim against Cor. His interference is a poison in the corpus mundi. The body of worlds is made sick by our division. Our most noble families are rife with desire for vengeance, for power. Division is cancer, Lysander, and I am excising the affected tissue. The Rim cannot help but seek division. Their naval pride, their warrior caste, the leadership of my family, all aid and abet the cancer that threatens the corpus mundi. Hence the obsidians. Only when the Rim has been humbled, when its pride has been shattered, when it has been stripped of the tools it requires to perpetrate sedition, and remembers to fear chaos, a saviour will arrive and bind them to her cause, or his cause. I blink at him. His. Atalantia plans to be the saviour, and has for some time. Yet I've begun to think it could be someone else, someone more suited to the position. I say nothing. Atlas smiles and continues. It is a sad fact that those capable of gaining extreme power are often unfit to wield it judiciously. Neither you nor Atalantia is a perfect candidate. While she is cruel beyond excuse, you are moral beyond reason. Both are liabilities. But while yours is a virtue, hers is a fatal flaw. Atalantia gains power by dividing. But I've seen your maneuverings, young loon. He watches me swallow. You gain it by uniting. I wonder, could you be the saviour society needs? No. No? You don't want to save millions of Dominion lives? Billions of lives suffering under this unending war? You don't want to be my cure for this plague? You don't want me to set you on the morning chair so you can guide us to a brighter future? I won't take part in this genocide. Then you are an idiot. Worse, you are selfish. These deaths cannot be reversed. They are a sunk cost. It would be a logical fallacy to let them influence your decision. What should influence your decision is what will happen if you refuse me. Atalantia plans to let the Rim suffer obsidian rule for 3 years before she comes as liberator. 3 years, Lysander. The casualty estimates are staggering. Why allow that? Your ships are already on their way. If you choose to step up, you will save hundreds of millions of innocent lives. No, I say, and stand in vain protest. Then I will have to kill you, Lysander. You will not be missed. Back home, plans are already underway for your replacement. I flinch. What do you mean? A clone? Nothing so perverse or uncontrollable. A doppelganger. A man by the name of Lepidus, chosen from Atalantia's stable of paramours. You've annoyed her, so she'll just keep your name and face. Atlas casually glances at the corpse of Helios Aulux. I grow sick at the thought. That won't stop Cicero and Pallas from destroying Far. They have the Lightbringer, and Far has me, Atlas says. And I have 281 Gorgons aboard the Lightbringer, waiting for orders. Cicero has proven himself a loyal friend to you, but that will not stop my nightmares from tearing out his throat as he sleeps. By then you'll be dead. Atalantia will sit on the morning chair, and the Rim will descend into 3 years of torment, war, and famine. I sink back down, overwhelmed. If the Rim finds out about your actions, this is how Darrow wins. You are correct in that. The burning of Rhea was a tactical mistake only because everyone knew who ordered it and who carried it out. But I have learned from Octavia's mistake. I am a careful man, Lysander. There may be conjecture, there may be suspicion, but there is no direct evidence of my involvement. Besides, you are too fixated on Darrow, boy. Darrow cannot win. Darrow is beaten. His only power lies in the mystery of his absence. He has no tools left to resurrect his cause, no allies to call upon. As for Mars, Augustus and Julii can slow the inevitable, but they cannot stop it. Meanwhile, your assault on Phobos and subsequent absence has made it easier for Atalantia to strike Mars without jeopardizing her martial supremacy. When she decides to take the planet, she will, with ships given to her by Valeria Aucarthii. He smirks. What? Valeria may run the dockyards because of you, but will she die for you? I think not. I look at the floor, wondering what my mother and father would say if they saw me here facing this proposal. What Clearastes would say, what Cassius would say. He would curse me for even considering the cold-blooded convenience of the realpolitik Atlas spews. Ajax would sneer at this, but for far different reasons. Lysander, I value your hesitancy, Atlas says, more than you know. If it is any consolation, I do not do this for glory or my own satisfaction. I do this because I believe in the society enough to be the tool it requires. I am a monster because a monster is needed. But when the monster has rampaged and terrorized the people, they will need a savior to gather them up, remind them of their better values, and lead them to a better, more unified future. I have brought darkness to the worlds in its fullest extreme, so you can bring the light. I look up at him. Atlas is the picture of conviction. His words are not the empty promises of an ambitious politician. His expression is not that of a cocksure commander who has never known defeat. He is a priest, solemn and resolute, one acquainted with pain, familiar with suffering, who has grown surer, wiser from both, to reach a state of eerie omniscience. Once you are on the chair, it will be time to address society's dysfunction, to bring it closer to the more perfect light of Selenius's dream. Or your story can end here, your death not even a footnote in history. The choice is yours. And that choice is impossible. My mind reels, trying to grasp the magnitude of the moment. Atlas offers me everything I have worked for and fought for, not to mention the chance to stop the deaths of hundreds of millions, but the price is my soul. I thought I was done with disillusionment when I sat down with Apollonius in the graveyard of tyrants. I told myself I could play the game by Atalantia's rules. Then, in Diomedes, in the Rim, I saw a way to win that seemed moral. In that moment in Rome, I conjured an illusion. And now, in the shattered remains of that illusion, I feel like a player in a production I thought was a drama, discovering the audience bought tickets to a comedy. Atlas's eyes do not mock. They wait for my answer. I let myself sink into the mind's eye and the ship, and my anxiety disappears. I see myself seated on the morning chair, the rising crushed, the world's at peace, my reforms spreading prosperity from Pluto to Mercury, and Atlas, Atalantia, and Rhone dead at my feet. Very well, I say. I will be your savior. Atlas leans back into a shadow. His lips twitch into a faint smile as he says, "Hail, Loon, bringer of light." Chapter 48. Tarot. The Tickler. A pounding wakes me in the night. We're still 3 days out from Io, but I assume they found us. That the Obsidians are in the halls. Ascomania peeling Lyria and Ori in 0G. My traitorous braves are laughing as they stomp on Cassius with their boots and drink from Sevro's skull. They look like grinning beetles in the dark, their armour heavy as they drag us before the throne of Fa to make us into blood eagles. No! I wake, screaming. The room is still, the bed warm, the alarms quiet. But someone is pounding on the door. I grab Badlass and crank open the door to find Lyria standing there with a crazed look. "It's Sevro! He's torturing the prisoner!" Lyria's already sprinted back down the hall. I rush after her, ducking my head to avoid the bulkhead partitions. I'm not the only one to hear Lyria shout. I collide with Cassius as he comes from his cabin bunk with Alpine on his breath. Gin. How many varieties of booze does he have on this heap? We scramble off one another. I push a little more aggressively, annoyed he's drunk, and lead the way to the medbay. We find Lyria and Ori in the hall outside the door, trying to hack the smashed controls. Ori looks sick to her stomach. "He's crazy," Cassius replies. "I told you." The door is thick. I peer through the Duraglass viewport to see a murky image of Sevro hunched over Diomedes with cables in his hands. I beat on the door, but Sevro either doesn't hear me or doesn't care. "Lyria, those controls are fragged. You remember how to initiate the fire protocols?" Cassius asks. "Yeah." "Oh, it'll demagnetize the lock," she says with a burst of inspiration. "Go to the bridge, initiate them, then override the oxygen cutoff protocol." He gives her his access password, and she heads off. "Go with her," I say to Cassius. He ignores me, and I do my best to put myself between him and the door. "Cassius, don't pour gas on this flame." I look to Ori for help. She puts a hand on his shoulder, but he brushes her off. "He could kill him." Cassius misses the desperation in her voice. I don't. "Someone has to get him in line," Cassius says. The hall floods with fire alarm lights, and a clunk comes from the door. The door hisses open, and Cassius swims past me with a cravat move. He's first through the door. I follow, then Ori. It's a brutal scene. I've encountered worse. Nothing will beat the abattoirs Atlas leaves in his wake. But seeing your best friend taking out a man's teeth with pliers and then electrocuting the exposed nerves is more than a little jarring. Cassius is at a loss for words. "You goblin!" "Go away, I'm working," Severo says. "Severo, stop," I say. "Stop? What?" "You gave me the look," he deadpans. "Ain't this why you brought me? Ain't this why you always bring me? I don't mind the dirt. Gotta keep you shiny." He turns with a sneer. "I asked about Athena's ships. Had to know if they were real." I can't help myself. "And?" Severo turns around and smiles at Cassius's look of disgust. He's quiet on the subject. "Want me to ask him about Calici?" He has a tooth between his pliers. "Get away from him!" Ori snaps and shoves Severo so hard he almost moves. She hurts her wrist, but Severo steps aside like a courtier to let her pass. Ori rushes to Diomedes. Cassius, Severo, and I watch. Cassius looks crestfallen, but not too surprised. "Cassius, I want you to get out. Ori, clean him up, but his bonds stay on." She looks back at me and nods. "Severo, meet me in my quarters. We need to talk." Severo hurls the pliers at me. I catch them, infuriating him. "I didn't come out here to slug around. You said you wanted answers. This raw's all bluff. 20 minutes and I'll give you a diagram of Calici, and see if this one's full of shit." He stabs a finger at Ori. "Not like this," I say. "Fine." He dusts his hands off and waltzes out of the room. Cassius is about to go after him. I stand in his way. "You're enabling him. You want to kick his ass?" I sniff his breath. "Go on, then." Cassius is off like a bullet. Ori stares back at me in disbelief. "It's either now or when we can't afford it," I say. "They're grown men. Let them sort it out." I look at Diomedes and say to Ori, "Do you and I have to sort something out?" She stands and turns. One of her fingers is clearly broken from pushing Severo. "I am a daughter of Ares," she says, "but I am also a person. You would know better than anyone." She points at the door. "Now go make sure they don't kill each other." I lock eyes with Diomedes. Fair enough. I follow Cassius to find him reaching the bottom of the ramp to the cargo bay. Halfway to the machine shop, Severo turns on Cassius and draws a knife from his boot. "Rich boy want a tickle too?" The blade is long, lean, and crooked. I call this one Lysander. "Torture your prisoners. Hide behind your knife. You aren't an imperator. You're a lonely little savage is what you are," Cassius says. Severo plays offended. "It's pronounced goblin. That man saved my life. He's injured and a prisoner. It isn't right." "Come again?" Severo asks. "Sorry, I can't hear you. You're too deep in the bottle." Echoing sound. "Say it louder. Use that big bologna chest." Severo's eyes twinkle like a kid's with matches. These two have anger to exorcise, and neither of them has fought anyone since Venus. I can at least try to contain this here. I feel a surge of petulance and contempt for the both of them. I wrestle down that emotion and try to remember what the book says. If you wish to be straightened, you must first be bent crooked. Let them get bent, then. I sit on a crate to observe and make sure they don't kill one another. Lyria rushes in, and I motion her to sit beside me. Confused, she heeds me. "Diomedes is a prisoner of war," Cassius says with princely dignity. "He has rights." Even I roll my eyes. A sour giggle worms through Severo's teeth. It contorts into a chest-heaving laugh. Then it stops as suddenly as it began, his voice weirdly calm. "Your problem,"
shithead, is that you claw for every chance you can get to be the hero, because you know you'll always be the villain. Can't shake that golden taint. He winks. Same reason Ori will never give you the time of day. You're stained, boyo. He grins. You are such a big, pretty nothing. Couldn't handle your brother dying in the passage, even though those were the rules you people made. Had to pout. So big, so small. Needy little Bologna, sad, lonely Cassius. You're hollow, man. Can't even stand straight without a woman inflating your spine. Severo wags his knife at Cassius. Couldn't save Julian. Couldn't protect Quinn. Couldn't keep Mustang intrigued. You're the shallow end of the pool. Couldn't save your sovereign because you're a traitor. Then you couldn't join the Republic because you're not welcome. Whole Ares thing. But the saddest shit is, you spent years on that loon brat, only to have him ditch you for the world that chewed you up and spat you out at the first opportunity he could get. Failures like that only come around once in a lifetime. Darrow's too nice to tell you, but hey, that's what I'm here for. He pouts. Gonna go drink to numb the boo-boo. You'll still hate yourself tomorrow. Fraud. The Lysander insult carves the deepest gash in Cassius's heart. I feel sad for my friend, for the loneliness in his life after we killed Octavia, after Adrius killed his brother and sister. But I can't stand up for him. He has to get through his guilt for killing Ares and stand up to Severo himself. Severo's tirade has the effect he wanted. Cassius takes a fighting stance and goes at him. Severo sheathes his blade. Fists it is. Cassius feints a left hook and puts a significant amount of his powerful frame into a line drive of a right jab. Powerful or not, the jab is affected by the gin he's had. Severo is dead sober and spent his whole life baiting bigger men into unwise confrontations. He ducks and puts all his weight into punching Cassius in the testicles. Air gushes out of the bigger man. Before Cassius can even double over, Severo lunges up like a frog and brings the crown of his head into Cassius's jaw. Cassius's teeth clack together. Cassius doesn't go out, and it's a miracle his jaw doesn't break. He staggers back and spits out half of a front incisor before squaring up again. Severo never stops coming at him, though, and catches him with a flurry of jabs to his left ear, then almost breaks his ankle with a sideways stomp. Harried, Cassius stumbles back after an exchange of elbow strikes and gets some distance with a push kick that lands on Severo's lower chest. "Stop him!" Lyria snarls. "He's a monster! Stop him!" "That's up to Cassius," I say. "Look at the morning night!" Severo mocks and darts forward to daze Cassius with a jab combination that sends blood pouring from Cassius's nose. "Losing again!" Cassius rushes him. Severo evades easily and jabs him twice in his right ear. "That's all you're good for! Drinking and losing and—" Severo lines Cassius up for an uppercut. It doesn't land. Cassius steps into Severo suddenly, crowding him and making the blow awkward just as he swings his left elbow into the exposed side of Severo's head. It hits Severo's skull with a crack. Severo leans with the blow, just enough to not get knocked out, but Cassius follows with a swing of his right elbow that hits Severo in the side of the head. Crack! Severo stumbles back, dazed, and Cassius delivers a right knee that smashes into Severo's guard. Severo is lifted off his feet, hurled in the air to rebound off a crate. He wheezes for air, holding his ribs. Cassius squares up and shakes his fists out. "Stay down!" He grins like his old self, the rotten self I thought he'd outgrown. "It's not my fault you weren't there when your wife needed you most." I must be missing something, because it's like Severo's been hit with a block of ice. He goes pale,
and glances at Lyria with a look so wounded I realise there's something I don't know. Something terrible. Lyria is horrified. "Cassius, stop!" she begs. Severo rushes Cassius in silence. He jukes sideways and under another of Cassius's kicks and puts his shoulder into Cassius's groin. They go down. Severo clambers atop Cassius and tries to bite his face. Cassius uses a cravat counter-leverage move to roll the two of them toward us. Severo's teeth snap at empty air. He ends up behind Cassius, raining blows on the back of Cassius's head. Lyria springs at them. I grab for the scruff of her neck, but she's oily from working on the ship and slips my grip. Shit! I jump up. Neither man sees her coming. Cassius thrusts back against Severo with his hips, throwing Severo off balance, and inverts their positions. As he does so, he brings back his fist to pound Severo's exposed face, but his elbow cracks right into Lyria's face on his backswing. She reels back as if kicked by a sunblood. She's snoring before she hits the ground. I shout for them to stop. Cassius glances over his shoulder to see Lyria twitching on the floor, her nose smashed flat. Blood pours out. A second vile snore rattles out of the small red girl. Cassius's face falls. No. Severo isn't done. He scrambles to his feet and rushes Cassius. I slip from the box and kick him under his left shoulder so hard he's lifted clean in the air and sent crashing into cargo boxes. He stumbles up, oozing blood from his face, his left eye hidden beneath a mass of swollen, purpling tissue. "Enough!" I demand. He heaves for breath, ugly as the monster all children think lurks in their closet. But he sees the look in my eye, Lyria snoring like a drunk, and he sinks against a box. Cassius cradles Lyria in his arms. She's still snoring. "Neuro unit. Medbay, Cassius." He doesn't hear me. I swat his head. "Medbay!" Cassius stumbles and rushes out of the cargo bay with Lyria in his arms. I'm left alone with Severo. "Happy?" I ask him. "Got your belly full of hate? You're stuffed now? Got enough to last you to Io, or do you need to provoke everyone before you're full?" Severo mutters something inaudible and spits blood. Woozy, he makes his way past me and out the cargo bay. He juts a finger after Cassius. "Liability!" He points at me. "Drowning man." "So what's that make you?" I ask. "Goblin." He doesn't seem happy about that. He is miserable. It's a different tone than I've seen from him. He looks lost, like he's about to puke. I soften my voice. "What did he mean about Victra?" He blinks, distant, empty of anger, empty completely. "Severo." "It was a boy," he rasps. "Our baby. It was a boy named Ulysses. That was the name we chose. Harmony killed him on Mars, nailed him to a tree. I wasn't there." The sense of hope I'd been nursing since leaving the marcher shrinks to the size of a candle's flame. The wind howls in my heart, black, cold. The candle flickers and almost goes out. I don't know what to say. Severo is beat. He looks at his feet. "Severo, I'm sorry." A half-minute goes past. "Gods, I am so sorry. When did you learn of this?" "The stowaway spilled the beans. At Quick's." Now it all makes sense. "Shouldn't you be home?" "I wasn't there." Severo stares off, vacant. How can I go home? How can I face her? Victra, what she went through on her own. She was probably there, with Virginia. Didn't want to talk to me. I tried to be a dad, But it ain't what barkers do. We can be nightmares. That's what we can do. Make the enemy scared. Goblins what they need. Out here, Goblin gets shit done. So does Severo, I say. Nah, that's what I learned on Luna, see? The abomination reminded me of something I'd always known deep down but had forgotten. Kids, wife, money, fame, victory, all that soft shit. It ain't for me. I'm not allowed to have it. Severo craves all that. Severo is weak. Severo slags up. Severo wants the family and the peace and the quiet. That's how the clone got me. Severo needs... not the goblin. Goblin eats nails, shits fire. He can do what Severo can't. Bullshit. What? You heard me. That's bullshit, Severo. It wasn't the goblin who held the Sons of Ares together when I was in the Jackal's box, when your dad was dead. It was you, Severo Barker. I got people killed. If it wasn't for Rags and Dancer, it all would have burned down. If you and Victor hadn't joined up... So, what you're saying is, without your friends, you'd be slagged, and the Rising would be ashes? I scoff. Welcome to the club, asshole. Where do you think I'd be without you? Without our friends? Dead in a ravine, that's where. We hold each other up. We always have. That's not weakness. That's the only strength we've got. More than anyone. You've been there for me. You've been my engine for half a life. My turn. I set both hands on his shoulders. Look at me, Severo. His eyes peer out at me from a pit of sadness. I know there is nothing I can say that will make this right. I know that the worlds have been cruel to you, that they've ripped your guts out one too many times. This will hurt forever. I cannot imagine losing Pax. I am your best friend. I would die for you, Victor, any of your kids. So trust me when I say this. We are not here for ourselves. So if you cannot pull yourself out of your pain, if you cannot contribute the way you know you can, then there is the airlock. Please, see yourself out. He stares at me in shock. He's not used to this. I've always accommodated his turbulent temper, his volcanic anger and petty slights. I know the goblin is a part of him. But if he doesn't understand there are exceptions, if he isn't called out, he'll see himself to ruin, and maybe take us down with him. Piece of pie, he says bitterly. Didn't even know the kid. Turned the page on my dad too. Forget that son of a whore Bologna. I beat his brother to death with my bare hands, Cassius's twin. I cut his older brother in half. Our friends killed his dad, and on and on and on. I'm shouting now, but damn it, he needs perspective. And despite all of that fucking murder, Severo, all that murder, Cassius is here, with us, right now, fighting for our future, fighting for you and for your family back on Mars. Despite the horrors of the camps, where that little red in the medbay saw her entire family butchered, Lyria is here, with us, right now. And, despite my betrayal of the Sons on the Rim all those years ago, where thousands were executed because I turned my back on them, Ori is here, now. They are all fighting for your kids. For mine. Looks like you've got your replacement howlers, then. That makes me irrelevant. I'll just hop out the hatch. Severo says, but doesn't move. Severo, I love you. And I love your family. I'm not saying get over it and turn into a machine. I'm saying stop acting like an asshole and let me help you carry the pain. You love the goblin, he says. You love the blade that slides out of nowhere into the enemy's throat, like magic, right before he'd cut you down for good. That's my worth to you. Ah, brother, I say with a sigh. Do you think Victor would ever have married you if that's all you were? Do you think you'd be my best friend? Shit. Valdir's better at killing than you are, and he wanted the spot. He snorts a laugh. He wanted to shag you. He did not. Severo stares at me like I'm an idiot. He did not. Severo shakes his head. The laugh brought on a small change in him. I risk touching his shoulder. He lets me. I wish you could see what I see, man. What Victor sees, what your girls see, what millions of red children see when we look at you. The goblin is a holy terror, yes. He's a useful tool. He makes the enemy scared and our people brave. Severo squints at me, surprised at my sudden agreement. But Severo Barker, I ask. Hades. He's the stage on which the goblin sometimes comes out for a guest appearance. He's the man who made the Howlers. He's the one who keeps the Reaper in check, keeps everyone in check. He was Ragnar's brother. Severo's a leader, a father, a friend. He's the one Athena sent this message to, not the goblin, not me. We need Severo to realize how tall he stands, because if the ghouls can beat him into believing he is small, wretched, what hope do the rest of us have? Severo says nothing. He stares through me, his hollow eyes drilling holes into the bulkhead behind me. Last thing I tell you is this, old friend. Neither Severo nor the goblin is of any use fighting his allies or working against his friends. You done with the Howlers? All right. My offer still stands. I'll do everything in my power to get you home to your family, steal you a ship on Io and cover your escape. What about the airlock? We know you're not that man. I squeeze his shoulder hard. But if you're going to run with this pack, stop chewing our legs like we're all stuck in a trap. This mission matters because it's the one we are on. Think on it. When we get to Io, I'm going to scout. Whether I do that alone or with Severo isn't my call. I slap him on the shoulder and head for the med bay to check on Lyria. I wish I could do more, but I can't go back in time to save his son. He won't respect pity or think he deserves it. In the cold prison of our minds, we are alone with our self-hatred, our doubts and guilt. No one more than Severo. A friend may reach through the bars and hold our hand, but they cannot open the door for us. Only the prisoner has the key. All I can do is remind him we're waiting for him when he gets out.
Chapter 49. Lysander. Vei Victis. The obsidian prosthetics that Atlas's carver applied to my face itch almost as much as the false beard hanging from my chin. The contacts I wear are black, and my teeth plated gold. Scalps taken from the bridge of the Dustmaker hang from a rope on my belt. They are frozen stiff and clatter against the battered thigh plate of my obsidian armor. My grav bike thrums beside Atlas's over the molten riverlands of Io. A patrol of Volk bikers wave in greeting as they pass in the distance. Atlas waves back. His arms have only recently been reattached. Our 3-hour ride from the Leith's hiding place has taxed him a pain price few could pay. But we have arrived at our destination unmolested, clad in the armor of the barbarian host and bearing the digital warrant of the great Far. Though Far pacified all but Io's toughest strongholds over the last month, while I crossed the gulf with Diomedes, we were still at greater risk from Rim guerrillas than Far's forces during our journey from the Leith. We've come to Plutus to tell Far his anticipated 3-year reign over Ilium will be cut short, and to discuss the logistics of his defeat once my fleet arrives. Atlas may have absolute trust in the man, but I'm keenly aware that we will be at Far's mercy. I dread that with every fibre of my being.
The battle wall of Demeter's Garter stretches across the horizon. Behind the wall lies a temperate microclimate amidst the hellish landscape of Io. The paradome network, which holds in pressure, oxygen, and filters radiation, steams over it like the surface of a morning winter lake. It bends the light of its artificial suns so that they appear to shine silver. The city of Plutus, the administrative capital of the Garter, is swarmed by Far's divisions. Above the city, 2 Volk dreadnoughts hover like beasts squatting over their kill. Neither one is Far's flagship. Though we have come to speak to the man, the Pandora is still bombarding Sungrave. We slow our bikes as we approach the battle wall. I watch as, far above, a stream of produce transports creeps up toward a swelling orbital caravan. The ships gathering there trickle in from across Io. A coldness creeps into my heart when I realize they carry more than foodstuffs off Io. Diomedes told me slaves are the highest currency to the Ascomani. While the Rim Armada sailed from the core, the Ascomani harvested the populace of Io that could not take refuge in the moon's stronger bastions. The slaves are part of Atlas's sunk cost. Many have been infected with disease, and will take that poison back to the ants' nests. A hideous thought. At the battle wall, Obsidian and Ascomani bodies are still being pulled from the wreckage of the breach by teams of red slaves bundled thick against the climate. They make frozen heaps with the corpses of Ra soldiers. Traffic thickens near the central gate where patrols queue between Cyclope and Statuary to enter the city. When we pass through the gate's pulse field, we are greeted by warmth and elegiac light. The air is breathable, warm, and thick with smoke. The sulphur crystals gathered on my bike and armor join the steam of the other traffic. Beyond the congestion of armored infantry and war machines driven by blues in strange metal collars, Ascomani overseers crack long whips at red captives. Most labor in the thousands to collect bodies from the paths of destruction, which fan out from the narrow breaches into the orchards and grain fields to either side of Plutus. The Ascomani are taller and lankier than the Obsidians, and either umber or grey-skinned. Their hair is coarse, straight, thick, and black. They wear glossy black armor made of onyxia, and bark at each other in an unintelligible savage tongue. They are human, though made less so by their own arcane and perverse use of carvers over the centuries. Some of the Cretans are small, like children, with demonic pug faces and surly tempers. The Ascomani are a stain of corruption on the face of paradise. Plutus, a gem in the tiara of the Garter, is a garden city where farming is embraced both as a science and a philosophy. An agricultural Eden with warehouses for its crops and academies, arbours and laboratories for its prized brown growers. Public parks, theatres and baths for its droves of red field hands. Limitlessly powered by the tidal heating of the planet, it makes its own weather and its own sunlight, pearly or silver, depending on the crop zone. And for centuries it thrived, invulnerable behind its Ra garrison, kinetic shields, and its elephantine surface-to-orbit cannons. The city mourns the demise of its guardian triad. The shields fell because of Atlas and my Praetorians. Smoke from their sabotage mission still swirls to the west from the ruins of the shield pylons. Bombardment and tides of savages delirious for spoils did in the other 2 pillars of the city's defences. I follow Atlas as he weaves through traffic toward a road that carries along an orchard of plum trees 5 times larger than those of the core. Ascomani lie together like sated dogs between the trees, gorging on fruit and taunting the greys who've been nailed to the tree trunks. That is not the worst of the carnival of horrors we see before we reach the city, nor indeed the worst we see in the city itself, where an orgy of violence is in full swing. But the look on the face of a young Ionian grey as she watched the braves beneath her eating plums haunts me. Her expression could not be more different from the smile upon the benevolent statue of the goddess Demeter that extends from the harnessed volcano north of the city. We park our bikes in a courtyard, crisscrossed with huge tables hewn from fresh-cut trees. Preparations for a feast are underway, even as an assembly line of Ascomani axemen execute raw graze in the courtyard adjacent. "I'm surprised you didn't have Farnuke, the garter," I say to Atlas as we ascend the wooden steps to the Arbor of Akari. Like me, his face is concealed by obsidian prosthetics. His nose is horribly bent, his cheeks heavy with scars, and face tattooed with the skull of a Stained. "But I suppose even you have your limits?" "Absent a dependable source of food, there is no civilization," he replies. "The goal is not to destroy the Rim, Lysander, but for you to be able to control it without leaving your supper table on the Palatine Hill. Do you want a reign impoverished by infrastructure reconstruction? The garter and the seed vaults were built over dozens of lifetimes. My family might pretend it was the honor in our blood that made us masters beyond the asteroids. In truth, it's the hand that holds the garter that grips the belly of the Rim." "And what if Far decides not to let go of that belly?" I ask. "What if he decides he'd rather be a king than a soldier to a thankless society?" "A good question. One you should ask him yourself." I stop and listen to the wailing on the wind. Atop my bike, I could not hear it. Now I can hear nothing else. The city itself is weeping. Atlas turns a few steps up. His voice is gentle. "Lysander, this is how it has always been. The vaunted past we so revere saw thousands of cities fall to thousands of armies. Periods of trauma are traded for periods of peace. The greater the trauma, the longer the peace. Bear it, and this year will be the last year you see war in your lifetime." "I will hold you to that," I reply, and march upward. The Arbor of Akari has been spared the murder and rapine that flagellates the rest of the city. Far has taken the building that hosts the Ra's horticultural history for himself and his inner circle. After gaining passage to the arbor's interior, past the blood-painted Ascomani warriors who guard its doors, we are greeted by 3 obsidian veterans in armor studded with gems and encrusted with gold sigils. Beneath apricot and apple trees, Atlas embraces them like long-lost brothers. They are all members of the Kin Shield, the team Far took with him to aid his rise, and speak fluent common. One by one, Atlas introduces them to me and gives them my true name. They kneel in deference, but I see the confusion in their eyes. They don't know why I am in Ilium. That confusion is shared by the 5 more Kinshield Gorgons who return over the course of the next several hours to join us around a circular table set in the arbor's inner sanctum. I am unexpected. That makes me nervous. The Gorgons come with blood on their boots and soot and sulphur on their furs and capes, fresh from supervising the sack of the Garter or the pacification of one of its cities. Stacking their armor beneath a tree, they join us at the table where they drink and laugh with Atlas as if they were back in the barracks on Luna. The conversation is fascinating both in its casual nature and its depth. Very quickly, the signs of Atlas's tutelage become apparent. Their understanding of politics, strategy, and logistics unnerves me, especially when I hear quotes from Cicero, Hobbes, and Seneca used not only in proper context, but sometimes with deft irony. I have never heard such sophisticated conversation from obsidians. That is not all that surprises me. When I ask the Gorgon beside me, a clever-eyed man of 50 or so with a cutlass for a nose and mallets for hands, if he was at Kaliki, he hangs his head for a moment. "I was," he says. "Why do you hang your head? Was it not a glorious victory?" "I find little glory in war," he says. "Satisfaction, yes, for a job well done. I claimed Alexander Aurun upon my blade. He was a worthy foe, and met a worthy end. That was proper. I bested him man to man. But others, great names, Cassander au Megara, Alethea au Codovan, Talia au Anthos, I saw them done under by reptiles, spit, skinned. The warrior virtue, and it was virtue, was denied. That is why I hang my head, Dominus. There is much to admire in our foe and little in our allies." "Does that dissuade you from your mission?" I ask. "No, the reptiles cannot help but be reptiles. The Knights of the Rim, however, cannot plead ignorance. They chose to be traitors to the society that built their world." "You call them reptiles," I say, "like the Moon Lords do." "They are reptiles, Dominus. Perhaps not in physiology, but in their lack of empathy," another answers. "The centuries have taught them starvation and poverty can only be staved off by violence. They fight other tribes who are their mirror, and so their violence and cruelty are exponential and theatrical." "It is like they have never seen the light, Dominus," rasps a quiet one, whom Atlas seems to favour above the rest. He is lean, handsome in a way, with an eagle's face and clear eyes and a slight lisp. "Mercy is literally unknown to them. Out there, meat is meat. You understand?" "No, not yet. Go on. Fergaris, isn't it?" I say. "Yes, Dominus." He considers. "A man from the wilderness, who has never heard music, might come upon a city and hear through a window the song of a violin. It makes no matter if he knows the complexity of the piece or the reverence culture has for the instrument. He will stop and listen because he can recognize the rarity of beauty. These Askamani would go into the house and beat the player to death for making a racket, enslave the children, break the violin, and burn down the house. All of them. They do not seek context or assimilation. Only domination. If it does not fit into their paradigm, they destroy it." "And what of the Volk?" I ask. "The Volk would enjoy the song and listen till its end, then break the man's fingers and steal the violin to sell." "You act as if they're all the same," I say. "Are they?" Fergaris defers to the others, but they urge him on. "We paint with a broad brush. The Volk have braves who are noble. Some are liars, cheats, and butchers, but some are decent men. Like any army, we all have seen the duality in their nature." The others nod. They were raised to worship strength, but unlike the Askamani, they've tasted the light of culture, of cities, of parks and plays. Yet they feel as if the light has rejected them and spit in their eye. The low colours, the Republic, the silvers. The biggest man at the table then adds, "Far is their catharsis, their rage on the world." He opens his hands as if all I do is look out the window. The Askamani are simple, Fergaros says. They demand victory, food, and loot, usually human. Managing the vault takes up the majority of our time. They miss the sun. They are skeptical about Far's claims of making this their new kingdom. Not to mention they are arrogant. They think moons are small potatoes compared with the planets they used to conquer under Tir Morga. They roll their eyes at each other as if exhausted by that arrogance. They say secret prayers to the All-Mother, fearing their betrayal of Sephi will bring a terrible judgment upon them all. And worst of all, he looks at Atlas. Many wonder if they should ever have left the host of Tir Morga. The Jarls would never dare slander their king, but the braves whisper and pout like guilty children who chose the wrong parents after a divorce. And how do you combat that? I ask. A mixture of fear, momentum, loot, division, lies, bribery, public killings, but most important, spectacle, and invoking their love of Ragnar Volaris. I sit back, overwhelmed at the complexity of the army I just assumed was a mindless host. I have also never seen Atlas so warm. What Ajax would have done for half the smile he readily gives any one of these obsidians. But how could Atlas ever respect Ajax, who had everything and gave nothing to the society, when Atlas lived amongst these patriots who have given everything for a society that would give them nothing in return? Well said, Goodman, Atlas says. As you can see, Lysander, the duty I set upon these Gorgons required them to be far more than mere soldiers. Far more, I murmur, and they all get along. For a table of golds like this, we will make you one, Atlas says, and touches my arm. When we get home, that is our first priority. And what of Volga, my friends? Does the kin-shield have thoughts? The men grow quiet. Come now, brothers. Young Loon and I have heard your opinions on everyone else. They are spared from answering when a roar comes from outside. Volsung Fa has returned from Sungrave victorious, and he's apparently brought a dragon. Atlas and I witness Fa's return with his kin-shield from the steps of the arbour. Ensnared by a huge net, the dragon dangles from the belly of the Pandora. Its scales are iridescent black and purple, its wings nearly translucent. It thrashes against the net in vain and lets out a mournful howl. It feels to me as if it is calling to its masters or its children. It sounds like it is weeping. Fa descends from his flagship upon a giant floating altar loaded with chained gold captives. Not one of the bloodied, chained peerless draw the eyes more than the king sitting on his throne in his black, spiked armour, with his unshorn honour tail and his gold crown. The crown grows in size with every victory. Purportedly, when Askamani shaman tear the sigils from the hands of his gold captives, they melt them onto the crown, or into his throne, or even the altar itself. A figure stands to the right of Fa's throne throughout this performance, a shorter obsidian woman, one of the only women I've yet seen in Fa's host. Atlas informs me this is the object of the question that silenced Fa's friends. Volga, the biological daughter of Ragnar Volaris, newly acquired from Mars. What must she make of all this? I wonder. Fa's affection for her is plain, and I watch the two with interest until I spot 3 girls who are spared the violation of having their sigils scalped like the others. They are all women, one old, one of middling age, and one a young girl. They are kept on leashes by Far's bodyguards. A cloud settles over Atlas when he sees them, one that deepens when the procession takes on spiritual overtones and the dragon is brought down from the Pandora to be butchered by Far. Using his barbaric weapon, a great saw, he climbs atop the dragon and excises its man-sized heart. He lifts that mass over his head and casts it into a bonfire. Then the dragon is butchered, roasted, and fed to the braves. Spectacle, they said. As the feast rages beneath, Far meets us in his stateroom aboard the Pandora. I am shocked by the change of his appearance. He has traded his armor, his entourage of Askamani and Volk Jarls, and the facade of a barbarian king for a beautiful purple silk kimono, bandages, and a glass of cognac. The glass is tiny and would be hilarious in his huge hands if not for his terrifying stature and appearance. It is no wonder the grimaces once used this man as a stud bull. He is the pinnacle of obsidian genetics, gargantuan in size, but ropey with usable muscle, like an albino python. Nearly 2 heads taller than I am, with scars in shapes I've never seen before. One of his hands is metal, with clawed fingers that he wears little caps on. His jaws made entirely of metal, too. A terrible burn has claimed one of his eyes, and the eye replaced with a tech mod. He sets his cognac down on a jade table delicately. He takes in Atlas's obsidian face with a smile. His voice is the deepest I've ever heard.
All-Father, you look positively barbarous.
They laugh and embrace. Atlas pulls back to hold the man's giant head between his hands. A brilliant show, old friend. You are the pride of Ko-Or-Nihil. Your brothers and sisters send their compliments. They miss you and the Kinshields dearly. You should hear them chant you on.
And I miss them more than I can say. The Kinshield is always so busy putting out fires. A host just shy of 1 million, and not one genteel conversation to be had.
When they part, they clap each other on the shoulders and laugh. Atlas notes Far's many bandages. You're wounded. Do you need any antitoxins?
Not like on Mars. Cepheus' pestilence was itchy. These wounds are not grievous. My armor is thick for a reason. Sungrave is broken, of course, as you commanded. The Askamani are loading what remains of its populace onto transports. In 3 days, the city will be at doom.
Well done indeed. But really, will you take that out? You sound insane.
Far detaches a device from his throat and sets it on the table.
Ah, that's better. Hard to enunciate with that baritone.
The warlord's natural voice is shockingly soft and sensitive. He's a fraud. A consummate fraud. The only thing not fraudulent is his physical menace, which I think is actually enhanced by his obvious cleverness. Far's eyes finally wander to me, curious and sparkling with intelligence.
Your bodyguard is not obsidian either.
How can you tell? I ask.
Obsidians don't lean in doorways,
he replies, and nods to my shoulder against the door frame.
Bad luck.
I stand straight and file that away. I am not his bodyguard, at any rate. I am Lysander Aulun, I reply.
Are you? Are you really?
Far asks, very intrigued. He squints at my obsidian prosthetics, dubious, then laughs in delight.
So you are. Xanthus has outdone herself yet again.
Far bows, but does not kneel. Dominus Lune, an honour to meet one of the blood. He raises an eyebrow at Atlas. Am I to understand there has been a change of plans regarding the beneficiary of this endeavour, then? He smirks. Or has the new loon come to banish us like the last loon? The former, Atlas says. The three of us have much to discuss, but first I must see my kin. I trail the two men through the brig until they come to the void cell containing Atlas's sister. Its occupant can neither see nor hear us. Vela is a hard-faced veteran with even less charisma than Romulus and more fire than Atlas. She lies on her bed without moving. "You broke her back," Atlas notes. Far gestures to several of his bandages. "For my trouble. It was the only way, I fear, to take a warrior like her alive in a pitched fray. Very difficult. Apologies. Diomedes was meant to be a sure thing." Atlas glances at me. "We scoured the battlefield and the escape pods as thoroughly as we could. My kinshield believe he was likely vaporized in a blast. Per your recommendation, I was liberal with the Grimace atomics you supplied. If I had known we would need to search for a survivor—" "I don't blame you, Fagnar." He insists on using Far's original name, a sign of friendship. Then he shoots a look of annoyance back at me to show Far who he does blame. "Vela will do?" Far asks, "even with the broken back?" "She will," Atlas says. "I need her nervous system, not her spine." "And what exactly do you need her for?" I ask. "He doesn't know," Far asks. "Not everything. Not yet," Atlas says. "You said you'd be fully transparent," I say. "I've thrown in with you at the cost of my soul. What could you possibly think you need to hold back?" "What's a soul to an atheist?" Atlas asks Far. Far makes a farting sound. "Gas." Atlas smiles and moves on to the middle cell. I'm about to press the issue, but Atlas preempts my question. "Just a moment, lad. All of my cards will be on the table in short order." Atlas trails off as he approaches the cell of his mother. Gaia, the old matron of House Ra, is a broken woman. Her vacant eyes stare at the grey wall of her cell as she murmurs a phrase I can't quite make out. Atlas watches her for a few moments, his emotions inscrutable. "My nieces, nephews, did my mother see it done?" Far hesitates. "She cut their throats with her own hand, but she could not bring herself to kill the youngest." Atlas's eyes soften for his mother. For a moment he looks like he will cry. Instead, he turns his attention to the last gold prisoner, a girl still shy of puberty with red-rimmed eyes and the long face of the Ra. Thalia, Diomedes' younger sister. "Neither could you, it seems," Atlas says. "She looks like you, and she bit me very hard." She does look like Atlas. Her face is slender, her eyes narrow and quiet, and has the same distant boredom so commonly seen in Atlas's expression. "You were not so soft before Volga joined us. Was she there with you?" Atlas asks. Far grimaces. "She was." "I thought you might need a bargaining—" "Have I ever minced words with what I do and do not need, old friend?" "I will kill the girl now, then." Far moves to open the cell. "No," I say. Atlas turns and lifts an eyebrow. Knowing only proving her utility will spare the girl, I conjure some from the ether. "The Rim is stubborn and proud. Many will resent me as sovereign, even if I am their savior. But if I were to wed to an ancestor of Akari, then might not that ease the pill down?" Atlas's eyes narrow. It will be years before she's of age. I thought you were a man who planned for the future. Seems a waste to trim this possible future from our tree. No? Better to have the option. You more than anyone should know the perils of mercy, Atlas says. More than anyone except Darrow, perhaps. The difference is I watched Darrow cut down Octavia. Thalia has only seen him. I dip my head in Far's direction. Atlas smiles softly. We'll consider it. He waves Far away from the cell. Come, we have plans to iron out. I linger as the two men make their way from the brig. Thalia is older than I was when my parents died, younger than I was when Darrow killed Octavia. It wakes my sympathy. If I keep her alive, perhaps I've paid some of my debt back to Diomedes. Gaia is another matter now. When last I saw her, she hid her cunning behind a guise of senility, but grief has broken the woman. She whispers the same phrase over and over, the same phrase a barbarian murmured to a Roman declaiming the price of surrender long ago. Vae victis. Woe to the vanquished. Chapter 50. Lysander. Heavy is the head. So what you're saying is... Far trails off after Atlas tells him the new order of things. Your reign will only last 3 weeks instead of 3 years, thanks to Lysander here, Atlas clarifies. The king sits across the table from Atlas and me in his stateroom. I watch his huge hands, especially the metal one, and wait for violence to erupt as he learns the curtailed length of his reign. Instead, he throws back his head and laughs in sheer delight. A great weight sloughs off him, and tears come to his eye. Atlas leans over to squeeze his shoulder. "Thank Jove," Far says. He grimaces when he sees my surprise and taps his monstrous crown with a metal finger. "Do you think I enjoy the weight of this, Dominus Loon?" He pushes it toward me. "The worship of asteroid-dwelling savages, the slaughter of the Society's civilians, the venal backbiting among Darrow's Volk? No, a single day under the sun with sand between my toes is worth 10 years on a throne. One performance of Giulio Cesare or Parsifal does more for my heart than 10,000 chanting my name. I need no honours. I crave no power. Let me be rid of it all." I'm stunned. "You're not angry in the least. You helm the greatest obsidian army since Cthulhu. Power the nations of old Earth could only dream of. War has never been my passion, only my profession, Dominus. Once my service to the Society is done, I will retire and live out my days eating well, attending the opera, watching races, and swimming in the sea." Far's eyes lust for that day. I look back and forth between him and Atlas. "Then what do you get out of this?" "Satisfaction. Pride that I have done my duty to help ensure a lasting and peaceful society and the continued advancement of humankind," he replies. "And for myself, a small pension." "What have you promised him?" I ask Atlas. "Less than he is due, and more than he requested," Atlas replies. "A penthouse in Hyperion, a seaside retreat on Venus, a Pegasus ranch in Switzerland." Far's eyes go distant and dreamy at that one. "A telomerase tank, a carver, a new name, and 20 years of peace." "And a daughter," Far adds. Atlas winces. "And a daughter." "Volga," I clarify. "You should see her, Atlas. She is bright, clever, with a mind like a sponge." Has she joined you in battle? Atlas asks. No, I would not press that upon her. Not this world of killing. She is gentle, in a way. She loves animals. It hurt her, the dragon hunt, but she will have flying ponies soon enough. He frowns. She did try to kill me at first, but I reasoned her through it. She saw how often she's been used, and how I asked nothing of her. But she did not join the hunt. It was she who captured their sigil beast, Abraxas, tricked him right into a trap. He laughs. She might be a Valkyrie, but there's a touch of that freelancer in her too. He taps his ruined eye. A worthy man. Oh, Atlas, I think that grey would have been one of your favourite knives. Does she know about me? Atlas asks, a little perturbed by Far's excitement. No, of course not. She believes the same thing we sold the Volk, that we do this to make a kingdom for obsidian. He pauses. I worry she believes it too much, in a way. And when she discovers that is a lie, afterward, when you tell her of me... Far brushes off the questions. She is a creature of the cities. She is practical. She will understand and embrace our new life. Will she understand, though? Atlas asks. Far hesitates. What do you mean? Some things we cannot wash off, Vagnar. Once she realizes who you really are, who you really serve, she will abandon you, especially if she believes the Volk should have their own kingdom. You know my own hardship in that. The two go quiet, perhaps thinking of a tragedy that befell Atlas some time ago. The only way for her to look past the stains on your hands would be for her own hands to be stained too, Atlas says. Blood her in battle? Far seems hesitant. Yes, for a start. Far looks down in deep thought before nodding at his teacher's wisdom. She will love me more when she understands my sacrifice. Yes. Thank you, old friend. You have given me much to think about. Growing tired of discussing Vagnar's personal life, I clear my throat. Shall we have the battle plan, then? Fair enough, Atlas says. The plan is simple. Lysander, after this meeting you will take a suitably battered Rim shuttle and travel to the moon Pasiphae with Roan and your Praetorians. There you will send a message to your fleet telling them you survived the ambush at Kaliki. You will order them to press on and rendezvous with you there. Once they have, you will sail on Io and reclaim the Garter in any way you see fit. Its shields will still be down, so I recommend an iron rain for maximum visibility across the Dominion. And what of my foe? I ask, and I Far. Vagnar. Sorry. Far will leave mostly Ascomani behind to garrison the Garter as he sails onward to assault other moons. Exterminate those wretches to the last, and save the citizens you find in their ships, Lysander. The first 2 waves of transports are already rife with disease and off to the Kuiper, so that extermination is already set in stone. Once you have secured the Garter and installed a core garrison, you will urge all remaining Rim forces to rally to you for a final confrontation with the dread Volsung Fa. In that confrontation, seen by your grateful allies, you will kill him and scatter his fleet to the winds. I look at Far. But it won't be you I kill. I should certainly hope not, he says with a laugh, then more seriously. You will kill Volsung Fa, but Vagnar Hefka will be long gone. Atlas explains. Xanthus is already at work on ahead for you to show the Moon Lords. Vagnar here will escape with a select force, enough to be useful to us should we have need of them against Atalantia or the Republic. now, Fagnar. I know the timetable is extremely compressed, but will 3 weeks be enough for you to sack all of the Galilean moons?" Far considers the question as if Atlas had asked about painting a wall. "Sack? No. Raise? Yes. But we will have to resort to bombardment if you desire that sort of coverage." "That sort of coverage?" I repeat. "Atlas, Kaliki and Io are quite enough massacre to humble a civilization that brushed off the burning of Rhea in less than a generation?" Atlas asks. "You said it yourself, Lysander. The Rim is proud and stubborn. They must feel existential fear. Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto must fall." "That's hundreds of millions of people." "Yes. That's gratuitous," I say. "The greater the trauma, the longer the peace." "No. If that's your plan, then kill me and put Atalante on the chair." He measures my resolve. It's a bluff. He knows it. Far knows it. I'll have no leverage until my fleet arrives, yet Atlas relents and possibly always planned to. "Very well. I am not unreasonable. You may choose one moon to spare. Io is finished, so that leaves Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto. Which will you grant reprieve?" "I recommend," Far interjects, "thank you, Wagner, but if this is the only power I have right now, I believe I will trust my own counsel," I say. He nods at my respectful correction of his overstep and waits patiently. It is a question of arithmetic, so I choose the most populous by far. "Ganymede." "Very well, Ganymede will be spared." Atlas says so quickly it seems as though he knew I would choose it, and may never have meant for it to be raised at all. I feel sick. "Wagner, you can move on to Callisto as soon as your braves have finished their feast. Europa after that, please. Raise the islands first, then invade the deep." Far grimaces. "My braves won't like that. The riches are on the surface, and the deep is a death trap." "Then bribe them with a feast, with spectacle," Atlas says. "Beat them with their own religion. Say their All-Father wills it, whatever it takes. Burn all your capital. It'll be their last mission before Lysander hits. There's an infestation there I want rooted out." "Apologies. It's hard to forget sustainability of the army is no longer a priority. It will be done. They do love their feasts," Far says. "And where will you be during all of this, Atlas?" I ask. "Oh, you know, around," he says. "Atlas, I just had to choose between moons to spare from annihilation. I'm all in, obviously. If you burn, I burn. If you don't let me into the circle of trust now, how can we work together and, how did you put it, get shit done?" Atlas considers. "Fair. I will be on a moon called Orpheus." "There is no moon called Orpheus," I say. "Not on any map, no. It is an irregular moonlet, 2.1 kilometers in diameter, with an orbit so close to Jupiter and so hidden by the planet's radiation and magnetosphere that few sensor systems would notice it. If they did, their telescopes would see an uninhabited rock of little interest. Inside this rock lies the most secure vault in all of Ilium. This vault is guarded by an elite garrison of shadow knights. Its contents are so shameful to my family that not even its guardians fully know what it is they are protecting." "But you do?" I ask. I've never even heard of the term shadow knight. Atlas nods. "Shall I die of suspense? Am I in your circle of trust or not?" "Very well. I will tell you what even Atalantia does not know, because, unlike her, you won't salivate all over the table. This mission was organized to drain the Republic of its obsidian weapons, punish the Rim, to unite it with the core under a sovereign, and to exterminate the Ascomani. Yes. But there is a secondary goal, that is arguably more important. As you know, I spent much of my youth in your grandmother's vaults. The stacks there of information you'll find nowhere else. I was particularly obsessed with the relationship between Akari and Selenius. In my readings, I found the true reason for the schism between the founders of our society. 750 years ago, Akari stole a weapon called Edme from Selenius. Edme is a virus with a modular half-life capable of targeting any of the 14 colors without secondary transmission to the rest. It is a weapon that will mean the end of war and ensure obedience to the Morning Chair for 1,000 years. What planet, what color would dare raise arms ever again if they knew we could prune rabble-rousers out with the snap of our fingers? Silence falls upon my heart, and my mind conjures images of pristine worlds and cities where the sun still shines and the wind gently rolls, but are denuded of all human life, empty of laughter. I do not move for a long moment. Edme means I devour, I say. In Hittite, no? Yes, devour, eat, consume. It is the root of the word edit in many languages. Edit. As in edit out a color? Yes, on whatever sphere it is deployed. Even gold? Even gold. I try a laugh to dispel the joke. Atlas and Far do not smile. It is hard to embrace the reality of such a weapon. The application may seem enough. Blockade a planet, remove all the reds or obsidians. Sanitary. Clean. And in Atlas's hands, a terror like nothing ever seen before. But the ramifications are impossible to fully understand. Wars are inconvenient and expensive, atomics too destructive and radioactive to use without blowback. This is genocide in a bottle. It wraps my heart in a cold silence and squeezes. You see why I did not tell Atalantia of this, Atlas says. I nod and look up, puzzled. Why would the Ra, your family, steal it and not destroy it? The same reason mankind never freed themselves from atomics. Fear there may come a day so dire it would have to be used. Atlas opens his hands as if to say, here is that day for the rim. That is why I needed Diomedes. Helios told me only a Ra with the scar can open the vault. Fortunately, I have Vela now. I anticipate it will be the hardest mission of my career. I have no information on the base defenses, nor its garrison. I expect I will lose many patriots. When I have Edme, I will rejoin you on the Lightbringer, Lysander. As for you, Wagner, I fear we will not see one another again until we are toasting Thessalonican red at your penthouse in Hyperion. I look forward to having you as my guest, Far says. Interference around Orpheus will be heavy, so if there's any lingering questions, now's the time, Atlas says. I have one. You've killed your nieces, your nephews, your sister-in-law, and I don't imagine Vela will survive Orpheus. So why is Gaia alive? Far and Atlas exchange a look of amusement. Far laughs. Really, Dominus Loon, what kind of monster would kill his own mother? Chapter 51. Darrow. Midnight lands. We arrived on Io and found it too dangerous to risk an approach. For 3 days we waited inside Io's orbit in the cover provided by Jupiter's faint ring system and magnetosphere as storms the size of Earth raged beneath. We circled Jupiter, matching pace with Io's orbit, watching streams of transport ships depart until the Pandora and 3 Volk dreadnoughts slipped away from the moon with most of the Volk navy toward Callisto. When they disappeared around the curve of Jupiter, I told Cassius it was time to make our approach. Virginia always thought it a strange perversity that so many of Jupiter's moons were named after women or goddesses Zeus raped, and then graced with the ultimate torture, to be held under his gaze for eternity. From what I've seen of our journey into inner Ilium, Fa has been no kinder to the moons than Zeus was to his conquests. Io floats alone beneath us, a ruin. Its defences have been smashed, its cities razed. Their smoke weeps upward to join the columns that pour out from Io's 400 volcanoes. It seems only the equator was spared Fa's wrath, for good reason. There, an uninterrupted belt of green and gold pulses with life amidst a hellish landscape riven with volcanoes and desolate frozen sulphur wastes. Demeter's Garter, the breadbasket of the rim. Infrastructure as crucial, perhaps more crucial, than the dockyards of Ganymede I destroyed 12 years ago. Not all of Fa's fleet has departed. Hundreds of strange warships that could only be Ascamani-made gather over the Garter along with caravans of cosmos haulers. I cannot help but be impressed. Of the 4 Galilean moons, Europa, Io, Callista, and Ganymede, Fa took the hardest and innermost moon first. It is exactly what I would have done. Gain space supremacy by defeating the Ra navy, eliminate their moon defense bases, then capture the Garter to grip their whole civilization by the windpipe. Now that another leader has done it, the brutality of the act required seems a sin against humankind. The consequences of the Garter's loss will stretch far beyond Ilium to affect Rim civilization all the way to Pluto. More and more, Fa feels like my shadow, that darker part of myself that knows the shortest route often lies through the ruthless application of brutality. Even Severo does not laugh this time. Ori's lack of celebration when we saw the devastation around Kaliki was because she feared exactly this. She was right too, and Severo was right to worry that Athena and her fabled ships may no longer exist. Still, we didn't come all this way to turn back now. We need to contact Athena, and the only way to do that is to light Ori's Omega Torch in Sungrave. Io is about the size of Luna, and tidally locked. One side always faces Jupiter. The moon is pulled in a constant tug-of-war between the gravity of Jupiter and the other Galilean moons. This creates tectonic movement, so Io is constantly bleeding fire from her heart. Some of her volcano plumes spew as much as 500 kilometers out into space. Using one of these to mask our entry to the moon, we slip through Ascamani patrols and descend toward the South Pole. I am extremely wary of putting the Archimedes at risk by approaching Sungrave directly. Surface-to-air missiles, either from Ra guerrillas or Fa's forces still on the moon, are as much a risk to the ship as enemy fighters or capital ships. So I have Cassius set down several hundred kilometers southeast of the city, in a volcano range on the edge of the anti-Jovian wastes of Narramore. The spews and volcanic activity will hide our ship, hopefully. While Cassius stays behind with Lyria, Ori, and our mute prisoner Diomedes, I head to the cargo bay to gear up and disembark. Ori passes me in the hall and tosses me a hair tie. "Been a long road since the marcher," she says, as I tie my hair up. "Be careful." I bump fists with her and descend into the cargo bay. Severo is there waiting, already dressed. I did not know if he was coming, but it seems he's decided to step up after all. I give him a nod, and he helps me into the Godkiller armor. I skip the small talk and show him our route. The direct approach takes us through a briar patch of mountains and volcanoes. Anything could hide there, and we can't afford to get shot down. If our oxygen reserves run out, the sulfur dioxide in Io's thin air will react with the water in our lungs to form a strong acid. So we will head due west to the waste of Carrick, Then curve back toward the city on the seam between the mountains and the waste. Here, just south of Darkfall. Complaints? He shakes his head. You're better in boots. I suggest flyhopper interchange, but you're flight master. I'll take your lead. Helm up, boots prime. Let's do it. The ramp lowers, and we step out into the dimness. Severo and I fly from meager sunshine over plains painted shades of yellow, red, black, green, and white, toward midnight lands where Jupiter hangs in the sky, supreme, mutinous, and huge. From the surface of the moon, Jupiter subtends an arc of 19.5 degrees, appearing 39 times the apparent diameter of Luna from Earth's surface. Even the many mountains of Io, some rising higher than Earth's Everest, seem small in comparison. We wind through the teeth of mountain passes, over vast sulphur plains and burping lava flows, until the moon slips into Jupiter's shadow. The celestial event, where Jupiter blocks Io from the sun completely, occurs every 42 hours. Surface temperatures drop so low all sulphur on the moon turns to frost. The Ionians call it Nival night. The darkness grows Stygian, broken only by the glow of volcanoes, the throbbing of molten silicate lava lakes, and the blinking lights of high-altitude Ascomani patrols. If there is rim resistance to the Ascomani, we do not see any signs of it, and that's all the better. Dustwalkers, obsidians, Ascomani. Those are my fears in descending order. We alternate between sprints of low-altitude flight and hopping in our gravity boots. We pause at random intervals, and Severo peers into the blackness of the mountains or the shrouds of volcano plumes as if they concealed legions. There is no better scout in my army than Severo, save a few of Valdir's lads, but we are warm-landers, soft-worlders, and I feel even Severo's fear. An hour into our journey west, we reach the waste of Carrack. Over that barren plain, weird tentacles of light molest the sky. They are charged particles flowing off Jupiter to form auroras. They stain the frozen sulphur crystals, mutating shades of violet, cerulean, and green. Daring young blues, styled air dancers from Darkfall and Nightmorn, used to sail those auroras with homemade Daedalian wings. Girls have bones far too heavy for the sport. No blues dance in the sky tonight. I wonder aloud to Severo if any blues will ever dance here again. He does not answer or care. In the 8 days since his fight with Cassius, Severo has barely been seen, choosing to camp out and sleep in the machine shop or the escape pod and take his meals in private. I hoped for a new start after he revealed his grief for Ulysses. Perhaps I was too hard on him. Or I was too optimistic. But even if he's gone silent, he is no longer pulling the team apart. He comments on Quick's armor, though, and that's something. Shame we didn't have this 10 years ago, he says of the new gear. I don't disagree. The gear is light, fast, stealthy without sacrificing power, and its updated generator can run the suit for days. It has 3 modes for power usage. Typical of Quick, they all have dumb names. Reptile to run cold for stealth, Lupine for regular use, and Titan to kill gods, apparently. We've only dared try Reptile mode. Our juice runs out here. We're dead. Severo grows somber as we pass the city of Darkfall. Unlike many of the large mass moons, Io was never terraformed. The moon and its air are still hostile to life. Life has been able to stubbornly survive here only beneath the surface of the moon or under the paradomes. Those domes that once harbored precious oxygen and sheltered the citizens of Darkfall from Jupiter's radiation bombardment have now been shattered. The city, once famed for its orators, sopranists, and philosophy, lies quiet and cold as we pass. It is as if their stoic people have been eaten by the dark itself.
I think of the transport ships that we saw trickling away from Aya when we arrived, and know now what cargo they carried. Men, women, children, bound for some frigid asteroid city far beyond the bounds of civilization. I can scarcely imagine what awaits them there. Even in Lycos, little trickles of hope made their way into the minds, whispers about Ares, beams of sunlight. I fear the captives of Aya will receive no such inspiration. My chest grows tight after thinking of their fate. If they are truly my enemies, then why do I want to weep? Chapter 52. Darrow. Sungrave.
Bloody Dampalona! What's he doing? There's 3 of them, Severo says from his perch on the ridgeline behind me. In reptile mode, our armor runs cold and has adaptive camouflage. Severo is difficult to make out on my ocular filters. From our vantage south of Sungrave, he monitors the approach from the south. I monitor the northwest. It is barren of life. The obsidians have come and gone. The story of Sungrave seems no different from the tale we saw everywhere along our route. Death, darkness, silence. The only difference is the cemetery of war machines that sprawls out before the city. Sungrave did not fall without a fight. We checked the machines and found frozen blues and greens inside, not obsidians at all. They had scars on their necks from pain collars, but it seems the enemy recycles and took the collars back from their corpses.
3, I say absently. Should just be Cassius and Ori.
3. I frown.
Frost crackles under my grav boots as I slide down from my post, then jump 30 meters to join him in the shadows. He clings to the side of the dark rock like a gargoyle.
Lyria, I ask. She shouldn't be off ship with that concussion. It's not the red. It's the raw.
I pause.
He brought Diomedes, unless Lyria gained 100 kilos overnight. Bologna's off mission. He's masturbating over his own honor still. Maybe you need to offer him the airlock.
Let me talk to him this time.
It's resolved, he says.
What do you mean?
Ain't your business.
Keep watch. I descend from our position to keep Cassius at the base of the mountain. Sulfur crystals clatter as he sets down on his grav boots. His own god-killer suit mutates with the changing light. Nival night is waning, and the pitch blackness slowly erodes into a forge-like glow, sometimes caused by the refraction of the moon's volcanic light on the particle-thick air. I expect him to babble on about the armor. Instead, Cassius's voice is like that of a man attending a funeral.
These poor people. I've never seen anything like this.
You will again if Atalantium makes it to Mars, I reply. Perhaps to Maudlin. You brought Diomedes?
Yes. Can't be just you and Severo making the plan every time. I'm more than a pretty face and an excellent pilot. The Ra needs to see this, Darrow. He deserves to see this. I know you think he's your enemy, but I was too once. I nod, thinking. Was I so wrong to bring him? To not want him tortured? I know I've missed the war, but maybe that's a good thing. You and Severo are stuck in a brawl that you can't look up from.
Maybe, I offer him. But you should have asked, Cassius.
Oh, like Severo asked to torture him?
So much for my authority. How is it easier to control an army of millions than my 2 best friends? I frown. Is Cassius a best friend? Weird how comfortable I am with the thought. Ori's grav bike groans to a halt behind Cassius. Diomedes looms behind Ori in the bike's second seat. Even with her slender lines hidden by the bulk of her pulse armor, she looks like a child sitting in front of a golem. Unarmored, he wears a boxy Evo suit. His face is hidden behind the dusky visor. His hands are secured behind him to the bike.
Your idea? I ask Ori of Diomedes as she joins us. It's clear she has a deep emotional connection to the man. She admitted as much to me after Severo and Cassius fought.
No, this was all Cassius, Ori says. While Diomedes was one of my masters, you seem to forget that I chose to leave him. I am a traitor to him, in more ways than one. He has not spoken to me, only to Cassius. I said we should follow your orders, Darrow. Diomedes may be a man who cannot tell a lie, but Cassius really has no idea how dangerous he is.
Cassius presses the issue. Diomedes had kin here, Darrow. If you let him search for them, he's agreed to give you his parole. Ori, you know him best. Will he keep his parole? I ask. I know you're on our side, Ori. I promise I will not think your judgment compromised.
He is a gentle, sensitive man.
Cassius and I both look at the hulking beast sitting chained to the bike. His list of wartime heroics sings a very different tune.
He is also fair, kind, and honourable. But I have never seen him at war, and he has never seen his home destroyed. I cannot say what he will or will not do, especially if he thinks you are involved in this.
Me?
The Ra considered you a grave threat, a New Age Hannibal. Now many of your old braves are here.
I wince at that. He spared my life, Darrow, Cassius says. He doesn't like me. He did it because I fought with honor. Yeah, but I'm not you, I say. I'm certainly a main war objective, and you always forget. Golds have different rules for golds than they do for reds. Darrow, look around. The Rim is out of the war against Mars, Cassius says. This is worse than anything you ever did. If we show him that, well, we could do worse than having a helpful Ra out here. Cassius really is trying to be a moral knight. If only the world cared. Yet I am tempted. Torture did not work on the man, so perhaps this is the path to understanding Kaliki, and maybe more. Ori says,
I've known Diomedes for 13 years. You knew his father Romulus, yes?
Her expressionless helmet looks back at me, but her face shows on my HUD, captured by the cameras in her helmet. I know his uncle far better, I say.
Diomedes could be like his uncle. His father always said so. But Diomedes wants to be his father. His mother, Dido, led the Dragon Armada. She is likely dead. His kin were in Sungrave. To break his honor, his parole, would be the ultimate dishonor to the dead, and he loved them more than anything.
Apparently bored of eavesdropping, Severo jumps from a ledge above and lands on the bike just in front of Diomedes. He squats there for a moment, then jumps back to us and lands in a flurry of sulphur. Said he gives his parole to me. Let's stop wasting time. You sure? I ask. He's in an Evo suit. I'm in this. He slags around. He's chowder. I nod to Cassius and get Diomedes off the bike. Ori begins to show me on the map where the access to the family tunnels lie. I stop her mid-sentence. She hasn't yet seen Sungrave itself. We won't have to use the family tunnels, I say. The front door is wide open. Sungrave was once a city that demanded awe. Centuries ago, Akari Aura carved dragons into the mountain range that hosts the top levels of the city. He did it with orbital lasers before his Reds started to burrow into the moon itself. The city rose from the frozen desert as proof of the ingenuity, grandeur, and determination of House Ra, and it stretched beneath the desert deeper and deeper as testament to the centuries of prosperity overseen by Akari's ancestors. Like an iceberg, most of it lies unseen beneath the surface. Even now, fallen, dark, its dragon statues broken, and radiation slithering from their shattered bodies like blood. I feel puny in its shadow, and even lesser in the shadow of Far's accomplishment. Many believed Sungrave impregnable. I know I did. Set within and beneath a mountain, the citadel of Ra was powered by the tidal heatings of the moon itself, and linked through tunnels to subterranean greenhouses. Even with a half-strength garrison, it could maintain its shields against orbital bombardment and feed its people for years, while its natural features and tiered defensive fortifications made it all but impervious to ground assault. Supposedly. It would have taken days to scout all the entrances into the mountain city, but we haven't the time. Besides, nothing except our party moves on the south-facing slope. Not at the main breach, nor amongst the collapsed towers or twisted gun batteries, nor even down below where the surface waste meets the great and undamaged ground gates into the mountain. Entering the city via the breach, a smooth tunnel 40 meters wide, littered with broken war machines and frozen defenders, is like descending into a necropolis. They died in many places, the defenders of Sungrave. In the hallways, in the great grottos once rich with vegetation, in fallback bunkers defending civilians, and in tramways and broad avenues beneath vast domed ceilings glowing with radiant fauna and waterfalls flowing from underground rivers. First it was the urban phalanxes who died in their grey and blue armour, and then it was the auxiliaries in grey and blue livery, and then the citizenry in simple cotton or wool vestments of the hierarchy. Sometimes the bodies are heaped in public agoras. Sometimes they are pinned to the walls above empty bottles of spirits. Mostly they lay where they died, which was either in flight or cowering in redoubts or trying to stand firm against the tide. The pulse fields that provide the atmosphere to the city are mostly intact the deeper we press into the city. We doff our helmets. The air is breathable, cold, and thick with the noxious sweet smell of death. With Severo scouting ahead, we reach the spine without encountering a single living being. Usually there would be scavengers. Wide enough for 100 men to walk abreast, the spine is a grand stone stairway that links the levels of the subterranean city together. A black stone arch, carved with scenes from the Ra family's history, has been decorated with a new and odious embellishment. The decaying head of a giant dragon. I smell its stench even from the floor. Severo floats up to inspect the head. It's big enough to fit 4 men Severo's size in its mouth. Abraxas, Bori murmurs, and looks back at Diomedes. We have not taken his helmet off or unbound him, so his expression is hidden. The sigil beast of the Ra herd. It was his grandfather's dragon. Wonder where the body is, Severo says when he returns from his inspection. The garter, I suggest. He grunts. Think they ate it? It would make sense, wouldn't it? I say. Wait, why would you eat it? Cassius asks. Old religious rite, their way of absorbing the power of a defeated foe. Would happen in tribal wars on Mars's poles back in the day. Far ate Sephi's heart, according to the briefings. Seems he's reigniting the practice. We move on. The defenders made a last stand only a few levels down the spine. Grey, green, orange, red, brown. Their corpses lie together, equal in death, if not in life. I feel exposed seeing the bodies twisted together. So many of the problems I've caused are because I valued some lives over others. The core over the rim, the people of Mars over the people of Mercury. Seeing what Far has done to Io, seeing the dead of a city I planned to liberate one day, fills me with guilt and dread in equal measure. But there is something else there, an urge to right these wrongs.
I know that's folly. I no longer have my army, and the Volk have abandoned the dream of Io and Ragnar, and I know much of that is my fault. It is vain to think I can do anything out here, but my eyes wander to Diomedes and wonder what he's thinking behind that helmet. No one is sorry to leave the spine behind for the promenade level. When we reach the pedestrian juncture where the tunnels to the government district and the market divide, I tell my companions that we are separating. Severo, carry on with Ori and Cassius to the market and light the Omega torch. I hesitate. I've got business with Diomedes. Severo doesn't even pause. He keeps walking toward the market. You sure you don't want me to come with you? Cassius asks. No, I need you two to work together. Can you? I ask. He looks after Severo. Maybe. He left me a bottle of moon swill. Huh? I think he's making it in the machine shop. Lyria can vouch. It's decent stuff. She has a head injury, Cassius. She only had a dram. It was an olive branch, I think. Ori and Cassius follow Severo down the tunnel toward the market, leaving me alone with Diomedes for the first time. He is not as tall as I am, but he is broader, and I remember the scars on his body and the calluses on his hands. I approach him carefully and wonder if I'm being a fool, trying to redeem my sin against the Father by treating with the Son. Yet I take off his helmet. His mane of dark hair falls out. When I see his eyes, I feel his bottomless sorrow. They are shot red from crying and panicked like a child's. I imagined a stoic warrior beneath the helmet. Instead, I see a man whose world is in tatters and his home filled with ghosts. I do not have to feign the sympathy in my voice. Diomedes, I am sorry for your loss. I'm told you had kin here. He does not reply. You gave your parole to Cassius, but I need you to look me in the eye and give it to me. If you do, we can search for your kin together. He looks me in the eye, like I've spoken a foreign tongue. Then he blinks, understanding, and gives me a solemn nod. I motion him to turn. His feet shuffle, and I unlock his cuffs. Chapter 53. Darrow. Eyes of Stone. The Ra family compound was once a place of humble beauty, I'm sure. Defiled is too slight a word to describe what has been done to it by Far's troops. Bodies decompose in the entry grotto. The subterranean spring that runs throughout the home is murky and smells of rot. The winding halls, once painted with images of fables and histories, have been defaced with curses and phalluses traced in blood. I breathe a sigh of relief to see the language is neither Nagal nor common. The Ascamani sacked this place. Knowing what awaits Diomedes, I let him search the home for his kin on his own. The liberty is also a litmus test for the man's honor. As he searches, I inspect the bodies of 5 peerless knights who tried to make a last stand. Their bones are broken, and their bodies covered with puncture wounds. I sample the flesh around those wounds to take back to the Archy and compare to the poison we found in those spines in Diomedes' hands. Then I wait in the grotto. I feel sick looking at the bodies that fill the stream. Was it really 12 years ago I sat with Romulus in his garden in the wastes of Carrick? I remember being amused by his daughter Seraphina and wondering what her future would hold. I tried to picture her going off to war. All I can see is a little girl sealed inside a star shell. Did she die at Calici? Here? Phobos? Earlier in the war? I feel old. and older still when I hear Diomedes' moan coming down the corridors. In it I hear the grief I fear I'll one day feel. How on that day I might think back on this moment now and wonder what I could have done differently to avoid my loved one's destruction. I crave distraction from my emotions, but my time with the path anchors me in my own body. Breathe out, then in, find the self, lose it again. I repeat the mantra until all I feel is the breath in my lungs, the cool cavern air on my skin, the weight of armor on my shoulders, the distant deep mine wind of Mars. When I found my center, I watched Severo's helm feed as he and Ori enter the market to find the perfumery. They secure the shop, a stone building carved like a teardrop, and crunch their way over broken vials to the back, where Ori pricks her finger on a needle hidden in the wall. The stone trembles and reveals a hidden long-range comm station, her Omega torch. She sends her message, and the three of them settle in to wait for a reply. When I think Diomedes has had enough time to mourn, I seek him out. I find him kneeling in the Ra's ancestral sanctum. The faces of his dead ancestors are carved into the chilly black stone of the vestibule. There are hundreds. Many have been smashed or melted by energy weapons. Water from a crack in stone high above drips onto Diomedes' shoulders. He hunches over two headless bodies, a child and what looks like a teenager. I feel for the man. Out of respect, I stay silent and sit down in a recessed bench. The stone eyes of his ancestor watch him with less pity than I do. In time, I ask, who were they? Diomedes lowers his hands, exhausted from grief. My brothers, Marius and Peleron. All of your kin? I ask. What? Was that all your kin you thought to find here? I ask. My sister Thalia. I could not find her, nor my grandmother Gaia, nor my Aunt Vela. I'm sure there are bunkers. He nods. Shall we search for them there? He doesn't even look like he can stand. If you give me the coordinates, I could have Cassius look. For a moment, I'm not sure he heard me. Then he nods again. I hail Cassius, and in a dead voice, Diomedes tells him the bunkers where the rest of his kin might be found. With nothing to do but wait with Ori in the perfumery for Athena to respond to our message, Severo doesn't complain. Diomedes nods in gratitude as Cassius sets off. I'm sorry, I say. Was it you who did this? He asks. No. What do you know of those who did? He asks. Volsung Fa, the Obsidian warlord who seems to have united the Askamani, coerced the Volk out from under us after killing Safi on Mars, and now holds Ilium in the palm of his hand. I pause, then ask, anything you can tell me about him? Diomedes ignores the question, instead asking, why have you not killed me? Should I? We are at war. The purpose of war is to kill your enemies. I'd have thought a Ra would know better, I say. You're wrong on both counts. Were I your enemy, I would be celebrating this attack against the Dominion, as it strengthens Mars' resistance to the goals of the core. I would have left you out floating in the darkness, or put a pulse fist to your head and sent you to join our Kari in the void. Problem is, I do not find genocide acceptable, and I have a growing vendetta against the man who carried it out, this Fa. How else? He asks, catching me off guard. I'm sorry? You said I was wrong on both counts about war. How else am I wrong, in your estimation? The point of war is not to kill your enemies, but to come to an acceptable peace while losing as few people as possible. Diomedes' eyes narrow. He says nothing, and I take his silence as a signal to continue. I will be blunt. In a few weeks, Volsung Fa will own all the moons of Ilium. You cannot stop him. Your family armies are gone. Your family's navy is gone. Io has fallen. It was the strongest defensive moon in Ilium. Europa, Callisto, Ganymede, they will all fall one after the other. You can't protect them. Worse, Fa has the Garter. That means he can wage war on the whole rim without ever leaving Ilium. We will take it back, he says stoically. Maybe the Dominion will have enough strength left to reclaim the Garter if the navies of Uranus, Neptune, and Saturn combine with the Shadow Armada, wherever it is. Maybe. But they'll take time getting here, and if Fa decides he's about to lose, what's to stop him from destroying your ability to grow food simply out of spite? You cannot fix this on your own. I lean toward him like a silver delivering a foreclosure letter. But perhaps you are not alone after all. Diomedes barks out a laugh that echoes through the vestibule. I was told you were a trickster. My mother was right. You list my miseries as if you had none of your own. Your home is under attack. We crushed your wife on Phobos, and even now, Atalantia is biding her time for a reign on Mars. You did not come to Ilium to fix this. You came for either ships, men, or both. But whose? The Volk, I'd wager. Trying to bring them back into the fold, are we? Yes, I came for both ships and fighters, but you're wrong about the source. I came here at the bequest of our mutual acquaintance, Athena. At this, Diomedes' eyebrows shoot up, then settle into a furrow. If he didn't deduce Ori was a daughter already, he knows now. Fitting that the terrorists of the core are seeking out those of the Rim. What help could Athena and her band possibly offer you that would entice you all this way, I wonder? Given the Cripeia among your kin, I'm sure you're aware of the Dominion's various missing ships over the last 30 years. Diomedes gives me no reaction, so I assume I am on the right track. It is true that the Rim is huge, and that your playthings might get lost in the darkness beyond the shipping lanes, but if I were you, I'd worry more about who is finding those lost toys. Ships, then. How many do you think there are? Enough. I bluff. He would know better than I would. But Athena didn't just steal ships. She said they were building them too. In truth, I have no idea of the promised fleet's size or quality. Enough that we could help turn the tide against Fa, save the Rim from generational starvation. It's in all of our interests to do that, and quickly. You are attempting to broker a deal between two parties, neither of whom want the deal to begin with. His brow furrows. She is a terrorist. She would call me a slaver, though I am not. Would Ori call you a slaver? I ask. He goes very quiet. She knows I never thought of her as a slave. His tone reveals enough. I almost laugh. Am I the only one not in love with that woman? You might not be a slaver like those of the Corps, perhaps, but you had pinks in your house, didn't you? Did they have a choice in their vocation? Shall we ask Ori about her life? He says nothing. Listen, Diomedes. You are right that I am attempting to broker a deal between adversaries, but it is only because I believe a greater adversary threatens all of us. How is Volsung Fa a threat to the Republic? My comm crackles. Hala 1, we have a confirmed receipt from Athena. We're to stand by for instructions, Severo says. My heart soars. You mean she's still alive? I say. Looks like. Ori thinks she has assets on Io still. We're to stand by for instructions. Report back when you get them. Registers. The comm clicks off. I sigh in relief. Diomedes is still staring at me.
Where were we? I ask.
How is Volsung Fa a threat to the Republic? He repeats.
He isn't, I say. He's already done his damage to us. But the entity pulling his strings is very much a threat. There's something or someone behind this warlord. That is always the enemy you must fear the most, the unseen one who strikes from the shadows. Diomedes does not encourage me to continue, but he does not argue. For a flashing second, I see recognition and surprise play out on his otherwise impassive face. He has had these worries himself, it seems.
Do you believe in magic? I ask. He looks almost offended.
Clairvoyance?
Of course not.
So you agree no woman or man can see the future?
Are you mocking me? No, of course not.
Good, because there's something that's not been making sense to me.
I rub my hands together, hoping to draw him out of his shell.
Something about all this that doesn't fit. Now, I don't have all the intel, but Virginia passed me some as we sped past Mars. I got some more from a very rich old friend, and the rest with my own eyes.
This campaign against Ilium is organized. This is not some raid of opportunity. It couldn't be. We know that Volsung Fa is a core-born obsidian who somehow united the various Askamani of the Belt and the Far Ink. You know as well as I that a task of that magnitude would take years. But our obsidian friend did not stop there. He managed a coup against the recently independent Sephi, and subsequently stole the Volk legions and their navy out from under her. It's not the theft itself I can't swallow.
Obsidian thrones are often won through bloodshed.
It's the precision with which the theft was carried out.
So, he's clever for an obsidian. That doesn't mean...
It's not just cleverness. It's not just his mastery of the obsidian psychology. It's the logistics. If Fa was ruling the Askamani all the way out in the Kuiper Belt, a year's journey at least, how did he know to arrive on Mars exactly when Sephi's reign was the most vulnerable? She'd only just rebelled from the Republic and claimed the mines of Samaria for her all-tribe. Can he see the future? Or is it more reasonable there is a degree of coordination and patience to this play? Diomedes turns this over in his mind. His jaw clenches. I continue.
This campaign against Ilium would have been impossible without the Volk fleet, without the Volk braves, without your navy being off to war in the core. Yet, based on the timetable, all the pieces had to have been in motion long before the Rim declared war. So, how did Fa know the Rim was going to be otherwise engaged? Before your own rulers did. Before Cassius and Lysander ever arrived with the evidence of my crimes against the Rim. Years before, in fact. Can he see the future, Diomedes? He does not answer, but thoughts swirl behind his eyes. I'd give almost anything for him to put them into words. Then there's the matter of Kaliki, where the Dragon and Dust Armadas, two of the most storied fleets in history, led by one of the Rim's best commanders, were destroyed without Fa even breaking a sweat. I saw his navy when we landed here, intact and, except for those dreadnoughts, decidedly mediocre. That navy should be in tatters, even in victory. It looks like he barely lost a ship during the ambush. Was your navy made of porcelain? Has Helios become incompetent in his old age? Was Dido equally mediocre? His jaw flexes. Was it a miracle? I pause, waiting for him to correct me. He doesn't. You were there. Guard your secrets if you must, but I think it's more likely there was an unseen hand at play. An unseen hand that led you into an ambush, that guided the Rim into the war at precisely the right time, possibly even inciting Sephi to abandon me on Mercury and seek independence on Mars. When said aloud, it all seems far less paranoid than it did in my head. Maybe I've become paranoid after a decade of war. I allow. Maybe I'm swinging at ghosts. Maybe Far is charismatic enough to unite the Volk and the Askamani, clairvoyant enough to plan a war that was only possible if your navy was gone, and brilliant enough to crack Sungrave and the Garter in 1/10 the time it would have taken me. His eyes narrow at that, but even if he hates me, he knows I know my business. Impossible? No. Improbable? Yes. But here's the thing, Diomedes. Neither you nor me are amateurs at warfare. Been at this a while now. What I've learned is war on this scale is preposterously complicated. The logistics of food alone for one starship. Well, thank Jove your people designed coppers. In war, nothing, and I mean nothing, not even your own bowel movements, are perfectly predictable. War is hard, but this bastard is making it look easy. Too damn easy. So all that combined, where does it leave us? It leaves us to ask the question at the center of the maze. Cui bono? So, cui bono, Diomedes? Who benefits from this death and destruction on the rim? I'll give one thing to Diomedes. Whoever trained him to withhold his emotions deserves a medal. The man is less expressive than even the stone ancestors that watch us from his wall with their permanent sneers. I'm so focused on trying to chisel meaning from his stony face that I nearly jump out of my skin when my comm crackles with an incoming call from Cassius. Howler 1, do you register? Diomedes shifts forward, hopeful. I register, Eagle 1. Did you find Gaia or Thalia? I ask. Negative. I have enemy contact West Sector 4, Cassius says. Shit. Really? I didn't think the enemy would still be picking Sungrave's bones. Askamani? Volk. My heart beats faster. I stream Cassius's helmet feed into the air. A chain of captives shuffles through the gloom of a subterranean garage. Small team. They must still be drilling into the bunkers to make sure they get everyone. By the looks of it, they've found some blues and greens, all with interface plugs. High-value colors. Do you recognize the Braves? I zoom in on the enemy shown in Cassius's feed. Over their heavy armor, the Obsidians wear pale ram furs with a crimson streak. Bloodhorn aerial cavalry. Scarde's lot. That tracks. Of all my former Obsidian centurions, Scarde was always amongst the greediest. I recognize them. I count 6 Braves so far, Cassius reports. There will be more, I warn. Do not engage. You heard Severo. We're standing by for instructions from Athena. I have the element of surprise. I could take them. No, those aren't the belt pirates you're used to. I trained those Braves. They were frontliners on Earth and Mars, and if they're part of a larger war party, letting them know we're here is the last thing we want to do. Registers. The word sticks in his throat as another column of captives appears 100 paces behind the first. I curse. The new column comprises entirely pink and violet children. Not one could be older than 14. They are the picture of misery. By the looks on their terrified faces, they know what awaits them. They remember their state propaganda, tales of pale rising butchers and their satyr-like appetites for young flesh. And so does noble Cassius. His biometrics reflect the anxiety in his voice. Darrow, are you seeing this? I am, but I can't just let this happen. Cassius, listen to me. We cannot leave the Omega Torch or compromise this location. They cannot know we are here. We need our rendezvous instructions. Do not engage. Report to the perfumery. Remember why we are here. We are so close. I feel Diomedes' eyes on me. It's tempting to intervene just to impress upon him that we are not enemies, but the risk is too great. Ori and Severo have been listening to our communication in silence. Ori finally weighs in. Listen to him, Cassius. When we reach Athena, we can save all of them. Think of the greater good. That's Darrow's job, he says. Cassius, you will die. You cannot take 12 of them on your own, I say. Stand down. They have children, he says, and his armor shifts from reptile mode to lupine as it powers for combat. I'm sorry. He wasn't trying to call my bluff, but I crack like an egg. Bloody Tambalona, I mutter. I have your location. Track them to their ship. Wait for my support. We can jam their comms with our suits, then take them together. I hear the smile in Cassius's voice. Registers, Howler 1. Do hurry. If they get to their ship before you get here, we'll never catch up. I'll have no choice but to take all the glory. Howler 2, you're closer. Support him in case I can't get there in time. Severo does not reply. His comm is on. I know he heard me. Howler 2, negative. I'm on mission. Severo, you're telling me to abandon our only contact to Athena? Alone? Here? With obsidians about? No. Bellona wants to spend his life for Moonies. Let him. I'm here for my kids. Maybe think about your own for once. Severo has never wounded me more than he does with those words. I'm struck silent. I see Diomedes watching me. My pain must be written all over my face because for the first time his eyes have softened. I have no boots. I will slow you down, Diomedes says. Go. I hesitate. I will meet the others at the perfumery. I know it. You have my parole. Go. He's definitely lying. But I've planted the seed that needed planting. Even if he leaves our company, we will have earned his honor. And the worry about a hidden hand will keep his interest. I storm out of the sanctum, calling Lyria as I race through the Ra family home. She replies from the cockpit of the Archimedes, far to the north. Truffle, do you read me? You said you can fly. Time to prove it. Bring the Archimedes to Sungrave. Fly low. Pick up Ori and Severo, then lend fire support when able. We're going to need it. Chapter 54. Darrow. Pela, Pela, Pela. Howler 1, we're running out of time, Cassius says. He's followed the Obsidians outside Sungrave. They're almost to their ship with their captives. I beg him to hold on. He can't much longer. I run faster. My grav boots pound the stone steps of the spine. Boom, 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 10 stairs at a time. Slag it, I start to fly in a dizzying spiral upward. Dangerous getting such speed indoors. Cassius's helmet feed streams into mine, taking up a corner of my HUD. He watches his quarry from a high-altitude entrance into the city. Below his position, the Obsidians lead their new slaves out from a massive gate flanked by stone caryatids toward a transport ship. The ship is parked in the center of an amphitheater-like depression in the mountain. They're loading them up. If they get airborne, that ship will outpace our boots. I have to slow them down. I'm watching his feed so closely that I'm hit with vertigo and almost crash into a fallen statue as he plummets off his perch toward the rocks below. He stops himself only 2 meters above the slope, ever the patrician showman, and ricochets at a near right angle to skim down the western face of Sungrave's mountain range. I avoid crashing and gain confidence. My speed doubles. Antechambers, passageways, grottos blur past. I hit the breach through which we entered the city just as Cassius begins his attack. He flies low and fast over the dark mountainside. The warriors don't see him coming in the dim light. With his razor out to his right, he decapitates an Obsidian, shoving the pink boys along the transport's ramp. The others barely even notice it's happened. Cassius turns his flight path right to flick off the arm of another Obsidian manhandling 2 of the violet captives. He skewers a third in the eye shield of his helmet as he turns toward the noise. 3 down, 9 left. But now he has their attention. By the time I exit the main breach and rocket into the sky, Cassius has shot out the other side of the Obsidians. A graceful flyer, he absorbs only the G's he must to slow his ricochet back into them to shoot through their ranks on a second pass. It is called the Pela maneuver, in which an armored gold ricochets back and forth like a bouncing ball between 2 walls, murdering with each pass. In times long gone, the Pela was an impressive and reliable tactic. It was also something we taught our Volk braves to counter in the 3rd year of the war. Cassius is in for it. I gain altitude and head west toward the fight. It's 3 kilometers away. Wind buffets my body. The broken mountain range blurs beneath me as I pick up speed. The fight still hidden from my direct line of sight, I watch Cassius's feed with mounting anxiety. He races back toward the Obsidians in his paler maneuver, but instead of finding a bewildered enemy, shocked and awed by his sudden attack, he finds an organized enemy with tactics refined in the killing fields of the core. He will not have heard the first Obsidian to spot him yell, "Pela, pela, pela!" nor that his fellows have taken up the call and shouted out numbers to make wedges by 3s. By the time he's upon them, the Obsidian formed their wedges. Almost all wedges are led by a brave with a shield or in heavy armor, and with a heavy triarii spear, and flanked by heavy guns. Cassius is fast, so the enemy is slow to open fire, but Cassius spends so much time dodging the unexpected salvo that his attack is wasted. He feints bailing out, giving him a gap, and passes an obsidian wedge close enough to jab at the helmet of the lead Obsidian. The blade screeches off the heavy metal, and Cassius barely bats a spear away from impaling his thigh. He fires backward with his pulse fist, missing the other 2. He's wasted his charge on only 1 wedge, and as he passes, he does not see the Obsidians with grav boots shoot upward from the wedges to track him. I'm closing in. I scan the sky. It is clear. No support ships. I pull Bad Lass, prime my pulse fist, and fly several thousand meters higher, until I am directly overtop the Obsidian ship. Cassius and the Obsidians are dots below. I see no other enemies in any direction. I angle, head down, and kill my boots. Free falling, I watch Cassius's feed. He ricochets back for his next pass. Unfamiliar with the Obsidian tactics, it takes him a moment to realize there are fewer wedges than before, and by the time he wonders where the other Obsidians went, they're screaming down at him like falcons. I warn him, and he veers right just in time to dodge the first Obsidian's lance. He's quick enough to slash the netman's net in half and veer upward just before it envelops him, but he doesn't see the heavy hammer that hits him in the left shoulder like an arrow hitting an eagle. Cassius careens sideways and smashes down in a cloud of shattered sulfur crystals. I continue falling, still unseen by the occupied enemy. Cassius's helmet cam view is rocks on the ground as he heaves for air. He tries to stand and falls flat, rolling sideways to see 6 braves sprinting at him with axes the size of reds and scalping knives meant for hair like his. Time to focus. I turn off his visual feed and pick my targets by altitude. The airborne Obsidians form a triangle over the fight. I fall upon them at 108 kilometers an hour. I chop through the neck of the highest Obsidian, recall my blade, chop another on my left as I continue down to the 3rd. He turns on me before I get there, so I shoot him as he raises his railgun. His pulse shield takes the first 2 blasts. The 3rd bends the shield back until it glows opaque. He deactivates it just before it melts inward. He banks left. I conserve ammunition, mirror his trajectory left, pirouette past his pulse fire, bat his axe to the side, and spear him through the weak armor at his throat before carrying on to the ground. Scarde should be embarrassed. His lads are lazy today. They thought they had Io whipped. Were they still in my army, this lack of discipline would not stand. That thought fills me with contempt. These men deserted me. They left the free legions to die. So now they will. Against Obsidians, speed is all. Combine that with constantly shifting between vertical levels and the sphere of battle, and you stand a chance. I swoop down on the pack of Obsidians just as they track me from the ground. I shoot one point blank and snap my whip around another. The 3rd thrashes as Cassius's blade punches through his back. The one I stabbed in the throat in the air finally lands with a thud. I fly upward immediately, dragging the Obsidian my whip ensnared by his leg. I contract the whip into a blade 200 meters up. The razor slices through his armored calf. Released, he plummets down. I follow and use his mass to conceal my descent. The wounded brave windmills haplessly at me as he freefalls. I stay just out of his reach, but close enough that his friends on the ground don't see me coming until it's too late. I veer off my cover just before the brave impacts the ground. My trick didn't fool everyone. Something blurs toward me from the left. An impact rocks me. My vision flickers black. I wake a half-second later, needles jolting through my body. Rail slug, huge one, must have hit my pulse shield. A dent the size of an egg has made a home in the left pectoral of my armor. Furious at the dent in my new gear, I look for someone to kill. 2 o'clock, Cassius calls. I track him in my helmet's rear-view camera feed, a blur of grey metal tearing toward me like a bus. I wait, boost up with my grav boots, invert, and cleave the obsidian's head down the center as he passes under at what must be 60 kilometers an hour. I revert, land, and flick the blood off my blade. It freezes in a long strand and shatters as it hits the ground. "Engine's hot! Engine's hot!" Cassius calls. I turn to see 2 surviving Braves retreating onto one of the transports. They open fire on me. I activate my Aegis, and it shunts power from the pulse fist to form a blue shield on my left arm. I buck as the rounds pound the barrier. The ship takes off, and just before the door closes, Cassius gives a boost from his grav boots to land like a grasshopper inside. The doors seal behind him, and the ship's engines groan as it gets airborne. Shit! I burst into the air, pursue, and land on its hull before it gains enough velocity to outpace my boots. I stab my razor into the hull to gain traction. Walking like an old man with a cane, I make slow progress toward the cockpit. The transport gains altitude rapidly. I hack off its comms array as I pass. The antennae pinwheels toward the shrinking ground, black but for rivers of magma. Dark clouds whip past, stained red by the transport's external lights. Just before I reach the cockpit, the transport bucks. I'm caught so off guard I lose my grip on my razor and slam into its top gun turret. I'm dazed, falling, spinning like a leaf through blackness and clouds. I arrest my fall with my boots, gain my bearings, zip out of the murk of the clouds, and see the transport to the south carving a gash of light into the darkness as it falls in a nosedive. By the time I catch up, the transport has crash-landed at the foothills of a volcano range. Not knowing what I'll find inside, I land on the top hull first to retrieve my razor. I say a silent prayer when I find Bad Lass right where I left it, half stuck in the hull, just shy of the cockpit. Thraxa would have killed me if I lost her family blade. I jerk it out and walk back along the top of the hull to the ramp. I hop down just as Cassius stumbles out. He almost takes my head off with a blind swing. I deflect his slash and call out his name. He realizes his mistake, booms a laugh, and embraces me. Helmet to helmet. "Gory damn! Gory damn! You weren't exaggerating. Those crows can fight. But, man, Vulcan himself would stroke his loins to this armor." He runs his gauntlets over the scored, blood-spattered gear. "Idiot!" I shove him. "You almost got yourself killed." Now, I just wanted to see the Reaper in an open field," he says. "The verdict is in. You're a menace to savage and civilized alike." I pause, reflecting back on the battle for the first time. It's been years since I felt in the flow like that. I grin ear to ear despite myself. The training with Cassius has brought my spark back. "Are you injured?" I ask. "Concussed, certainly, so don't shove me again. One of them got me with a hammer." I saw. It was a big hammer. "Right, like, what's he trying to prove? Is my armor prime?" He turns. It's shockingly only scratched. I look at the dent on mine. That's not fair. Then I remember the civilians he risked our mission for. I head into the hold of the transport expecting the worst. The dim interior is filled with cages. The captives, meant for gods know what, are not dead from the crash. They cough behind filthy nanoplast barriers, huddled together in fear, droopy and sedate from the shabbiness of the cage's oxygen filters. Several of the pinks have broken their legs or arms in the landing. They cry in the arms of green architects. I feel sick at the sight until I realize they are not crying in horror. They are crying in relief. I didn't help Cassius to save them. I helped Cassius because I didn't want him to die. And he would have died for strangers. A font of respect and love for the man grows in me. Severo called him shallow. He is not. not by a long shot. He sways a little at my side. Yes, certainly concussed, but not a bad bill for a good deed. Not a bad bill, I admit. Not a bad bill at all. What you said to Diomedes. I turn, already wondering how we'll evacuate the civilians. His helmet is close to mine. He was listening then. What was all that about? Just a theory. Then the waste rumbles behind us, and I turn to see our actual bill. Chapter 55. Darrow, Demigod. 4 dark triangles race toward us over the volcanic plain. They are Republic assault dropships painted with the ancient obsidian runes of the All-Father. Before I can hail the Archimedes, the jamming arrays that jut from their bloated underbellies like stingers cause our long-range comms to die with an insectoid screech. Oh, Jove, that's not good. Cassius's voice is filled with static. I did tell you they wouldn't be alone, I reply. This was not actually what was supposed to happen today, so of course it happened. I actually laugh. Maybe it needed to happen for me to realize I can't keep running. I have to take a stand somewhere, like Cassius with Severo. Am I so afraid of my own braves and the guilt they make me feel? When the attack ships are the size of thumbnails, obsidian aerial cavalry deploy out of their bellies. So what is it then? 50 for each of us? Cassius asks. Looks like. And they'll be just as good as the ones we just fought? Better. See the dropper with the golden ram banner? That's Jarl Skarde's. Jarl Skarde? Who is he? One bad son of a bitch, I reply. We do not want to fight him. Right. Do we have that choice? You did. We don't. Right. Where the Hades is the Archimedes? Cassius asks, picking up the others as soon as they're done with the Omega torch. Then coming to us, I say, if it didn't run into its own trouble. With Lyria at the stick, she can get it here, but she'll be too late, Cassius says, and glances back to the hold. The civilians may not be able to see the obsidians, but they can hear the war drum beat blasting from the ships. I'm not leaving, so let's not bicker at the last. You can escape into the volcanoes, lose them in the spews. Oh, shut up. Mars needs you. Your boy— If Pax grows up to be as stupid as you, I'll be a proud father. I'm not leaving you. Really? He sounds incredibly touched. You really die here with me? Well, I thought that was your and Severo's thing. Thank you, Darrow. He must have gotten hit in the head harder than I thought. We're not going to die. I have a plan. I knew you would, crafty sod. What is it, then? Did you bring another of Portobello's friends? Bring me the heads of the men you killed. Now. Prime. He hurries into the transport and returns, carrying the heads of the obsidians he killed. What now? I spear them both onto my razor like olives. Well, that's grotesque. We killed their war brothers. Best thing we can do is rub their noses in it, so they don't just waste us with their assault ships. Some plan, he mutters. These maniacs were in your army? Compared to Gorgons, they're cuddly. They're scoping us now, seeing the heads of their brothers on my blade. Once they get closer, they'll see how good our gear is. They love gear, and they've never seen armor like this. That's when I'll reveal myself. He grows quiet. Reveal yourself? Yes, I'm something of a demigod to them. Like Perseus? More like Heracles. He turns on me. And they call me arrogant. I shrug. Have you ever had 300,000 obsidian warriors chanting your name before falling in an iron rain? He says nothing. Then get behind me if you want to live. He gets behind me. I step forward with my razor held in my right hand.
Distorted by the heat rising off the streams of magma, the warriors form a single 100-headed beast made of glinting armor and flapping fur. The beast dissolves as they envelop us and hammer down like half-ton nails until we're surrounded by a dome of huge killers. Their war helms are fused with gold-sigilled trophies. Their weapons are comically large. Axes and spears and rifles not even a gold could wield with ease. They are extremely displeased about the heads on my razor.
Da Gufun und Trollnir,
a berserker shouts. He points his long axe at 2 of the heads in my possession. He follows with a song-like requiem in Nagal. Here have fallen Guffin and Trollnir, horns of the pale ram that broke Sungrave, and fell in the wolf rain upon Terra. Avenge them. That is as articulate as it will get. A dozen of the braves howl curses, but their leader holds them back. Skarde is spindly for an obsidian. He wears heavily battered green armor with a Boetian ram's black horns bursting from his great helm. He floats above us with the grace of a mermaid. His cape is grander than the ram cloaks of his men. It is purple and white, dragon scale. The scales are still iridescent, which means fresh, very fresh. Skarde was one of my old Special Forces centurions. He was not my favourite obsidian leader. In fact, even Sevra found him a little creepy. While not as famous or terrifying as Valdir the Unshorn, Skarde is a tricky warrior and a solid tactician. Though callow at heart, he has the sort of low cunning that makes certain contemptible men utterly indispensable in war. Decisive, brutal, his greatest weakness has always been his dragon-sized greed and his planet-sized pride. The fact that he is here scavenging is good news. It means, in all likelihood, that he's off-grid, I tell Cassius. Yes, such good news. Skarda finally lands and calls out in a mixture of Nagal and Common, which more or less means, "My Brokir's bulbous cock, look at that armour. I need it, I want it, I'll have it. True kin may have the first gold who killed your brothers. War kin may have the second gold, who hides behind the first like a beaten whore. Do not damage the armour. No blunt weapons or plasma. Be not messy, my lads. The artificers must have something to work with." A dozen spear-wielders separate from the rest and come toward me. They're not hurried in the least. "Naksa da Tirnafan!" I shout before they're halfway. They stop and look at one another, confused to hear their own language from a gold, especially spoken in the accent of the Valkyrie spires. "Nan fada hirkan. Duven sombrin schleppen van dag Skarde. The one who touches me shall be castrated, if not first, then you last, Skarde," I add in Common. "You always were a slutty carrion dog sniffing about for extra vitals. Should have expected to find you squatting over Sungrave's corpse. But abducting children? That's new." Skarde is taken aback and puzzled by so specific an insult. He laughs, but it comes out like more of a titter. I imagine his piercing eyes narrowing, collecting, scheming from within his humid helm. He holds up a hand to halt his men. "Your armour is heavy. Of decor, like your razor." His eyes linger on the razor, thinking he recognizes it. "Do you know me from its battlefields, Gold? And how is it the accent of the spires graces your slippery tongue?" I laugh at him. He does not hate that. In fact, it intrigues him. "When you sold your Falera for the wolf rain, I knew you weren't sentimental, Skarde. Didn't think you had a shit memory too," I say. Skarde releases his great spear from its black magnet, extends it to its full 3-meter length, and sets it on his shoulder. "Name yourself, or I'll stick this so far up your piss-eye your father will feel the tickle in his bum." Something like the Fear Knight did on Mercury then, eh, Skarde?
To the free legions? To the men and women you once called kin in arms? Oh, no, I forgot. You weren't there, because you're a faithless, oath-breaking cur. The Obsidians look at one another in confusion. Name yourself, Skard demands. Before you bothered with moons, you liberated planets in my name. How far you've fallen. You know me, Skard. You all know me. Or have you forgotten the man who put the razor in Ragnar's hands? I lower my helmet to bare my face to the warriors and to Io's freezing, poisonous air. It's horribly painful. My skin starts to ache fast. They lean back, kind of like they're pissing themselves. I think it's fear. I really hope it's fear. Then one makes a sign of protection. My skin feels like it's falling off. Poor Romulus. I'd hate to die this way. I put on a very disappointed face and let it become a very weird, very malevolent smile. I raise the helmet again, mute the helm, moan for breath, and wait. If I'm the next one who talks, Cassius and I will die. Tir Morga, Skarda whispers. You are dead. Dead in the sands of Mercury. With your brothers of the Free Legions, I ask. With your sisters. I looked to the sky for Valdir, for Sephi, for you, Skard. I prayed to the All-Mother for the kin of Ragnar to remember their oaths, to deliver on their promise to follow the morning star, to protect the Republic. But no, Skard breaks oaths like a gnomon. Now you're out here playing gold in the dimness. How can you live with such shame? Where is Sigurd? Where is your son? How can he look upon his honourless father? Guilt has a corrosive effect on self-confidence, particularly for warriors. The Obsidians could kill us without losing a man, but they eye the gloom and fury of the volcanoes as if waiting for an army to emerge. That is not all that restrains them. Obsidians delight in war, not only for the violence, though they love that, but for the truths war flays bare. When the enemy is closing in and you're on your back foot, that's when you discover who your brothers and sisters really are. For 10 years, whenever the fighting was the thickest, they needed only to look to the sky to find me on my way. I know the rain Falera on their armor because I pinned it to each of their chests. I see 3 who wear the platinum pendant of a rat, 11 with the white fist of the Earth campaign, others still wearing their horse helms with the white horsehair crests of Pegasus Legion. Is it working? Cassius asks. That all seemed a terrible amount of provocation, Darrow. I ignored him. What have you become, Hafnar? And you, Lothgar? And you, Loka. It is Loka, yes? I see a rat badge. You fought with me in the tunnels of Mars. Big cousin, wasn't that what the Red Children called you? You wore their ribbons in your hair. Now, what? You take little boys and sell them at market, or do you keep them for yourself? Have you learned the ways of your new master? Will you sell me to him too? Instead of facing their own guilt, they embrace denial. He cannot be Tir Morga. He is too short, one says. That's Sun Industries gear. 8-bit screws. Maybe it is him. I know that voice. Sigurd, Skarda's son. An amiable young man, neither as clever nor as greedy as his father. He adores the arcades and nightclubs of the Republic and was once in love with Thraxa. That's bad lass in his hands. It's a gold trick. Shoot him and let's take their gear. I want to go back to the garter and play in the orchards with my new nymphs. Another rumbles. Flay him, the cur who takes Ragnar's name in vain, a berserker whispers. Flay him, flay him, flay the pretender. The berserker comes at me in a rush with 2 armor-boring fists whirring. Sigurd calls for him to stop. He does not. I bend under the berserker's left jab and come around his flank where I hack off both his legs at the knee and then take off his head for good measure. My helmet sensors warn me. 2 more descend from above, one like a hawk, the other a tiger. I shoot straight up past the hawk, split the tiger in half, then come down on the hawk from behind like a needle. My blade goes through his back armor and into his spine, and I drive him down and stake him to the crusty ground. To them it might look supernatural, but they don't feel the hamstring I just strained. The left one. It aches like a snakebite. I went for drama, not form. I hear Cassius going, "Tisk, tisk." The wind howls as the men die at my feet. No longer interested in testing me, some of the braves make signs of protection. Sigurd, slender for an obsidian with kudo horns jutting from his helm, rushes forward and bares his throat. Skarda jerks his son back and calls him an idiot. Skarda's voice is barely above a murmur. "Tir Morga. How?" "Why, Skarda, not how. I am here to claim what is rightfully mine, the life of Volsung Fa. He killed Sefi, the sister of Ragnar, your sworn queen, last I checked. I've come to declare Ashvar upon him. I've come to claim the contest of blood that is my right as a son of the Valkyrie spires." "Tir Morga, that will not happen. You must leave this place. When Fa learns you live, he will offer a mountain of helium for your head. He will not fight you. He will drop atomics on whatever city he believes you inhabit. He will scorch a continent from space to kill you. He does not abide by Ashvar. So he is a hypocrite. Is that not how he rose, claiming to avenge Thalia, a dead wife? Here is my head. Come claim your helium, Skarda." He wouldn't dare, not in front of his men. They might even kill him for it. Not all of them, but someone. Maybe in his sleep, maybe when he's bedding his new slaves. He knows that, so it's impossible to tell if he really does have honor when he says, "We will not fight the man who gave Ragnar the razor. No, we are not savage dogs. But you have no place here. The Rim is your enemy too. Let us play with it. We are helping you. Go back to Mars." Is that how they justify to themselves? Sigurd approaches his father. "Father, how many times have I heard you moan on about Fa? His favoritism of the Askamani, his rigid hand, his blood guard. Is this not a sign? Is this not what we prayed?" There is a fizzing sound, and then a triplet of noise. Pang! Fit! Bish! Sigurd stumbles. The obsidian to his left jerks. Lines of blue fire arc across the man's pulse shield before the shield collapses with a shriek. Something slams into another brave's breastplate, punctures it, then detonates. Gore sprays out. Skarda uses his own body as a shield for his son, Sigurd, and slips back into the protection of his men. "Sneg! Snipers! Testudo!" I'm so startled Cassius has to tackle me to the ground. Slugs scream overhead. Chapter 56. Darrow. Dust Mice. As the obsidians begin making their formations, 2 spectres bound in and leap over the nearest magma river. They are shaped like humans, but made of distorted air. Ghost cloaks paired with skip boots and moving fast. One of the ghosts rushes for one of the main clusters of obsidian and fires a blinking object onto an obsidian forming the side of a testudo before bursting away. The second blur hurls an EMP bomb. It pulses, but only 2 of the suits go down. A hail of sniper fire slams into the testudo. The overlapping shields absorb the worst of it. "Mice! Mice! Mice!" bellows an obsidian. "Ex-testudo! Bastion! Bastions by prox! Thorns west!" Then the first explosive detonates white. The second detonates a heartbeat later, and both ghosts disappear in a resultant smoke. They were short, the ghosts. Short enough to be reds. It's not dust walkers at all. The daughters! Cassius shouts from atop me. No shit! A terrible sound rumbles over the plains as a missile strikes one of the obsidian ships. It crashes 50 paces to my left, crushing a brave. Its missile stores detonate. The shock waves send Cassius spinning off me. The explosions flash melt a pack of sulfur ice. I rise to my knees. Yellow fog cloaks the battlefield. Nearly blind, I find Cassius sprawled on the ground nearby. I help him up. Thermal is useless with all the magma on the periphery of the battle. The fog of war becomes literal. The fighters indistinct golems and spirits, bizarre atavistic silhouettes appearing and disappearing at random. A hulking mass rushes for me and then mysteriously sheds his right leg from the left knee down. Cassius swears in shock as a four-legged shadow scrambles atop the obsidian, savages him with huge flashing claws, and then heads our way with a weird, loping gait. Cassius raises his razor. "Go on, hound," he warns. I shove him to the side as the beast scampers past on all fours, knives glimmering in either hand, and disappears again into the yellow murk. "What the fuck?" "Sevro," I reply with a grin. Athena had assets on the moon after all. "Let him hunt." "Where'd he come from? Where's the Archie?" "Dunno. We need to end this fast. Find Skarda and put him down. Stick with me." Together we hunt through the fog. Ghosts flicker. Obsidians leap like gods. One soars into flight and then disappears in a flash that refracts the fog, already freezing back into crystalline form, to make tears of white fire as his ruins rain down. "Skarda, 5 o'clock, I tell Cassius. A huge, horn-crowned mass runs at top speed after an escaping ghost. Skarda lands and his spear penetrates the ghost to pin it to the ground. He tears at the ghost, rips off its helmet, and the ghost cloak guise ripples away to show a screaming red woman impaled on his spear. Skarda hurls her into the magma flow and then swings a heavy fist at nothing. His punch summons a spray of blood and then a corpse from the ether. Sulfur crystals spew past as the ghost's skip boots fire against the ground, trying to escape even though their wearer is already dead. There is no escape for our would-be rescuers. That's the problem with getting the undivided attention of Obsidian Aircav. They can take a punch, and once their teeth are in, whether on the ground or in the sky, they don't let go. They chew until you wish you never had the idea to test them at all. For the first minute, the daughters had the upper hand. After that, the tide started to turn, and turn bad. But I see our opportunity as Skarda pulls his spear from another corpse and tosses the corpse into the magma river. He's alone. 3 braves are rushing to bring him back into their formation. I claim Skarda and give Cassius the braves. I goose my boots and shoot toward Skarda like a ballista bolt. Skarda's battle sense is uncanny. Somehow he sees me coming. Backlit by the pulsing red river, he fires at me as I fly at him. Energy crackles across my shield, but the shield holds. I invert, flying with my back to the ground, just under his spear thrusts, to hack into the back of his thigh. My razor shears through the metal and finds flesh. I hard stop and pivot from flying back to standing on my feet. G's pound me, but I'm behind Skarda. With all my strength, I drive my razor into the power unit that lies beneath the armor of his lower back and twist. Sparks spew. The armor dies with a shriek, and Skarda seizes as if petrified by Medusa herself. I kick him, but he doesn't go to his knees. Then Sevro appears from nowhere and tackles his legs out. Skarda falls. Sevro wrests the spear from his hand and runs off into the fray. I grab both of the ram horns on Skarda's helmet. Powered by the strength of my armor, I haul the giant into the air to dangle him over the magma river. With Cassius coming to guard my back, I max out the volume on my external speakers, linking it with Sevro's armor and Cassius's. Even I am shocked by the magnitude of sound produced by our triumvirate. My voice, made of thunder, rumbles over the battlefield. "This is Reaper. I have your Jarl. I have Skarda. Yield." No one listens. Not even Skarda dangling beneath me. The battle is a mess, spread out over a kilometre now. It does not end just because I want it to. Obsidians peer out at me from their testudos or down from the sky. Ghosts skip in a dozen directions. Bodies lay rent and broken. Pieces, too. A leg, a head, a torso. The killing does not stop. It cannot. No one can afford not to fire. I am reminded again why I hate war. I shout and shout, but even the voice of a god sponsored by Sun Industries is powerless to stop the killing. It's a smaller voice that brings hope to end the violence, a smaller voice and a ship that evens the odds. Lyria's words crackle through the static. I look to the sky. "There's my girl," Cassius shouts. I don't know if he means Lyria or his ship. The Archimedes races in with its guns blazing. Lyria's flying is sloppy, but the Archimedes is more powerful than the assault shuttles. Whoever is on guns is deadly accurate. One of the enemy shuttles dies in a ball of fire. It has a sobering effect on the Obsidians, and they finally start noticing that I have their war chief by his horns over the river. I call for Lyria to hold fire when I see Sigurd leading his father's men in a withdrawal to the other side of the river, under the protection of their remaining ships. The Archimedes lowers to protect the daughters, who form up on Severo. He flies toward me, still holding Skarda's spear. Cassius flies the other way to help the civilians. They actually nod at one another. Severo pokes Skarda's armoured belly with it as he comes to a mid-air stop. "Move! You're blocking the way," I snarl. "He's heavy." I drop Skarda on our side of the river. Severo lands on top of the man's depowered armour to be eye to eye with me. "Took your time," I say to him. He grunts. "I was on a mission. Archie got tangled with 2 Volk ships near Sungrave while picking us up. Daughters came to help, but their ship went down. Big mess. All thanks to Bologna." "They don't have a ship?" "I just said it's down." "Then get their wounded aboard the Archie. Help Cassius with the civilians and children." Severo looks at the Obsidians gathering around Sigurd on the opposite bank of the river. "We should kill them all." "We can't. Literally. And they need to take a message back to the Volk from me. Civilians. Wounded. Go!" With a mutter, he leaves me alone with the Obsidians. Grunting, I bear Skarda to the other bank and drop his mass in front of his son and braves. Just over 60 of them remain alive. I wish I could see their eyes instead of their battered helmets. I bury my contempt. They'll be recording me with their cams. What I say here will travel through the main army like wildfire. I prod Skarda with my toe. He's alive, and still has a little air yet to his helmet. I sigh. "Brothers, I did not come here to spill your blood. But look at yourselves. What would Ragnar think? What have you become? Look around you. Is this right? Is this the home you are promised by Ragnar, by Sefi? Where are the leaning god trees and the summer seas? Where are the vineyards and marble cities that sparkle in the autumn dawn? Where are the children who sing your names and shower you with spring flowers? You have lost them in this, your winter of violence. You have lost yourselves. I did not come to judge you. I did not come to punish you. I came to remind you of the oaths you took. It is brothers who find us when we are lost. Brothers who guide us home to the hearth and halls of our mothers and fathers. Go now, and tell the war bands what you have seen here. Tell them Tyr Morga has come to challenge Volsungfar to single combat. Tell them Tyr Morga has come to lead you home, as Ragnar would have wanted. But most of all, tell Far to expect me. I head away from them, knowing I've just opened up Pandora's box. But enough is enough from this obsidian fraud.
By the time I make it into the cargo bay of the Arky, it is crammed full of pink children, along with green architects. The daughters are strewn along the starboard side with their casualties. The air is thick with the screams of the wounded and the crying of children, and all this in victory. I head for the cockpit and hear Lyria's anxiety before I get there. 3 signatures approaching on our scanners.
"Boss, we gotta go," she says. "Big ships en route, big ships."
Cassius is coming with the last of the civilians. Severo's right behind. Watch via the cameras. Soon as he's back, lift off and head for the volcanoes. Cass will take the stick. I squeeze her shoulder. She's soaked in sweat.
"Good work, Legolas."
She grins back at me, nervous.
"Was that Ori on guns?"
"Negative. That gloomy bastard. The Ra."
A little stunned, I head back to the chute, to the top gun turret.
Diomedes' face peers down.
"The children," he asks. "Safe. Shall I return to the brig?"
I glance into the main hall. 3 daughters are carrying a charred lump of a man into the med bay. I duck my head back into the chute.
"I still have your parole?"
Diomedes nods.
"We have guests. Stay on guns."
By the time I make it back to the cargo bay, Cassius has boarded with the last of the children. 3 pink boys cling to him. They might have held their breath against Io's air, but the cold found them. Their fingers will be frostbitten from where they gripped his freezing armor. He is tender, handing them over to Ori. I shout for him to get to the cockpit. The ship shudders, and Lyria lifts off.
"Where are we going?"
Cassius asks as he passes me.
"I'll find out. In the meantime, lose them in the volcanoes, and punch to orbit in one of those ash columns soon as you can." "These are the daughters we came for? They're mangled. Cassius, cockpit, now."
He goes. Soon as he's gone, there's a shout as Severo lands along with an obsidian with kudu horns. The daughters scramble up and level their rifles.
"Damn it, Severo, we don't need a hostage," I say.
The ship shudders as Lyria lifts off. Sigurd lifts his hands to show he has no weapon. Severo steps in front of the rifles.
"He came over the river and flagged me down to surrender. Figured we could use the information now that Fa knows we're here."
"Fa is a plague. To my people, to all peoples. I want to help you kill him," Sigurd says. "Many of the braves believe as I do. They will rejoice to see you are alive, Tir Morga."
"Good thinking," I say to Severo. "Any of you got cuffs?"
A woman, wide as an anvil, throws me reinforced wire cuffs. I fit them on Sigurd. The woman stares up at the obsidian, and I realize she must be the leader of the daughters. Her flexible scorasuit is yellow and tan, like the waists of Aya, and bears the stitches of a significant size down. The lower half of her face is covered with a scaled krill, the rest wrapped with a yellow headscarf. Her eyes are hidden behind shaded goggles flecked with thawing obsidian blood. She doffs the goggles, revealing the unmistakable scarlet eyes of a Jovan ultra-heavy, reds bred to work in punishing radiation and gravity 2.4 times that of Earth. The rarest of our breed. Big bodies, big hearts, short lives.
"Athena?" I ask.
"Chion, Chiliart of the Black Owls. Athena sent us to bring you to her," she says.
"They weren't expecting us." "Obviously," Severo says. "They've been running ops trying to evac civilians on Aya."
"So Cassius was on the right track," I say to a scowl from Severo. "Well met, Chion. Good to see red eyes in the fight." I extend a gauntlet. She looks at it, but does not take it. Her voice is deep and masculine. "You let their Jarl go. We had to leave our dead. I lost half my column, more in 10 minutes than 4 weeks of fighting. And you want to shake hands?" I withdraw my hand.
"Where is Athena?" I ask. "Our pilot needs to know where to go."
"Europa. Athena has taken to the deep," Chion answers.
"Which city?" Shevra asks.
"The whole bloody thing," she says.
We know Europa's next, after Callisto. We're ready. The deep is impregnable. We'll blow the sea lift soon as they breach atmosphere. Even an obsidian arm isn't long enough to reach the bottom of the sea. But far's welcome to drown trying.
Ori is confused. And the people on the surface?
John shrugs. That's a question for Athena.
Chapter 57. Lyria. Lamps in the Storm. The ship shudders from turbulence as we descend on Europa. My mag boots clunk as I go into the Archimedes' tiny brig. The obsidian sits up behind the duroglass. He is Darrow's height, but a little more slender. He looks confused as I squat on the floor. The swaying of the ship makes my head ache. I have questions, I say in Nagal.
Who are you? How do you speak our language? He asks.
You're the one in the cell, I reply. I ask the questions.
You are the one who hacked the door and turned the camera off, he says, nodding to the camera above. Darrow does not know you are here, so let us be polite. I am Sigurd, son of Skard, of the tribe of the
Volga Fjorgen. This name ring a bell? He snorts. I pull the sidearm I filched from the armory and set it on my knee. Does her name ring a bell?
He chuckles.
What's so funny?
You are saying, does this name ring my balls?
Oh.
It is not your fault. We have many words for snow, ice, death, and especially balls. I can speak in common very well, if you prefer. He replies in common. You do not need that gun. I am a friend of Red.
I narrow my eyes.
You do not believe me. That is all right. I am in a cell.
Volga Fjorgen, I say.
Yes, I know the name. There are not many women obsidian amongst us. Part of the stupidity that brought us out here was blaming them for our years of slavery. They sold us, their boys, it is true, but it was an impossible choice. Sell us or all their children die, boys and girls. Gold is good at shifting blame. But it is Volarus, not Fjorgen.
What else? I ask.
I do not know. I am fifth band.
He shows 5 torques made of iron on his wrist.
Not first band. My father complains too much to be close to Fa's favour. But warriors love gossip. I know she is the Fa's granddaughter, but Fa calls her daughter. She follows him like a shadow.
She's not imprisoned? I ask.
He frowns. Not that I know. She was given a command for Callisto. This much I've heard.
A command?
Yeah, soldiers of her own, to make this a kingdom for the Volk. A good little soldier.
I shake my head. That's not true. She'd never help with this.
He shrugs. If you call me a liar, we will have to fight.
He waits, and I don't.
There is gossip, too, that she was an unnatural birth, a freak from a grimmest tube, and...
She's not a freak, I snap.
He smiles, a little sad. We are all freaks, he says, and shows his sigils. They made us so.
When it's clear Sigurd knows nothing else of Volga, I seal the brig behind me and sway back to the cargo bay. We're low now, close to the sea. Out the viewport, 3 cities bob to the west like lonely lamps, and, like lamps, they wait to be blown out. An obsidian wind is coming, and according to what I heard Chion the Black Owl say to her troops, there will be nothing the golds of Europa can do to stop it. Io is done. Callisto blooms with atomic mushrooms. Ganymede hides behind its orbital shields. Europa's ships were spent over Io trying to protect the Garter and their liege lords, the Ra. The floating island cities of the sea moon lie vulnerable. Their people wait for doom. Athena does not. She and her daughters are safe beneath the sea. Supposedly. I pass Ori as she explains the refuge that awaits us to the pink children. They gathered around her as we travelled from Io to Europa. She warms their hearts with tales of Athena's goodness and charity, and promises no army can penetrate the deep. The deep is a collection of cities beneath the seas of Europa, which are the deepest on all the worlds, she says. These cities were carved into the solid core of the moon itself. The place began as a mining operation, you see, and like all things, it evolved. It became a place for industry, research, and, yes, weapons manufacturing. But Athena has taken all 6 cities of the deep. If she did that, it means she has an army that will protect us all, and weapons too. We will be safe down there, even if the obsidians huff and puff on the surface. The pink children smile at Ori's claim. One, a boy no older than 11, with hair like a sunset, sets his small palm in my hand. "You'll be safe too," he says. "You don't have to look so sad." I kiss his hand and leave him to story time. I wish I was that young again. Nothing feels safe anymore. Not even my memories. Not even my friends. Could Volga really be a war commander of Faz? I head for a viewport to watch the waves. The hold is dim and echoes with the sound of the rain and the roar of the ocean. Weapons crates creak against their fastenings. Most of the black elves, those who ain't crammed in the medbay pumped full of painkillers, snore right through it all. They are scary, and I'm proud of how scary Reds can be, but at the same time, I saw what the obsidians did to them. Tore them apart like paper dolls when they got a hold of them. If I didn't show up with the Archie, it would have gone bad, fast like. That's what Cassius said after we'd gotten off the moon. He kissed me on the head, and we toasted with Sevro's moonshine. Still, I feel like an idiot. Chion could pound me to paste, an obsidian could pound Chion to paste, and here I was thinking I'd go amongst them and have a chance at rescuing Volga. Bloody idiot is what I am. Doesn't sound like Volga much wants to be rescued. I scratched the surgery scars on my head. They're covered now with an inch of curly hair. The Archimedes shakes with turbulence. If it weren't for the mag boot sealing me to the deck, I'd be on my ass. Cassius's voice comes from the wall speakers, admonishing anyone not in a crash seat. But I'll be damned if I strap in like the rest. "Lyria, come back and join us," Ori calls. I wave her off. She may be happy to play the matron, but that boy's palm in my hand made me think of Liam. How many little boys like Liam did Volga kill on Callisto? I try not to imagine. I try only to see what's out the viewport. I have to remember the sights so I can tell my little nephew what Europa looked like when we're together again on Mars. Not that I can see much of the cities, or Europa. Beyond the viewport, Europa hides behind a shroud of rain and fog. Whips of green lightning flay the sky. Waves wander in the gloom like tired miners coming home from shift. I miss waiting at the top of the tunnel for my dad to come home. I miss my ma, my sister, the most. I think of my brothers lost at war. I shouldn't be here. I press my nose to the window. The water seems to grow closer. The sea itself rises up toward us. No, something in the sea is rising. My heart beats faster. A massive fin breaks the waterline, followed by an oil-black bulk with pale pink stripes surging up, up, up with horrible massiveness. And then it sinks down, down, down into the churning dark. I'm left in awe. And here I thought the volcanoes in Io were the most manic thing I'd seen in the Rim. I know magic isn't real. I know it's all science. But if I don't know the science, it might as well be magic. Far as I know, whatever flitted up from the black depths was here long before Europa's ice layer was terraformed into the Discordia Sea. I shiver a little. Ragnar always wanted to ride one of those. I turn. Sevro staring at me from a pace away. How did he sneak up on me? I check his feet, presuming he'll have on mag boots to steady himself. Of course not. The man's feet are bare, the long toenails curled into the grate floor. He sways with a jar of sunflower butter in his hand, a bottle of syrup in his back pocket, and a knife in his mouth. Sun butter. He offers the knife laden with thick brown goo. Not hungry.
Talking to an obsidian will do that, he says.
Course he knows. He's always lurking. I search the water. What was that?
Leviathan. Biggest carveling this side of Titan, he says.
There's bigger things?
Always. You see any gold stripes on its top fin?
I shake my head. He looks disappointed. Why?
Leviathans are the sigil beasts of Gens Calabar, the ruling house of Europa. Cyaxares is their pride and joy. 300-year-old bull. Twice as big as any other. That one down there was probably middling size. Always wanted to see Cyaxares.
And the Calabar, they ride those things? I ask.
He nods. With pressurized suits, you can take them a couple dozen clicks down. Not the healthiest hobby, or kindliest mount. Leviathans ain't loyal creatures. Sometimes they eat their owners. Hungry bastards. Each with 5 stomachs to fill. I'd prefer a sundrake or a white griffin, me. He pauses. Or a unicorn. What would you ride?
I consider his strange question. Not a Leviathan. A Pegasus, maybe. Something nice.
Have you met a Pegasus?
Well, no.
But me brothers grew up pretending they were in Pegasus legions.
They ain't nice, Pegasus. Carthii breed carnivorous ones, too.
Is anything nice? I mutter. He stares at me, taking the question too philosophically. Why are you talking to me?
Why wouldn't I?
You never talk to me, as a rule.
My rule is I don't talk to dead weight.
I would smile if I hadn't just learned that Volga might now be a bloodthirsty warlord. What would Ephraim say to that?
You're a real bastard, I say. You know that, right? Leaving Darrow and Cassius hanging out to dry.
They went off mission. I saved their asses in the end.
I glance at the pink children. Yeah? Well, I have a new rule. I don't talk to bastards. I turn back to the window. He doesn't say anything for several minutes, but he stays there behind me, chewing the inside of his cheek, riding some really mad turbulence without so much as stumbling.
I want to know something, he says.
I don't answer him, but he's going to ask me whether I let him or not.
You helped kidnap my kid. Unknowingly, so you say, but you were a party to it just the same, he says slowly.
Aye, I say, and I felt bad about it, so I risked my neck to get them back.
Earning the trust of Virginia and Vic, apparently. Enough that you were witness to the birth of... You were there for...
He cannot say the words, but I know now what he's asking about. The ship rocks. My knuckles are white from clutching the handholds near the viewport, and my heart starts to turn black the longer I hold on to the thrill of my anger at him. I relent, and it feels good. You want it straight? I helped her deliver Ulysses, I say. I heard her first words to him. Volga was there too, guarding the door while it happened. Later, I pulled him from the tree where they killed him. I tried burying him in the ground. I didn't know what else to do. I think Victra wanted me there when he was buried proper, because she knew I would rather have been the one in the ground. I'd have traded spots with him.
Why?
I go quiet before finding the words. He was a baby. He didn't do anything. I've done stuff. I'm not all nice. I think of my sister's children. It wasn't right is all.
And this Volga character?
I wipe tears from my eyes. Shit. Volga would have eaten her own gun if it put that baby back in Victor's arms. I swear it. That's what I don't get. She's a sweetheart.
I know she's done stuff. I mean, she was pulling heists with Ephraim before I ran into them. Who knows the kind of stuff she did? But I thought she was good.
maybe I needed her to be. When she gave herself up to Fa, even after he killed Ephraim and he was like a father to her, I told myself she was sacrificing herself so he'd leave Mars alone, so people wouldn't get hurt. To hear that she's marching with Fa, I can't believe it.
But you do.
What do you mean?
You didn't call Sigurd a liar.
I stare at him.
You know why? Because you know that people can and will disappoint you. Even this friend of yours is going to let you down.
Is that why you won't take up your dad's helmet? I ask.
The hell do you know about that?
He mutters.
I shrug. Cassius, that chatty little shit.
Ain't a rat.
Can't reveal my source, I say. But you ask me, I think it's because you think you're going to let everyone down.
Nah, he says, and looks away.
Ain't it?
Then what? He doesn't answer for a long time.
It's just, everyone wants me to wear my dad's helmet. Since I can remember, like I'm fated. Can't escape it.
You wore it before, though, I say. For a little while. Everyone knows that.
And it ate me up,
he mutters.
Why?
He chews his cheekbone some more. Lightning bathes his face green.
Dad didn't want to be Ares. He told me that. One of the last times I saw him before he died. He hated it. I know what he meant. The Golds made it. He and Mum made me. It was his prison. See?
I wonder about that as the sea bucks outside. My da was a rat, I say toward the viewport. He informed on people in our mine. I used to think he was perfect because he was my da. Then I hated him. Then I realised he did it for us. Now when I think of him, I think he was just a person doing his best in the world he was in. I can't judge him for that. I can't say I'm better or worse, but it makes me sad. He accepted his prison. He never even tried the bars. That helm. For Da, maybe he hated it. But maybe it wasn't his prison. Maybe it was his key to get out. I turn and look at him. His eyes peer out the window, and I wonder if he was even listening, especially when he turns and walks away.
Is this the last time we talk? I call after him. Only if you become useless again.
Chapter 58. Lyria. Europa. The flight ends not long after the storm abates. When we land, it's on an island dedicated to fishing and solar farming. The civilians exit first with some of the Black Owls. Apparently, they're taking their own submarine down to a different city in the deep. We're headed for the fabled Helison, Athena's secret stronghold. Cassius finds me in the cargo bay mopping up vomit left by the motion-sick Greens.
Lyria, I'm furious with you. All the latrines are filthy. You've been derelict in your duty.
What? You said I didn't have to keep cleaning the latrines soon as I could handle the stick.
And my word is my bond, he says.
I flew the Archimedes on Io.
My good lady, I mean this with all my heart.
That was not flying.
That was just not crashing. That you avoided a finale in the hard deck doesn't mean my latrines should be devoid of your affection.
He pinches my cheek.
Your face. It's a jape.
I stab at him with the vomit mop. He takes it away faster than I can blink and stores it on the wall.
You're a condescending pricklick, I say. Only to my favourites.
I blush when he winks at me.
You're staying up here, then? I ask. The Moses columns are offline. Can't get the Archie down easily. Anyway, it's best not to stash your getaway vehicle under the sea, and I'm not leaving my home unattended with all the salt, thieves, and barbarians about. Don't look so worried. If the Obsidian come, I have a stealth ship.
When they come.
Right.
He eyes a few Black Owls unloading a crate.
Not sure I'd be welcome down there anyway. You kill one terrorist warlord.
He sighs, then frowns.
I have to ask, Are you still intent on going after Volga?
I think so.
Even after seeing the obsidian on Io, you're not afraid?
No. I lie up at him.
Then you're mad, girl. Did you see those people? Did you see that hammer they hit me with? Me? That thing was meant to drive nails bigger than you. Huge hammer.
He has a point. He's taller even than Darrow, and has more muscle than all my brothers ever did put together. Everyone saw the hammer, Cassius. You made us watch your feed.
Good. Then you know. This whole time Severa's been giving me shit for missing the war. I don't love my people very much, but I do feel sorry that they had to face those obsidians. They're not like they used to be when I was your age.
He scratches his neck.
War isn't like it used to be. Used to have a modicum of civility. Point is, the idea of you having anything to do with those monstrosities makes me nauseous with anxiety. Swear to me, we will talk before you do anything stupid or agree to anything stupid. Darrow is good at getting people to agree to do stupid things.
Like going to the dockyards of Venus.
I have never claimed to be a role model.
His concern makes me feel weird. Sad to leave him, I look back at the halls leading into the Archy. It feels a little like home. Very well. I will seek your counsel prior to any bad decisions. I spit in my hand and stick it out. He hates that, but he spits in his and we spit shake.
Good. Now get thee hence, foul ragamuffin. I hear the deep is gloomy and dour as a Mooney's sonnet. You won't want to miss it.
He hands me a tiny flask. I take it and give a little shake, feeling its contents slosh around.
Had to make sure it was good enough for your discerning palate, Cassius says.
I thank him and head down the ramp to join the others. I stop in the rain and jog back to him. He smiles, a little confused. I say, in a rush, "What you did on Io, why you did it, it's just—" I look down, feeling stupid, knowing he doesn't need compliments from me. "I dunno. I just think you're a good man and you have a huge heart, and I don't think people say that enough. Just wanted you to know that I see it, Bellona." For once, he doesn't have anything ironic to say. His eyes glitter and he bends, looks into my eyes, and kisses me on the cheek. I'm filled with an urge to protect him and his too fragile heart.
"Go on now before I try to keep you," he says.
I catch up with Darrow and the others just as they descend the ramp to meet a new group of heavily armoured red troopers. They are tough, thick-necked men and women with buzzed heads, faces like a vagrant's heel, and big guns. They meet Chion with salutes. An orange man with a thin jaw and huge eyes grasps Chion's arm.
"Ares fought, Athena fights," she replies.
He repeats the rite with Ori, with a little more flirtation. The pink seems nervous around her own people. If she was deep cover, I guess she would feel like an outsider among the daughters. She keeps glancing at Diomedes in worry. The orange whistles when he spies Darrow and Severo through the rain.
"Honoured, Reaper, son of Ares, honoured. When the communique came through, well, I didn't believe it. Honoured."
His eyes narrow when he sees Sigurd, as if he thinks the man's hands should not just be bound behind his back, but chopped off completely. His most unusual response is reserved for Diomedes. He just starts laughing.
"How the mighty have fallen."
He spits on the gold. Diomedes does not react, and the rain soon cleans the spit from his face. Par for the course. The man's expression of boredom is chiselled in stone. Don't think I've seen him emote once, except sometimes when he's looking at Ori when she can't see him. Movement on the horizon draws my attention away. I squint through the rain, just making out the lights of an island city, looming like a mountain out in the gloom. When I look back to the group, almost everyone has gone down a stairwell. Chion waves to me.
"Any day now, lass."
I jog up.
"You're the pilot, Lyria of Lagolus. Chion."
She extends a hand. It's half again as big as mine, and her grip punishes. I'm not really a pilot, I say, as I descend the stairs with her.
I saw, and I'm not really a soldier either,
she rumbles, entirely unconvincing.
Was that man the Cassius Bellona? Quite the gilded compliment the Reaper has.
He saved those kids and greens, I'll remind you, I say.
Aye, at the cost of half my men.
I'm sorry. She shrugs. You're a gas miner, yeah? From one of the floating rigs on Jupiter? I ask.
You a spilk spinner? A spider breeder? Ain't that what red lasses do on Mars? She replies.
They also sing, I say, and serve on the front lines.
Just right, lass. Just right. We're more than the utility they made us for, she says.
Astounded by any red who could or would go toe-to-toe with obsidians, I'd wanted to meet Chian soon as she came aboard. Yet I find myself disliking her more with every passing second. We reach the bottom of the stairs and come out onto a submarine dock. We pass a dozen lightly armoured greys stacked in a heap, dead. The former guards of the solar island, it seems. A black and gold sea beast is emblazoned on their chest plates. Kyaxares, I murmur.
What do you know about that monster?
Chian says. I shrug. He might be on the menu soon. The Dragon Eaters are coming. The submarine that awaits us is shaped like a wedge of Looney's cheese. I file after the others into a pressurised hold located at the top of the dense and heavily patched craft. It stinks from a legacy of rust, brine and sweating bodies. Chian's troopers lock into harnesses in a row of crash seats bolted to the floor. There's enough for 100 passengers. My party takes the row on the opposite side of the hold. Darrow locks in Diomedes' harness before locking in his own. The bag he's carried with him rests on the floor by his feet. Darrow and Diomedes look comical in the small seats. Severo looks like he'd rather swim down than buckle himself into his seat. His anxiety is obvious. I take my seat next to Ori. She's just as nervous as Severo. Don't like submarines? I ask. Never been on one, but I do try to embrace new things, she replies, her eyes on Chian. You don't like her, do you? I didn't say that. I don't. It takes all kinds to wage a war, she says. Could you imagine her entertaining guests in the Raw Court? I can't imagine you there either, I say. She looks at me, struck. Thank you. I haven't time to answer before the orange barks for us to brace and the submarine plunges into the sea. The straps dig into my shoulders. My stomach leaps into my throat. Down we plummet. The hull creaks as pressure builds. Severo looks like he's going to throw up. Darrow yawns. I try to channel his calm.
Passing through twilight, the captain soon intones. Midnight ahead.
Ori's fists clench, and I reach for her hand. She opens it for me and breathes a little easier. By the time I twist in my seat to look out the small porthole, the twilight level of the ocean is behind us. Scum and darkness withhold most of the midnight level's mysteries, but soon bright fauna and fish glow in the pitch water. They stretch like veins of blue, gold, and green fire. Ori tells me that they are drawn to this level by the warm waters of the level's jet stream and swim in schools kilometres long. By the look in her eyes, I know it's the first time she's seen the wonders of this ocean too. The Ra home, where Cassius was prisoner, must have been on the surface, I surmise.
Entering the abyssal zone, the captain says.
Beyond the warm waters lies a vast darkness, where not even the outlines of the beasts who call it home can be seen, as we go down, down, down toward Athena's domain. The submarine groans from the pressure. The darkness becomes impure. Light glows faintly in the distance. Soon the lights are bright and cast a blue-white haze over the variegated walls of subaquatic cities that sprout from the dark stone core of Europa's underworld. I sigh. It looks magical and gloomy and weird. Somewhere within the core of the moon, Athena waits with the key to save Mars. Yet I cannot stop thinking of those on the surface. Will she really leave them to die? The submarine's engines come alive as we near the ocean floor. Still, Ori doesn't take her hand from mine. The captain guides us into the mouth of a trench lined with metal dock doors crusted over with giant deep-water barnacles as big as cows. There are no barnacles on the gun installations nearby. A hatch yawns open on one of the installations and 3 dark projectiles slither out. They disappear behind us, bound for some distant danger. We're entering into a war within a war. A story that's been going on as long as I've been alive. I glance at Chion, at Ori, at Darrow. He's yawning again. So is Diomedes. Severo has finally stopped squirming. The submarine glides into an open dock and settles into a rack that lifts it from the water with a rattle and a groan. Ori lets go of my hand. I stretch my legs and wait for my seat safety straps to unlock. Through the porthole, I glimpse movement outside the ship. Shadows moving on a dim dock. My eyes adjust quickly, and a chill creeps down my spine. The shadows carry something in their hands. Manacles. It's a big set. And then another. And another. I turn back around to see Severo struggling to keep his eyes open. Diomedes yawns even more deeply than Darrow this time. They both blink like they're trying to stay awake. "Darrow! Something's wrong!" I shout. "They got chains out there!" Darrow doesn't react except to turn and look at Chion and raise his eyebrows. "It doesn't have to be like this," he says. She stares back at him and taps her bionic nose. "You know, I can smell a musky man at 100 paces and tell you the colour of his last shag, but I still can't smell ceronocene gas. Can you?" He does not answer. "This brand's made for golds." "No," Severo slurs and begins thrashing at his straps like a caged animal. "No, don't fight," Darrow murmurs. "Severo, don't fight them." "Chion, what are you doing?" Ori asks. She struggles with her seat's restraints. "Athena's will." Chion stands. The heavy Reds stand with her. Their armour flickers alive as their generators whir up. I pull the release hatch from my straps. Nothing happens. I pull again, and the straps contract, cinching me to the chair. Severo gurgles in rage. I pull my pistol, only to have Ori claw at it. "No," she says. The gun falls to the floor. Out of reach. "Lyria, don't. Chion, these are our friends." I'm slim enough to slip down through the restraints of my seat and pin the pistol between my feet. I flip the pistol back into my lap, and it hits the restraints and nearly slides off. I grab the pistol and point it at Chion. Something hard and metal slaps the back of my head. I see black spots. My brain aches. I can't get out of my straps. What is happening? Chion grabs Darrow by the hair and sniffs him. He stares back, groggy. I've lost the pistol. Ori is shouting, telling her to stop, calling for Athena. Another Red is opening the bag at Darrow's feet. He hollers to the others and lifts up a black helmet with a grunt. Chion shakes her head. "Thought I might smell a bit of the old Red on you," Chion rasps to Darrow. "But you're all gold now. A Red would know some debts just can't be forgiven." She clocks him in the face with a steel gauntlet. "The sons you betrayed had husbands. They had wives. They had children and grandchildren." She hits him again. His head lolls. Ori somehow slipped her restraints. She has the pistol. She points it at Chion and fires over her head. Chion hits Darrow again. Ori fires the gun again. Ori is so angry she's crying. "This is not who we are. What are you doing?"
Tian turns, licks her lips. Seems it wasn't just the Ra who had this little pink on her back. A voice comes from the door. Tian, what are you doing? Tian stops. The door to the submarine is opened, and a thick-set woman enters wearing a black spiked helmet and a simple black jumpsuit. Heavy braids of dark red hair fall to her mid-back. Her dark arms are muscular and tattooed with white ink. The trooper's part. Athena. Tian looks down, ashamed. Get out, Athena says. Tian mumbles an apology. Get out! Turn in your weapons. Report to the sanctuary. Ori is right. This is not who we are. Tian obeys. Athena walks up to Ori and slowly helps her lower the gun. Ori, we finally meet. My bravest daughter. She kisses her forehead. I thought you were lost in the court. I should have known better. Well done. The pink falls to her knees, quaking. No, no, we never kneel, daughter, least of all you. You have brought me all I asked for and more, far more. You bitch! We trusted you! I snarl at Ori. What is this? Athena turns her helmet. Its glowing red eyes bore into me. Justice at last. Chapter 59. Darrow. Athena. I wake in a cold room with the sour chemical taste in my mouth and a headache. Machines rumble through the walls. I swim in nausea as I sit up. The air is heavy with the flavour of rust. Huge chains clink. They are light in the low gravity, but they are thick as my wrists and anchor me to the floor. I feel for bad lass. It's gone. So is Pax's key. The fog in my head is in no hurry to clear, and I remember what happened. You talk in your sleep. I'm not alone in the room. A woman sits on the floor, her back against the wall. Her hair is dark red and pools on her shoulders in heavy braids woven with silver filament. A curved black hasta leans beside her. She reads from my copy of The Path to the Veil. Both of her hands are artificial and seven-fingered. I rub my temples. Where is Sevra? Aren't you curious what you said in your sleep? Sevro. Safe. He will never be harmed here. We owe that much to his father. You and the Ra, on the other hand, may not be so lucky, to say nothing of the obsidian. And Lyria, the Red who tried to shoot Chian, she's with Ore now. She won't be harmed. She's done us no crime. But I am surprised a Red who is a victim of your assimilation camps would be so protective of the Reaper. She glances up with a frown. You look surprised as well. She is not a tall woman, but she is dense. A red, ultra-heavy, like Chion. Her nose is Roman in its architecture and crooked. Her skin is a dark black. Her eyes are garnet red, large, wide-set and narrow. She seems in her late 40s. Her sleeves are rolled up, and her forearms, like her neck and face, are covered with white tattoos. Names. Guess I should ask, are the ships real, or were they just bait? They are real, if the Obsidians have not found them or destroyed them. As for bait, no, they could not be bait because there was no trap. Ori was sent only for Barca, but when she called from Sungrave, well, I knew this was something I could not run from any longer. She sighs, then waves the book a little. I didn't bring it with me.
They have the Archimedes. And Cassius? Life is easy to imagine as a path, but it is moments like this when you think of it as a particle accelerator. You, the daughters, your two high-energy beams travelling close to the speed of light before finally colliding. That collision will lay bare the essential building blocks of your nature and ours. I did not want this collision. Not with you. Not now. Why not? I pulled us from the brink of hatred. I pulled myself from the debris you made of my life. Now, the stir your presence has caused, the hatred it has awoken, well, the daughters demand justice, and I am but their will. It needn't be a collision, I try. She smiles. Is that why you did not struggle in the submarine? I did not struggle because I smelt rust on the breeze. I believed, still believe, that I am amongst friends. What do you mean? In response, I quote the full fourth understanding. The supreme good is the wind in the deep mines. It flows through rock, around people, and over land. The wind is oblivious to these obstacles, though her path would not be the same in their absence. When you smell rust on the breeze, hear the echo of tools in the darkness, smile and be glad. The path is upon you, and you upon it. All you must do is walk. She closes the book. Her eyes remind me of Dance's, except, unlike his, they hold no love for me. Ori told me you understood the book. I was skeptical. And now? Still skeptical, but admittedly impressed by your ability to memorize. Can you afford to be skeptical? Mars is under siege. Obsidians are at your door. We're both Reds. We do not have time to be at each other's throats like this. Red? Me? She watches me, then says, I suppose I came from a mine, like you. Ours floated over Jupiter. I was sorted as a girl. Since I was not chosen to be a breeder, my breasts were cauterized shortly after puberty. I was selected to be a gasfly, to gather helium from Jupiter on Erlon wings. Red? I have never been red, nor grey, nor gold. I am a human being. You may look at me with the eyes of the masters, but you will not sort me according to their inhuman labels. I'm beginning to think maybe I should not have come here. I peer around the chamber. It is familiar, similar to that of the room the Praetorians beat me in before Trig and Holiday saved me from Adrius in Attica. The only difference is the vents in the ceiling instead of drains in the floor. Is this where you will kill me? No, but this place is significant. This is one of the rooms where the Cryptea murdered the sons of Ares you betrayed to Romulus. Fortunately for you, we are not like the Cryptea. We do not hide our violence in the shadows. You will be tried. You will have the chance to defend yourself, as will the Ra. And when I am found guilty, if you are found guilty, you will be executed. She hefts the hasta leaning against the wall. It is huge in her hands, and longer than she is tall. Black, it is veined with iridescence. I recognize the metal. She turns it close enough to me that I can read the text etched into the side of the blade. It is the forbidden song. This blade was made by our greatest artificer, Oskanda. She named it Pyrphoros, Fire-bearer. Your hands were meant to wield it as you led us to freedom. You will not die by rope or gas, Darrow of Mars.
If you are found guilty, this will be your end. Do you really think Sevra will help you if you kill me? I ask. No, but I fear much has changed since I sent Ori to find him. We can no longer spend our ships in your war. They are needed here to seize power once Fa has left. I almost laugh. You think they'll just leave? They are raiders, the Askamani. We will outlast them down here. Once they have purged the golds, we will step into the void. Perhaps then the Rim will finally know just a rule. Not that this concerns you. The Republic needs... No! She stands. Do not hide behind Mars's plight. You are not a god, Darrow. You cannot wave your hand and hurl down the enemy. Mars is doomed. The Republic has lost. This does not please me, but I think you deserve this reckoning. She fishes a holocube from her pocket. The men and women who risked their lives for you, who died for you, they had no funerals, no public trial, no public execution. They simply disappeared. Disappeared. Cast off from every register, every record, made like they never existed in the first place. I know there is nothing I can say, so I say nothing. I nod at the white tattoos on her forearms. She rubs her thumb over the names there. Proof these people existed. Proof I carry with me everywhere. She is haughty, performative in her grief. Yet I can see why Fitchner chose her to helm the daughters. There is calm, charisma, and power in her, a certitude wrought from hardship. These poor souls believed in Ares. They all believed in Io. They all believed in you. I believed in you, she says. The hope I felt when you led us to victory against Fabii. She laughs at herself. Well, I forgot helldivers are used to plunging headlong into the dark, outracing the debris they leave behind. She tosses the holocube to me. We are your debris, Darrow, and we matter. You're so good at memorizing. Learn the names of those you betrayed. She heads for the door, then stops and pulls out my neck chain and Pax's key. What is this? She asks. It's from my son. He made me a bike. She tosses it back to me, then slams the door. In her absence, I rage at her intransigence, at Ori's betrayal, at this consummate inanity of my own people killing me. I should have struggled when I saw Chion's tell, moments before Lyria shouted a warning. I should have ripped my seat from the bolts that fastened it to the deck. I had even chosen that seat because I noticed that rust had corroded the metal. I should have put on the Twilight helm, killed them all, and stormed the deep, taken Athena prisoner, and had her march me to the ship she stole from the Ra. I should have left these fools to die and gone home to save my planet. The rage passes. In its wake, I'm left sick to my stomach. I pick up Pax's key and put the chain around my neck. Then I pick up the cube Athena left behind. Turning it over and over in my hands, I feel it gaining weight. The mass of guilt has weighed down on my soul for so long that holding it, facing it, is harder than charging through any breach. I activate the cube. Holograms emerge. 1,000 little horrors grow and infest my cell. They are the interrogations and executions of the sons of Ares I betrayed. All the things I've run from for so many years. But it was not the moments of brutality recorded in the cube that would make me rove the rooms and halls Virginia and I shared whenever I made it home. Not really. I could handle the violence, the death. It was the lives I'd cut short that would make me insane with guilt.
It's the unimaginable complexity and love and hope in those lives that I could never understand, never witness, that made me feel as if I had invited an abyss between Virginia and me as we laid in bed. A writhing, black, stinking hole that would always stand between me and my son. I gave over low colours like me, like Io, to Romulus. Why? Because I was afraid I could not win if I didn't. So many died for me so I could lay by my wife, cradle my son, win my war, have my peace. I watched the executions with dry, sober eyes. Not one of the reds, oranges, browns, or pinks executed had my training or my teachers, or a Mickey to make them into a god of war. Yet not one of them begged or recanted. Some died quiet, some screamed, but most shouted a name. I thought it would be Ares' name that they shouted before death, or Io's name. But no, it was mine.
Chapter 60. Darrow. The Weight of Guilt. The daughters of Ares have assembled for my trial. I shuffle through the old nickel mine draped in chains. The gold cape a few black owls hung around my shoulders in mockery sways. A dozen guards lead me forward. I search for Severo in the crowd, but do not find him or Lyria. My grubby prisoner's shift itches. It feels familiar, the shift, the chains, the fear. How many kinds of shackles have I worn over the years? My judges are far more numerous than the guards. There must be 7,000 of the armed rebels, as many as the chamber will hold. They watch from the suspended cable walkways, dangle their feet from the circular jumpways that link the levels of the mine township, and perch atop landed skimmer hulls. They crowd the bottom level to either side of my route to the dais where I will be judged. They are equal parts women and men. In their ranks I see what I recognize as reds, browns, yellows, pinks, and oranges. All cover their sigils in black wraps.
They are the original daughters, all lost kin in Romulus's purge, Ori says.
Their faces may be soft from lifetimes spent far from the sun, but their eyes are harder than any miner's hands.
On Luna, I strode before senators with contempt in my every step. It got me nowhere.
So I look these judges in their eyes, as humble as a 7-foot-tall man of war can be amongst those bred for service and toil.
I take on their contempt, their anger, their resentment, just as I took in the love of my free legions.
If I deserved one, I certainly deserve the other. Most fearsome of all are the young, callous